Chapter 26. Jingyu carried the album back to his room. First, he put the album on the desk. After a while, he felt that it was inappropriate, so he took a few books and put them on top of the album. After a while, he pushed the books away and held the album in his arms again. He looked around and tried to find a place to hide it. When he finally hid the album under his pillow, he recalled his series of magical actions. He felt like a dog burying a bone. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, that was a gift from Brother Fei after all. A gift from my Prince Charming must be treasured. Because he still had to practice, Jingyu buried the bone, hid the album. He didn't stay in the room for too long. He decided to cultivate his relationship with the album after practice. Fong Luofan's house was near the PG Club, so he didn't live with the PG Club's professional players. After he finished downloading all the videos of the 3 mock matches, he left with his laptop. Almost at the moment he went out, Qin Fei solemnly announced, "Today we played 3 mock matches in a row. Everyone must be tired. Go to bed early." Accompanied by a burst of cheers, Luo Yiming directly rushed to the 2nd floor to get a change of clothes. Jingyu, who was still in the solo queue, was a bit confused. "Go take a shower. I'll help you play this round." Qin Fei's voice sounded again. This time, it was directed at him alone. Jingyu was just about to agree when he suddenly remembered something. He was slightly surprised. "I used Heart of Ice, it's okay. Leave it to me." "Okay." Jingyu didn't struggle. He obediently got up and took off his headphones. He gave his gaming chair and equipment to Qin Fei and went to take a shower. Therefore, he didn't know that not long after he left, his life was controlled by Qin Fei again and again. In the end, he lost the game under the abuse of his teammates. Qin Fei calmly logged out of the account and pretended that nothing had happened. Then he silently wiped his sweat in his heart. "Fuck. This devil is too scary. I won't play it anymore." After taking a shower, Jingyu walked around the 1st floor in his pajamas. Seeing that the lights in the training room had been turned off, he returned to the 2nd floor and entered his room. He dried his hair with a towel, and after making sure that no more water would drip down, he sat on the edge of the bed and carefully took out the album from under the pillow. Doujinshi albums were very attractive to an ACG fan like him, but he never thought of buying one. After all, buying this kind of thing depended on luck. Sometimes, the whole album only had one cover to look at, and the inside was just to make up the numbers. Jingyu placed the album flat on his lap. After admiring the cover for a while, he carefully opened it. The cover and the title page flipped to the left. Jingyu didn't mind and continued to scroll down. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of uneven handwriting on the back of the title page. There were words written on the front. Puzzled, he turned the title page back and saw 2 domineering words, Qin Fei. Below the 2 words, there was a small decorative line of words, PG Sleep. Qin Fei was about to take a shower when he heard the scream coming from the opposite door. His first reaction was that Jingyu was in danger. Almost reflexively, he opened the door to Jingyu's room and rushed in. "What's wrong?" He saw Jingyu huddled on the bed with a picture album with a face full of excitement. Qin Fei. Seeing Qin Fei rush in, Jingyu was obviously stunned for a moment, but he didn't show too much embarrassment. The excitement on his face turned into a bright smile. "Brother Fei, I saw your signature, thank you." "Qin Fei. It's not a big deal, do you have to be like this?" It seemed that he had underestimated the extent of Jingyu's admiration for him. "If there's nothing else, I'll go out first." Without waiting for Jingyu's response, Qin Fei walked out the door, but he bumped into Luo Yiming, who was half naked. "Luo Yiming, what's wrong, what's wrong?" A blonde teenager rushed in recklessly. When he saw Qin Fei, his first reaction was to say, "Jingyu, are you okay? Did Brother Fei bully you?" Ah. Jingyu was at a loss. He didn't know why Luo Yiming would come to such a conclusion. No. Before he finished speaking, Qin Fei had already kicked Luo Yiming. "Would it kill you to put on some clothes before coming over?" Luo Yiming glared at him. "Aren't I rushing over to be the hero and save the beauty? Where would I have time to put on clothes? Besides, it's not for you to see. Why are you so agitated?" Then, Qin Fei kicked him again. "Get lost." "No, I have to make sure Jingyu is safe," Luo Yiming said. He started to confront Qin Fei at the door, but Qin Fei didn't let him see Jingyu. Or rather, he didn't want Jingyu to see him half naked. In order to prevent the two from continuing to be in a stalemate, Jingyu had to put down the album and walk to the door. He explained with a guilty conscience, "I'm fine. I'm just a little excited to receive Brother Fei's autograph." Luo Yiming finally saw Jingyu. Seeing him in his pajamas, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. I thought Brother Fei did something to you." "Jingyu?" Qin Fei. Not long after, Yi Hong and Han Ling also rushed over. They had just finished showering. Like Luo Yiming, they were half naked and didn't even have time to dry their hair. The water dripped all the way. Han Ling said, "I think I heard the screams of the goldfish just now." "Yi Hong, what happened?" Jingyu wanted to explain again, but Qin Fei pushed him into the room and closed the door. Then, Qin Fei looked at the three naked men in front of him with a headache. "TSK, Yiming, you explain. I'm going to take a shower." "Oh," then, Luo Yiming explained the ins and outs of the matter to the two of them. After listening, the two of them were speechless. Jingyu, who was leaning against the door and eavesdropping, wanted to find a hole to hide in. This was too embarrassing. He didn't take Qin Fei's blocking of Luo Yiming to heart. He just felt that Qin Fei was quite fond of his fans. After the people at the door left, he returned to his bedside and continued to admire the contents of the album. So beautiful. A week of training quickly passed and the fourth season of the Pro League was about to begin. The first match was, of course, the Pro Invitational Tournament. As the only Pro League team that made it to the top 8 last season, but didn't receive an invitation this season, PG was undoubtedly the center of attention. Not long after the list of teams for the Invitational Tournament was announced, Weibo was filled with questions from PG fans. What's wrong with PG? Are they going to leave the Pro League? Among them, there was no lack of comments from spectators. An unstable team like PG should have been disbanded a long time ago. Regarding this, the PG fans who didn't use Weibo didn't know, so they didn't respond. However, it didn't take long for Jingyu to discover something amiss from the bullet screen that was filled with comments during the live stream. "There's no PG in the Invitational Tournament. What's going on? I heard PG is going to disband." "No way. Jingyu, didn't you just sign a contract? PG is too unstable. Jingyu, you should change clubs." Jingyu was speechless for a long time. He didn't know where to start. After all, the list of teams for the Invitational Tournament was decided by the officials. He couldn't openly complain about the officials. In the end, he tried to be objective and calm. Last season, PG's performance was a bit high. In order to not repeat the same mistake, PG will spend an extra week to adjust. Hopefully, they can make a breakthrough this season. So, disbanding is impossible. Don't believe the news on the internet. So, it was PG's decision not to participate in the Invitational Tournament. Actually, PG is afraid of getting a terrifying -14 again, right? How's PG's condition now? Can you tell us? Jingyu smiled, and turned off the comment assistant. Okay, I'll also use Heart of Ice today. Do you think I can get a pentakill? After the practice match with SOS, Jingyu's stream went back to normal. He just hadn't posted a video in a long time. After all, he was now a professional player. He needed a lot of time to practice to keep his hand on the game. He didn't have time to make videos. Maybe it was because he had signed a contract with PG, but there were a lot more people watching his stream than before. With more people, there was more gossip. There were all kinds of curses and insults. Jingyu, who didn't like to read the comments, didn't want to read them even more. However, as someone who often used Heart of Ice to play ranked matches, he was used to this kind of insults. Before every single match, Jingyu would interact with the comments and pretend that he didn't see the insults directed at him. In the afternoon, the invitational tournament officially began. The 8 teams that were invited would fight in pairs every day for 7 days. Jingyu looked around and saw that PG's people were doing what they were supposed to do. He couldn't help but be surprised. Aren't you going to watch the invitational tournament? Of course. Luo Yiming was the one who answered him. But we'll watch it tonight. We have practice in the afternoon. Yihong added, at night, the coach will organize the videos of the day's matches and watch them with us. He'll commentate while watching. I see. Jingyu understood. Yes, he was a professional player now. He couldn't just watch the matches like before. While he was distracted, PG's people started talking about something else. Yihong, the manager might come today. Hanlang, fuck. Really? When? Will I be able to make it if I change clothes now? Yihong. You might as well change your face. Luo Yiming, Yezi, how did you know the manager would come today? Yihong, the coach came this morning and asked me to clean the club. Luo Yiming, okay, got it. Hanlang, got it. PG's environment was cleaned by the players themselves. However, as long as Fang Luo Fan, the coach, didn't say anything, everyone would pretend that the garbage didn't exist. And Fang Luo Fan would only ask them to clean under one circumstance, which was when the manager would come. Let's clean. Hanlang said and stood up from his chair. Luo Yiming wasn't in the mood, but he didn't want to be scolded by the manager. Let's get it done quickly. With the two of them taking the lead, PG quickly set out to clean up the clubhouse. Even Qin Fei reluctantly picked up a rag to wipe the table. Jingyu was responsible for cleaning the floor of the training room. While he was cleaning, he accidentally glanced at Qin Fei and asked, Brother Fei, is the manager very fierce? What a question, Qin Fei couldn't help laughing. She's not fierce. When she comes, the coach becomes very fierce. Why? Guess. Chapter 27. Jingyu had never been in a relationship before, so he didn't understand the twists and turns between men and women. But he wasn't stupid and quickly got the point. Coach likes the manager. Qin Fei smiled faintly. That's what you said, I didn't say anything. Jingyu. Fang Luo Fan liked Xiao Yun. Qin Fei was aware of this a long time ago, and presumably Yihong was aware of it as well. Only Luo Yiming and Hanlang didn't think in that direction. Especially Hanlang, who still wanted to win Xiao Yun's heart. Wasn't he afraid that Fang Luo Fan would roll him up and throw him out of the window? However, whether or not Fang Luo Fan managed to win Xiao Yun's heart, no one knew. Everyone in PG united as one, and after some tossing and turning, they finally cleaned up the club and made it look like a club. Almost as soon as they finished cleaning and were preparing for training, Fang Luo Fan and Xiao Yun arrived. Today, Fang Luo Fan was dressed very formally, and his snow-white shirt made him look like a refined scum. What about Xiao Yun? She was dressed in a professional suit and wore black stilettos. Her cold and elegant face was filled with the words, "Strangers do not approach." Ice Mountain Beauty, this was Jing Yu's first impression of his manager. And this Ice Mountain Beauty, almost as soon as she stepped into the training room, used her cold eyes to search for Jing Yu's whereabouts, and quickly locked onto his face. Noticing her gaze, Jing Yu quivered, and silently turned his head to look at his computer screen, pretending to be serious about training. But he heard the sound of high heels approaching him without hesitation, followed by a gentle female voice. "You're Jing Yu, right?" Jing Yu instinctively turned his head and looked at Xiao Yun, only to see her smiling slightly. The coldness on her face disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a warm smile that could melt all ice and snow. A knife hidden in a smile. A needle hidden in cotton. Jing Yu's impression of Xiao Yun began to waver. But he didn't show anything on his face, and he turned around with his chair and obediently responded, "Yes, hello." "Well, hello, I'm PG's manager, surnamed Xiao, you can call me Sister Xiao." Xiao Yun continued to smile. "Okay, Sister Xiao." Jing Yu returned her smile, "I'll continue training." "Okay." Xiao Yun replied. She stared blankly at Jing Yu's back as he turned around with his chair. Strange, in that moment just now, why did this person's smile seem a little familiar? Have they met before? Xiao Yun looked at Jing Yu's ranking and hesitated for a moment. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you a local?" "Yes." "Isn't your home?" "Yes." "No wonder. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Jing Yu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not respond. Although he didn't live far from here, he was an otaku that would never leave his home unless it was absolutely necessary. It shouldn't be possible for him to leave an impression on Xiao Yun. At least he was sure that today was the first time he saw Xiao Yun. Also, he probably knew why Xiao Yun thought he looked familiar. Xiao Yun didn't notice his hesitation. After she finished speaking, she left the training room and chatted with Fong Luofan about something else. As soon as the two left, Hanlang couldn't help but exclaim, "That's great, I also want to chat with Sister Xiao." "Yi Hong, if you have the guts, speak louder so Sister Xiao can hear you." "Hanlang, you have no guts." Some people could only be seen from afar, but not touched. For Hanlang, Xiao Yun was such a person. When she wasn't smiling, she was like an ice beauty, but when she smiled, she gave off a feeling of indifference and alienation. You couldn't feel her smile at all. From Qin Fei's point of view, this was purely because Xiao Yun didn't want to interact with them. She hated that she couldn't see them 365 days a year. But from Hanlang's point of view, this was Xiao Yun's otherworldly temperament that was out of this world. After the solo training, the five of them began to team up. After a week of training, the five of them had a better understanding of each other, especially Jing Yu. He had more or less figured out the playstyles and styles of PG's players. When he cooperated with different people, he would use different methods. Fong Luofan silently watched a few games behind the five of them. He didn't say anything, but suddenly said, "This season, a lot of teams are starting to use support from top laners, so there's a lot of room for mistakes. Maybe we can give it a try." Indeed, Hanlang's playstyle is very suitable. Qin Fei was the first to speak, but I don't think the other teams will give us this chance. He paused, "Because I'm in this team." It was a very arrogant statement, but it was the truth. Because PG had Qin Fei, the other team wouldn't give them too many top laners. But Fong Luofan had also considered this point. It's okay. This season, we have Heart of Ice. What he meant was that if the other team gave a banned spot to Heart of Ice, they would definitely give out a top laner. And you know how to use Sword Burial. What he meant was that if you use Sword Burial, Hanlang would have more top laners to choose from. Qin Fei's face darkened. So you want us to give it a try? Yes, that's what I meant. Fong Luofan replied in an irrefutable tone. He then glanced at the others. What do you guys think? Luo Yiming, it doesn't matter. Yi Hong, isn't it good to have more skills? Hanlang, if I use a top laner as support, will I have a chance to get a pentacle? Fong Luofan ignored him and looked at Jingyu. Jingyu, what about you? What do you think? Jingyu thought seriously. Pure support monsters are more useful in a team, and our team's cohesion isn't strong. Many times, we'll start a team when we're not together, so this change is quite suitable for us. But this way, we also need to adjust our tactics. I don't know if a week is enough time. Also, Brother Fei is right. Even if we practice it, it's meaningless if we can't use it on the field. Fong Luofan's eyes showed some appreciation. Qin Fei also looked at him with interest. So what do you think we should do? Fong Luofan deliberately threw this question to him. Jingyu didn't care. After thinking for a while, he replied seriously, practice. We might not have a chance to use it after entering the top 8, but we'll definitely have a chance to use it in the qualifiers. We can even practice it while playing. Okay, let's do that. Fong Luofan decisively made a decision. We'll do as Jingyu says. Qin Fei, I have no objections. Yi Hong, me neither. Luo Yiming, okay, we'll listen to Jingyu. Hanlang, can I finally get a pentacle? Jingyu's face was blank. He obviously didn't expect Fong Luofan to be so straightforward. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Was this really okay? Before he could ask, Qin Fei said, let's team up. Old Han will take Guanggu, and I'll take Sword Burial. Let's try it first. Before Jingyu could react, he was pulled into the team by Qin Fei. Qin Fei, Jingyu, you should still use Heart of Ice. This season, your Heart of Ice will be the main character. When the time comes, don't screw up. Jingyu was stunned again, but this time, he quickly regained his senses and smiled. Yes, yes. A week of the invitational tournament passed quickly. During this week, every night, PG's team would spend a few hours listening to Fong Luofan's commentary of the day's matches. Fong Luofan was worthy of being a live commentator. His commentary was thorough and didn't miss any details. It was just that he lacked emotion compared to when he was a real commentator. His tone was calm from beginning to end, as if he was reciting from a script. Thanks to him, PG's team saw with their own eyes the changes in the other teams. Out of the 8 teams, 6 of them actually brought out their top laners to support, and the results were not bad. Unsurprisingly, ANE and SOS were crushed in the invitational tournament. ANE still managed to get a few points, while SOS was crushed by the other 7 teams. They lost 14 matches in 7 days, magnificently inheriting PG's terrible score from last season's points competition, -14. This matter quickly caused 1,000 waves on Weibo. Frowny face. Looks like there's a reason why SOS lost to PG last season. That shouldn't be the case. SOS participated in the Snowy Cat Cup a month ago and got 2nd place. What happened in the past few days? It's true that SOS isn't as good as the other 7 teams, but it shouldn't be so bad that they can't get a single point, right? I heard that the atmosphere in SOS team isn't very good these few days. Don't know if there's some internal conflict. Jingyu occasionally went on Weibo. When he saw this, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Could it be that SOS morale was low because they were defeated in the mock competition, and couldn't adjust in time? In short, just like that, ANE and SOS, these 2 brothers in the same boat, were eliminated from the qualifiers. And the team that came out on top in the invitational tournament was last season's second place, Kid. Fuck. Luo Yiming almost dropped the cup in his hand. Fong Luofan was silent and didn't say anything. Jingyu suspiciously looked from one to the other. His face was blank. Until Qin Fei leaned over and whispered in his ear, "They have a grudge with that team." Oh, Jingyu suddenly understood. Then he saw Fong Luofan glare at Qin Fei. "Fong Luofan, the qualifiers are starting tomorrow. Everyone, be alert. Jingyu's stream will be suspended for a while. Everyone, go to bed early tonight. Starting tomorrow, no matter which team you face, give it your all." Yes. The day before the qualifiers officially started, Xiaoyun started to pack her luggage. In the next few days, she would be very busy. No matter how unwilling she was, she would have to live with the pro players of PG Club. Of course, she had her own room. It was the only room in PG Club that had a lock. After packing her luggage, she felt that there was nothing else to do. She turned on her computer and watched videos. She clicked on the homepage of a video website. Just as she was about to search for a video she liked, she saw a picture on the homepage. It was a small web drama that she had never heard of. It had been on the homepage for a few weeks. It wasn't anything special, but Xiaoyun stared at the picture of a smiling actress for a long time. She hesitantly clicked on it. Then she copied the title of the web drama and pasted it into the search software. Not long after, the results came out. Xiaoyun clicked on the web drama's encyclopedia and directly scrolled to the list of actors. The name in the female lead column was Jiao Shi. Who is this? Why does she look so much like Jingyu? Chapter 28. The next day, Xiaoyun dragged her suitcase and rushed to PG Club early. Perhaps because they knew she was coming, everyone in PG woke up early. Even Qin Fei got up and was sitting on the sofa, sleeping. Xiaoyun looked at the man sleeping on the sofa without a care for his image and her lips twitched. She ignored him and asked Jingyu, who was sitting next to him, "Where's the coach?" "I don't know, he's not here yet," Jingyu whispered as he took a sip of his soy milk. Yi Hong bought breakfast for them today. Ever since Jingyu came, PG changed from having everyone take care of breakfast to having everyone take turns buying breakfast. Today, it was Yi Hong's turn. "Sister Xiao, have you eaten breakfast yet?" Yi Hong, who was sitting across from Qin Fei and Jingyu, asked Xiaoyun with a smile. Before Xiaoyun could respond, Hanling suddenly raised his voice. "If you haven't, let's eat together. We bought a lot today anyway." Luo Yiming heard this and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He whispered, "You make it sound like you bought breakfast today." However, Xiaoyun faintly replied, "I've eaten, you guys eat. I'm going to put my suitcase down." After that, she dragged her suitcase to her room. Her room and Fong Luofan's room were both on the first floor. No one noticed that at the instant she left, she glanced thoughtfully at Jingyu, and her gaze was filled with inquiry. When Fong Luofan arrived, Qin Fei was still sleeping. This gave Fong Luofan a headache. The game is about to start, why is he still sleeping? Who's going to wake him up? Luo Yiming looked at Hanlang looked at Yi Hong, and Yi Hong looked at Jingyu. Then, he looked back at Hanlang. "Fong Luofan. Can't you guys be more mature?" "Yi Hong, coach, you go. I believe you can do it." Fong Luofan, "No, I'm a coward." As a person who had been beaten up by Qin Fei, he said these 3 words with great confidence. Yi Hong had a hard time holding back his laughter. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a cautious voice. "Why don't I try?" In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Jingyu, who had just spoken. They looked at him as if he was a brave warrior. Luo Yiming, Jingyu. You have to think it through. Yi Hong, that's right, little Jingyu. Don't blame us brothers for not reminding you. The danger level of this mission is at least 5 stars. Hanlang, Jingyu, don't be rash. The match is about to start, PG can't do without you. What the hell? Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's enough. Then, he reached out to grab Qin Fei's shoulder and shook it. The moment he shook Qin Fei's shoulder, everyone in PG got off the sofa and retreated a few meters. Jingyu. Did they have to do that? He ignored them. Seeing that he couldn't shake Qin Fei awake, he stood up from the sofa and walked over to Qin Fei. He grabbed both of Qin Fei's shoulders and shook him violently. Brother Fei. The match is about to start, hurry and wake up. As soon as he said this, there was a groan. Qin Fei frowned and slapped Jingyu. Jingyu calmly grabbed his wrist. Brother Fei. Brother Fei. Brother Fei. Qin Fei didn't sleep deeply on the sofa, so he quickly woke up to Jingyu's calls. However, he deliberately kept his eyes closed and raised his other hand to grab Jingyu's waist. He was very strong, and Jingyu, who was caught off guard, staggered forward. His knees immediately knelt between his legs. After being stunned for a moment, Jingyu's face turned red. He coughed softly and pulled away from Qin Fei, allowing him to grab his waist. Brother Fei, the match is about to start. Wake up. Qin Fei couldn't pretend anymore. He put down his hand and calmly opened his eyes. He didn't expect to be closer to Jingyu than he had imagined. He was so close that he could almost count Jingyu's eyelashes. Qin Fei was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but smile. When are you going to stop grabbing onto me? Ah. Jingyu realized that he was still grabbing onto Qin Fei's hand. He hurriedly let go and took a few steps back. He touched his nose a little guiltily. Coach asked me to wake you up. It has nothing to do with me. Fong Luofan. Qin Fei sneered. I know. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat up on the sofa, and yawned. Jingyu secretly sighed in relief. As long as he explained it clearly and didn't make Qin Fei hate him, everything would be fine. He turned to look at everyone. He wanted to ask when the match would start, but he didn't expect to meet 3 pairs of shocked eyes. Luo Yiming, Jingyu, you, Yi Hong, it's really, Hanlang, warrior. Jingyu, even Fong Luofan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, it was more toward Qin Fei than toward Jingyu. What's going on? Qin Fei didn't make a move today, but he didn't even throw a tantrum. He didn't even speak loudly. However, he quickly remembered his identity as a coach. He coughed lightly and returned to the topic. Since you're awake, Qin Fei, let me talk about today's match. The qualifiers started at 10 in the morning and lasted until 10 at night. It wasn't like the invitational tournament, where every match was broadcasted live. After all, there were too many teams that signed up for the qualifiers. At the same time, many teams would play against each other to determine the winner. For the qualifiers, the officials would usually give priority to the matches with the top 8 teams. If there were no matches with the top 8 teams, they would be randomly selected. Whether or not they wanted to commentate completely depended on the commentator's mood. The qualifiers were BO1 matches. In other words, every team only had one chance to play in each match. The winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. Even the top 8 squadrons did not dare to guarantee that they would not stumble in so many matches. Therefore, this was also a test for the top 8 squadrons. In fact, the pressure faced by the top 8 squadrons was far greater than that of the grassroots squadrons. In short, you can't underestimate your opponents just because you've made it to the top 8. After all, no one can guarantee that there won't be a dark horse this season. Fong Luofan said seriously, remember, no matter who your opponent is, you must give it your all. After a pause, he opened his mouth again, this time with a slower tone. Also, for this season's Pro League, the officials invited me to continue commentating, so I won't be able to follow up on your situation. Fortunately, the manager is here. If you have any questions, you can give her feedback. I'll keep in touch with her. The PG team naturally didn't have any objections, especially Han Lang. He couldn't wait to see Xiao Yun every day. The qualifiers were also played for a week. There were a total of 4 commentators. Fong Luofan was responsible for commentating on the 2nd, 4th, and 6th days. Today was Monday, so Fong Luofan stayed in the PG club. He didn't go anywhere, but he also didn't coach the 5 in the training room. Instead, he turned on his laptop in the meeting room and watched the day's matches live. His original intention was to see if there were any dark horses this season. He didn't expect that the first match he chose to commentate would be the one PG was playing. Hello everyone, I'm commentator Aban. Sitting on the left was a young man with some baby fat. I'm Tanghua. On the right was a cute girl with neat bangs. Aban, we're watching the first match of the qualifiers, the match between PG and Blink. I think everyone knows about PG. Although this team is very new, they made it to the top 8 in the 3rd season. They're a team that shouldn't be underestimated. Tanghua, yes, that's why I'm looking forward to PG's performance this season. Aban, about half a month ago, PG got a new jungler. The original jungler, Qin Fei, aka Sleep, is playing top laner. Tanghua, what do you think about this? Tanghua, I think Brother Fei's strength is obvious to everyone. His personal style is very obvious. He's very suitable to play top laner. Aban, oh. What style? Tanghua, he's a tough guy when he doesn't like it. Aban, haha, that's right. Actually, I quite admire players like him. Tanghua, okay, let's take a look at the other team, Blink. Does it mean shining? This is a new face. Let's hope that they can shine like their team name this season. Aban, now we can see that both teams are starting to ban devils. PG made the first move and banned Kamal. This version's strong archer probably won't be released this season. Tanghua, yes, that's right. Wow, Blink decisively banned Satan. This is a kind of recognition of Qin Fei's strength. Aban, PG got banned very quickly too. This time, He Jiao was banned. Is it because they don't know much about Blink, so they can only ban the strong devils? But PG made the first move. Personally, I think it's better to leave the strong devils for the pick. Tanghua, I think PG is planning to go top laner, so they can only give up on the strong mid laner. This time, Blink hesitated for a long time. After saying that, okay, they banned Nine-Tailed Fox. It seems that Blink knows PG quite well. They're very focused on PG. Aban, PG banned Dark Cupid. Ha! I remember that PG's archer, 1, is best at Dark Cupid. How did they ban him? Is there some kind of strategy? Of course not. Luo Yiming didn't wait for Jing Yu's instructions and personally banned his own Dark Cupid. After banning it, he said coldly, I know you guys will ban this next. I'll help you guys, there's no need to thank me. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that Luo Yiming had reached a new level. However, because of this unexpected move, Blink hesitated for a long time and couldn't decide on the last ban. Time ticked by. Just as the countdown was about to end, Blink finally chose the last ban, Scarlet Fury. The relaxed look on Yi Hong's face instantly disappeared. Black lines appeared on his face. Luo Yiming, I'm going to kill you. Jing Yu was speechless. He was too lazy to complain about his teammates' daily antics. Chapter 29. Luo Yiming didn't expect that after he banned his own character, his opponent would hit him when he was down and ban Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury. After being yelled at by Yi Hong, he immediately gave in. Bro, I was wrong, bro. I know I was wrong. Yi Hong chose to remain silent. Jing Yu didn't say anything. It wasn't that he was too lazy to complain, but rather, he wanted to know what to do next. In contrast, Qin Fei was as calm as ever. Why are you panicking? Yezi, I remember that your card pool is quite deep. If you don't have enough cards, you still have Fair, Fire Elemental Spirit, Beginner's Gift Pack, you deserve it. Yi Hong chose to die. Tanghua, Blink gave the last ban to Scarlet Fury. That's expected. A ban, yes, anyone who watched Season 3 knows that PG's mid laner Yezi's two most commonly used monsters are Nine-Tailed Fox and Scarlet Fury. Tanghua, they're both big-breasted beauties. I think I know something. Ha, just kidding. A ban, let's take a look at the pick segment. Okay, PG decisively banned their players. Tanghua, they didn't pick the top laner but the archer. Then I'm confused as to why PG banned Dark Cupid. Good question. Fong Luo fan, who was watching the live stream, also wanted to know what his bastards were thinking. Tanghua, Blink hesitated for a long time. It's obvious that this new team is under a lot of pressure against PG, a team that made it to the quarterfinals. Well, Blink chose Peacock Plume and Sword Burial. Let's see if that's their final choice. A ban, locked. Tanghua, yes, it's locked. We can see that after a brief hesitation, Blink has locked onto Peacock Plume and Sword Burial. How will PG's deal with the combination of a powerful mage and the number 1 jungler? A ban, instant lock on Lilith and Mermaid. PG's team was really decisive in their decisions. Although time was limited, I still had to explain, Lilith was one of the few magic tanks. Their advantages in the early game were obvious, but they would be at a disadvantage in the late game. Choosing Lilith meant that PG was prepared to fight in the early game. However, this was also PG's usual style. In addition, the combination of Centaur and Mermaid has a huge advantage and is the first choice of many teams. Tanghua, PG actually chose to lock support first. I'm really curious as to what their mage and jungler will choose. Now that Blink had locked Maha, the other location was also locked. Azrael. This should be the first top laner in the version, right? A ban, that's right. He's definitely one of the best top laners in this patch. He's a very strong warrior-type demon. Let's take a look at PG's final choice. Aban couldn't believe his eyes. PG actually locked on Heart of Ice. Fortunately, he had done his homework before taking on the role of commentator, so he quickly calmed down. As far as I know, PG's new jungler, GF, was a game streamer before he joined PG. Heart of Ice is his most commonly used demon, but I really didn't expect him to use it in the league. Heart of Ice, Tanghua was completely speechless. This demon is rarely seen in the league. Aban, what do you think? Aban didn't want to answer this question at all. Because he didn't know either. However, as a professional commentator, he still forced himself to analyze. Heart of Ice, it's an assassin-type demon. Low HP and high damage are the common characteristics of assassin-type demons. Heart of Ice, on the other hand, is known as the most fragile demon in Devil Lord. It's obvious how low its HP is. After a pause, as an assassin, Heart of Ice's displacement skills aren't flexible enough, and it doesn't have any life-saving skills. It's very easy to get killed, so it's also known as the most useless demon in Devil Lord. In my opinion, it's not suitable for the league. However, since PG chose her, they must have their reasons. Maybe GF's contestant can surprise us. Although Aban said this, he wasn't optimistic about GF's chances at all. After all, PG's team gave people the impression that they were tough. Heart of Ice, on the other hand, didn't fit the word tough at all, because it had only one ending when it was summoned: instant death. After analyzing Heart of Ice, Aban was just about to heave a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard a cry of surprise. Tanguo looked at PG's final mid laner and was speechless for a long time. Aban looked at the demon that definitely wouldn't appear in the league, and felt a headache coming on. PG's team really, always gave people a fright. The final demon they picked was Fair. Moreover, it was also an instant kill. PG's final choices were Heart of Ice and Fair. How unexpected, Aban said. According to the usual procedure, he was supposed to analyze Fair. However, analyzing a novice demon in a league livestream. Why did it feel strange? Fortunately, he had Tanguo by his side. Hearing his voice, Tanguo finally came back to her senses and took the initiative to analyze Fair. People who play Fair shouldn't be unfamiliar with her. After all, she's a mid-laner demon that you'll definitely use when you're new to Devil Lord. Her stats are mediocre, and among all the mid-laners, she's definitely at the bottom of the sewer. But she has one of the few advantages, and that is stability. Tanguo said it so seriously that Aban couldn't help but laugh. She's very stable. Fair's HP is quite high among mages, and she's very good at protecting herself. But she consumes a lot of mana. Tanguo added. Yes, but Yezi likes to take risks, so it's good to choose a more stable demon. Aban randomly guessed PG's thoughts. Just like that, the two of them worked together to complete the analysis of Fair, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. However, they chose Fair because she was stable. PG said that this thought didn't exist. The real situation was like this: Luo Yiming, fuck. Yezi, are you crazy? Yi Hong, fuck. My hand slipped. Han Lang, fuck. You're awesome. Jing Yu. Could he hit his teammate? Could he? Qin Fei was the only one who was as calm as ever. Fair, not bad. The other side is probably scared to death by our lineup. Han Lang, aren't they secretly happy? Qin Fei, that's even better. The more they underestimate us, the more likely we'll win. Yi Hong, it's all Brother Fei's fault. It's all because you said Fair, Qin Fei, huh? Yi Hong. It's all my fault. If we lose this round, I'll treat you to dinner on the 31st day of the month. You make it sound like there's a 31st day of the month. Luo Yiming snorted. While they were talking, Blink had chosen the last support, which was Flower in the Mirror. This control-type support was indeed the best choice for their inflexible lineup. At this point, the ban and pick segment was over, and the game screen began to load. Meanwhile, PG's team was still chatting aimlessly. Yi Hong, if the 31st day of the month doesn't work, then the 8th day of the week will do too. Han Lang, Yezi, that's enough. You don't even treat us to dinner with sincerity. Don't tell others that you're from PG. Yi Hong, but I really didn't want to lock the Fair just now. I just wanted to scare the other side. It's starting. Jingyu's 3 simple words ended the meaningless chatter of his teammates. Yihong originally wanted to say something more, but just as he opened his mouth, before he could speak, Qin Fei glared at him and he shut his mouth, feeling wronged. Brother Fei wasn't like this before. Although he was very fierce when he was giving orders and didn't allow anyone to resist him, when he wasn't giving orders, he was always so lazy that he looked like he was about to fall asleep. He would even say a few meaningless words. But today, he was glaring at him. Yihong seriously suspected that this had something to do with Jingyu. Jingyu didn't know about this at all. He stared intently at the computer screen in front of him and let his heart of ice drift towards the bottom of the jungle. When he was playing games, he was always so focused. It was as if the only thing left in the world was the screen in front of him and the keyboard and mouse under his hands. Qin Fei glanced at the side of his face from the corner of his eyes and the corners of his lips curled up unconsciously. It was said that a person was the most beautiful when they were working hard. Indeed, Jingyu looked really good when he was playing games. After Luo Yiming got red and rushed to the bottom lane, Jingyu quickly finished clearing the jungle and got a displacement skill. He glanced at the minimap and calmly said, "Yezi, Nakano United, are you coming?" "Ah." Yihong didn't react. One reason was that Jingyu rarely called out the names of his teammates in a game. He usually called them sorcerer or archer. Another reason was that his orders were always very clear. For example, when he talked about Nakano United, if he really wanted to catch it, he would definitely say clearly when to use it and how to use it. But now, he directly asked him, "Are you coming?" What did he mean? Yihong was worthy of being called a PG with EQ. After a short pause, he quickly guessed Jingyu's meaning. Nakano United for the whole game. Yes. Jingyu nodded without hesitation and then smiled. Didn't you all look down on Heart of Ice and Fair? Then, if we use Heart of Ice and Fair to destroy the opponent, it will be very interesting, right? Yihong couldn't help but shudder at these words. Before he could respond, Hanlang on the side said, TSK, Jingyu, you really are a two-faced person." Luo Yiming couldn't help but tease him. After Jingyu became familiar with us, he gradually revealed his true nature. Jingyu coughed, not wanting to talk nonsense with them. He secretly glanced at Qin Fei beside him and saw that he didn't seem to hear anything. He even looked a little tired. He secretly sighed in relief. Then he looked away and calmly said, "Yezi, bait him. I'll finish him off." "So early?" Yihong said, but his hands immediately controlled Fair to retreat in a roundabout way. However, as a PG member, he obviously wasn't the type to blindly retreat. After taking 2 steps back, he turned around and closed in on the enemy peacock plume, releasing a speed reduction skill. Immediately after, a series of skills were launched as if they were free. Fair's damage wasn't high, but its second skill had a short cooldown of 0.1 seconds. However, this also caused Fair's attacks to consume a lot of mana. If he didn't have Heart of Ice, he would be courting death if he used up all his mana. Once he used up all his mana, he would be killed by the opponent without the slightest ability to fight back. However, wasn't Heart of Ice here? Just as Fair's mana was exhausted and its attacks were interrupted, a cold beam of light connected to Peacock Plume. The snow-white figure followed the cold beam and closed in with a whoosh. Without hesitation, an ice blade emitting cold air shot out. System Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. First blood was born, and the first battle of the Nakano Alliance was won. And Blink's nightmare had only just begun. Chapter 30. The live stream was a god's view without the fog of the battlefield, so they could clearly see the positions of all the monsters on both sides. However, the moment when Heart of Ice killed Peacock Plume, the two commentators were still shocked. The reason was simple: Heart of Ice did not stop moving towards Peacock Plume at all. What did this mean? Either this was not a premeditated gank, and Heart of Ice was able to make it in time purely by coincidence. Either that or the controller of the Heart of Ice, GF, had calculated the time and moved over. However, how much control did he have over the situation to be able to accurately connect to Peacock Plume and take his head the moment Fair ran out of mana? What's going on? How did Heart of Ice get here? Tangua's tone seemed to be saying, "Who am I? Where am I?" Let's take a look at the replay. The livestream began to replay the assassination that had caught everyone off guard. Fair was seen dodging Peacock Plume's attacks while continuously casting 2 skills. His mana was being depleted at an extremely fast rate and was about to run out. On the other side, Heart of Ice rushed straight to the middle lane after clearing the jungle. Her snow-white figure headed straight for Peacock Plume's last position. The moment she stepped into the bush, she cast her second skill, Snow Traction, and accurately connected with Peacock Plume, who had retreated to that position at the last moment. Then, there was the one-shot kill. We can see that Heart of Ice did not hesitate at all from the moment she entered the battlefield to the moment she completed the assassination. This was a premeditated gank. Ah Wu came to a conclusion. Yes. Tangua agreed. Let's watch the replay again. Yes, it's here. Almost at the same time Heart of Ice rushed to the middle lane, Fair retreated. He was baiting her, probably because he received some kind of instruction. This is unbelievable. Aban could not help but sigh. I have to say, this is a tactic that only PGs can use. It's too risky. If he's not careful, Fair will be killed instead. At this level, Heart of Ice won't be able to withstand tower damage. It's not worth it to trade 2 for 1 in the early stages. But PG did it. Tangua was supposed to be commentating from Blink's perspective and cooperating with Aban. However, her mind was filled with the replay of the previous match. Whether it was Yezi's positioning or GF's instant kill, they both displayed the strength of a top 8 team. I think that as long as PG maintains this momentum, this season's Pro League will be quite exciting. While the two were talking, Yihong's Fair had already returned to the city to replenish his mana. He returned to the middle lane and continued to fight with the revived Peacock Plume. Heart of Ice had also finished clearing the top lane. When the opponent's jungler came to catch them, he rushed out and wandered around, scaring the jungler away. Jinyu guessed that the opponent's jungler was preparing to catch the last jungler in the top lane. He smiled and said, "Yezi, again." His tone was exceptionally relaxed. There was no trace of the toughness he had during the mock competition. It was clear that he did not think much of this unknown team. If anyone else acted like this, they would be underestimating their opponent. Jinyu's actions meant that victory was in his hands. Qin Fei felt that this was very strange. The match had only been going on for a few minutes. How did Jinyu determine the difference in strength between the two teams? The facts told Qin Fei that Jinyu had really made the right judgment. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. System, Heart of Ice, 2 kills. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. This time, Jinyu went to gank the mid lane. Not only did he insta-kill the mage, but he also killed the jungler who came to help. Qin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Hong was already bragging. What a genius, little Jinyu. Luo Yiming couldn't help but say, Jinyu, don't just focus on catching the mid lane. Come and play in the bottom lane too. The opponent's archer ran back to the city with half of his health left. I'm so bored. What's wrong with that? Jinyu said without turning his head. I see that you're pushing the tower quite smoothly. Don't forget, this is a tower pushing game. Luo Yiming suddenly puffed up his face and whispered, "How can tower pushing be as fun as killing people?" Because the mid lane had already been ganked once, Aban and Tangguo were prepared for this 0-for-2 trade. When Heart of Ice rushed to the mid lane, Aban had already begun to commentate. Heart of Ice is going to the mid lane again. Is he going to gank Peacock Plume again? Fair retreated. Peacock Plume is going big, but he's missing. Fair is closing in. He's taking down Peacock Plume's glow head-on. Fair has low health. Fair is still dealing damage. Heart of Ice is attacking. An excellent commentator could use his voice to stir up the emotions of the audience. Obviously, Aban did this very well. As his tone gradually became more and more excited, the number of comments on the live stream decreased by a lot. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing and held their breaths, waiting for the next scene to happen. Heart of Ice has killed him. Ah, Duan almost roared as he announced the result. However, just as he finished announcing it, Zhong's sword moved out of the bushes and headed straight for Four, who had only a sliver of health left. Almost at the same time, Four flashed back to her own defense tower and narrowly dodged the attack. Heart of Ice rushed to Sword Burial without hesitation and tangled with him. The first Brittle Skin and the first Jungler dueled, and the result was Sword Burial is going big, Heart of Ice dodged. Heart of Ice has taken Sword Burial. He's closing in, going big, frozen. Aban felt that his voice had changed from shouting. Sword Burial's health bar is rapidly decreasing. After regaining his freedom, he immediately gave up Blink and wanted to escape. Heart of Ice also gave up Blink without hesitation and chased into the tower. He took it. Double kill. Tanggua, oh my god, that's really, Aban. Heart of Ice got out of the tower safely. A very beautiful 0-for-2. Okay, here's the replay of that 0-for-2. It was amazing. PG didn't make any mistakes. This GF player seems to have the ability to predict the future. He knows Blink's movements like the back of his hand. It's incredible. Tanggua, yeah, if it weren't for the delay of a few minutes, I would have suspected that he was spying. Aban, spying is impossible. However, there are hidden dangers in streaming online matches. Therefore, this season, the teams that make it to the knockout stage will have to compete in offline matches. Tanggua, really? Why didn't I know about it? Aban, then you definitely didn't check the official Weibo of Devil Lord last night. Ah, has the official announcement been made? Tanggua's eyes lit up. So, we'll be able to see the pro players in real life. Aban, yes, that's right. I really want to know if PG's players all look fierce in real life. Ha ha ha. When Fong Luofan saw this, he felt like there was no suspense in the outcome of this match. As a professional team, Blink was obviously not mature enough. Many of their players had issues with their performance. If even he could see this, then Jingyu must have seen it a long time ago. After all, Jingyu was very sensitive to the economy. He should have been able to tell just by looking at Blink's overall economic growth. Since there was no pressure in winning this match, Fong Luofan stopped watching the stream and opened the bullet screen. However, as soon as he opened the bullet screen, he was shocked by the words Heart of Ice. This Heart of Ice is awesome. I'm afraid this is a fake Heart of Ice. Heart of Ice, go. Jingyu, go. Immediately after, someone asked who Jingyu was. Immediately, a group of people sent the comment, "It's Jingyu, not salted fish." Thus, the stream was flooded with, "It's Jingyu, not salted fish." Is Heart of Ice that popular? Fong Luofan maintained his shocked expression as he scrolled through the comments below the stream. Surprisingly, most of them were discussing Heart of Ice frowny face. My son is finally not a flower vase anymore. I'm so moved that I'm crying. I've decided. From today onwards, I'm going to practice Heart of Ice. 1 kill and 2 kills have been achieved. 3 kills, 4 kills, and 5 kills are just a step away. When I saw this streamer's stream before, I thought it was fake. I didn't expect his Heart of Ice to be so awesome. Fong Luo Fan was scrolling through the comments when he suddenly heard an exclamation from his earpiece. It was from commentator Tanghua. He instinctively scrolled back to the stream and saw, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System notification. What's going on? A ban, Heart of Ice, triple kill. What happened? Obviously, a ban, as a commentator, did not understand the situation either. However, he could not be blamed for this. A few minutes ago, when he saw Heart of Ice peacefully farming in the bottom lane, he switched to the top lane to see how Qin Fei, who had switched to a top laner, was doing. He did not expect Heart of Ice to complete a triple kill in the bottom lane in such a short time. Fortunately, he quickly asked someone to replay the scene that he had missed. On the screen, Heart of Ice was indeed peacefully farming in the bottom lane. However, after attacking the last monster, he suddenly realized something and drifted to the bottom lane. He used his second skill to jump over the wall and hook onto the opposing archer. After pulling himself over, he used a normal attack to finish off the archer's remaining HP. Then, he continued to use his newly refreshed displacement skills to connect with the opposing support. He avoided the opponent's crowd control and closed the distance between them. However, he did not attack. Instead, he rushed into the nearby bushes and attacked. Sword Burial, who had just rushed over, was frozen in the bushes before he could make a move. Heart of Ice used a combo to finish him off. History was always surprisingly similar. Another one-on-one duel ended with Zhang Jian's defeat again. At that moment, the enemy support, Crystal Patterned Reflections, had also been crippled by Luo Yiming's men. After killing Zhang Jian's Crystal Patterned Reflections, Luo Yiming immediately went over and easily took the kill. Just like that, Heart of Ice completed a triple kill in a very short time. He did not give his opponents a chance to react. Aban was unable to commentate simultaneously due to the intense battle. Fortunately, he had been a commentator for many years and quickly found the key to this 0-for-3 trade. It's here. Sword Burial appeared once in the mid lane. Although it was only for a short moment, this GF player still caught it and immediately deduced that Sword Burial was going to go for the bottom lane. So he gave up on jungling and went to the bottom lane to make the first move. Tanghua finally reacted. This is the first time he went to the bottom lane in this match. Aban, this GF player is too incredible. He either doesn't gank or gank people. Just like that, the live stream was flooded with heads flying comments again. In the eyes of the audience, Jing Yu's triple kill was indeed amazing. Not to mention, the demon he used to complete the triple kill was Heart of Ice, the #1 flower vase in Devil Lord. However, as the coach, Fong Luo Fan was a little confused after watching the replay. In his opinion, there was no need for Jingyu to go to the bottom lane just now. Luo Yiming and Han Lang were not to be trifled with. The enemy archer and support were only left with a sliver of HP, so they could completely take them down. Even if they could not kill Zhang Jian, who had rushed over, they would not be threatened. Heart of Ice could safely kill the last of the junglers. What are they doing? What else could they be doing? Causing trouble. Luo Yiming, hahaha, triple kill. Next up is a quadruple kill. Yi Hong, when Sword Burial revives, I'll find the right time to lure Peacock Plume to the bottom lane. Luo Yiming, just in time for me to use my split bow. I'll shoot them all into sieves. Yi Hong, then I'll use a big move and let them swim in a sea of fire. Han Lang. You two, take it easy. Don't steal Jingyu's kill. Luo Yiming, no, no. Ha ha ha, I really want to see their expressions now. Jingyu smiled helplessly. I really know how to be crazy with you guys, but I'm so happy on the side. Qin Fei glanced sideways at Jingyu and smiled dotingly. Chapter 31. PG's players were determined to let Jingyu's Heart of Ice steal the limelight. With the help of his teammates, Jingyu comfortably got a quadruple kill. The comments on the live stream were completely out of control. Frowny face, he got a quadruple kill. Is a pentakill far away? Heart of Ice is pentakill. Wow, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. I'm begging for Heart of Ice is pentakill. PG's new jungler is too good. Aban was also deeply impressed by Jingyu's play. We can see that PG has 13 kills, while Blink still has 0. This player from GF has contributed a lot to the disparity in the score. His kill count is as high as 10, and he's very strong. Tang Guo finally found her position and explained for Blink. Blink hasn't given up yet. They're gathering in the middle lane. Are they planning to steal the dragon? At this time, Blink's top, middle, and bottom lanes had all been cleared. Their vision was limited. Rather than saying that they were planning to steal the dragon, it was more accurate to say that they were guarding against PG. As for whether or not they were planning to steal the dragon, Tang Guo quickly found something strange. Blink's jungler retreated after getting close to the magic dragon. Aren't they planning to steal it? Aban also found it strange. PG's players are fighting in the bottom lane. At this time, Blink can steal the dragon, but they don't seem to be planning to. Stealing the dragon when the opponent doesn't know about it. For Blink, they had no chance of winning against PG head-on, so they could take a gamble on the magic dragon. They would lose anyway. If they were lucky enough to steal the dragon, they might be able to turn the tables. However, after Blink's players wandered around the magic dragon, they went their separate ways to clear the minions and monsters. The two casters were dumbfounded. Why didn't they steal it? Fong Luofan couldn't help but frown. Were Blink's players too stupid or something? Let alone professional teams, even normal players wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity, right? At this time, the other side should be fighting a dragon. Jingyu, who couldn't see the live stream, made a completely wrong judgment. Wait for them to finish fighting. Take advantage of their low HP to wipe them out, then push the middle lane all the way. Yi Hong, wave after wave. Luo Yiming, 5 kills, 5 kills. Are we really going for a pentakill? It was rare for Han Leng to be rational for once. He did not agree with this suggestion. Let's not be reckless at the last moment. If we are annihilated by a counterattack, all our previous efforts will be wasted. I think so too. Jingyu finally remembered that he was in a professional match. It doesn't matter who has the kill. Just wipe them out. How can that be? Jingyu was stunned, not because of the words just now, but because the person who said those words was Qin Fei. Hearing Qin Fei's voice, the other PG members were also stunned. In this round, perhaps because he didn't want to affect Jingyu's command, or because it was inconvenient for top laners to participate in the early game, Qin Fei almost didn't say anything. He only cared about killing the top laner against him 3 times. Now, he opened his mouth and said in a lazy voice, "You've already done 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, and 4 kills. You're just short of a pentakill. If you give up now, all your previous efforts will be wasted." Brother Fei, I think. Jingyu didn't want to make Qin Fei unhappy, but he also didn't want to take the risk of losing the match. He could only carefully organize his words. You can achieve a pentakill in future matches, but if you lose this match, this season, first of all, you can't lose. Qin Fei firmly interrupted him. Secondly, you can achieve a pentakill in future matches, but to do it in the first qualifier of this season. He chuckled. You only have one chance. Jingyu suddenly became nervous. He felt that Qin Fei made a lot of sense. It's your only chance. Take advantage of it. Qin Fei continued to persuade him. Try it. It doesn't matter if you don't succeed. But if you don't do it when you can, you'll definitely regret it later. Okay. Jingyu believed him. I'll try. Yihong couldn't bear to look at him. Little Jingyu, you're too easily fooled. However, as the mid-laner of PG, Yihong naturally wouldn't expose Qin Fei. Of course, he didn't have the guts to do so. After a moment of silence, he said as if nothing had happened, it's about time. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fei had already let his Lilith take the lead and press in the direction of the magic dragon. Yihong hurriedly followed, and Han Lang also followed with Luo Yiming protecting him. Jingyu, on the other hand, took advantage of the movement speed advantage of Heart of Ice and went around in another direction. However, the system prompt that the magic dragon had been killed didn't appear for a long time, which made Jingyu a little confused. It shouldn't be. He hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but remind him, be careful of an ambush. Okay. After Qin Fei responded, he directly activated his skill and pressed into the bushes near the magic dragon. In the end, there was nothing. Ha! Yihong couldn't believe it. Where is everyone? Jingyu immediately changed his strategy. Forget about the magic dragon, just push the middle tower. The magic disc floating above the middle tower hadn't disappeared yet, so pushing the middle tower at this time wouldn't cause any damage to the tower. Thus, all the PG players pressed toward the second tower in the middle lane. Just as they were about to reach the bottom of the tower, Blink's flower in the mirror appeared and cast a disorienting steps illusion on all the PG players. Fair and the centaur hurriedly dodged it perfectly, and then the centaur continued to push the tower. Fair used a big move to drown Flower in the mirror, as well as Azrael and Maha who appeared later, in a sea of flames. Fair's damage wasn't high, but because of his economic advantage and the fact that he had one more piece of equipment than his opponents, he instantly burned away most of the HP of Flower in the mirror and Maha. Only Azrael, who had dropped a magic defense equipment, could barely hold on. Seeing that the magic disc was about to be destroyed, Lilith rushed forward and directly attacked Azrael. Almost at the same time, the enemy's peacock plume came out of nowhere and zoomed in. Both sides fought fiercely at the bottom of the tower, and each of the monsters' HP was decreasing. At this moment, a cold beam of light shot out from the bushes nearby, and accurately connected with Maha who was protected behind Azrael. Heart of Ice is on. Aban's voice was very excited, as if he wasn't looking at Heart of Ice, but his idol. Heart of Ice is on Maha. This is a very good position, because Heart of Ice is right next to Maha. She's frozen. Oh my god. Tanguo couldn't believe it. They're all frozen. Not a single one of them is left behind. This was what Aban hadn't said completely. Heart of Ice's position was too good. On the screen, the enemy monsters with Maha at the center were all turned into ice sculptures by the blizzard. Immediately after, Maha, who was low on HP, was the first to die under the continuous damage of the freezing effect. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Maha has died. Because the enemy monster was killed, Heart of Ice's teleportation skill was refreshed, and she immediately connected with Peacock Plume, who had low HP, and at the same time, threw an ice blade, piercing through the colorful monster. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. Immediately after, Flower in the mirror was also left with a sliver of HP under Lilith's attack. Heart of Ice once again used snow traction, and just as she connected with her, she took away the last bit of HP from Flower in the mirror. System, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System, enemy Flower in the mirror has died. At this time, Sword Burial came from behind, but it was too late. Not only was he unable to help, he was also stunned by the mermaid's bubble. His reaction was quite fast, and he immediately used a spell. However, before he could escape, Fair applied a slow effect on him. The magic disc shattered, and Lilith endured the damage from the tower and fought Azrael head-on. Just as her HP was about to hit rock bottom, the centaur finally lived up to expectations and defeated the tower, and also gave Azrael an arrow at the same time. Almost at the same time, Heart of Ice connected with Azrael, and with a few ace, the last bit of HP he had was gone. System, Heart of Ice, quadruple kill. System, enemy Azrael has died. In order to commentate on this team battle, a band's voice was almost hoarse from shouting. The bullet screen on the live stream was also frantically scrolling across the screen. What about the other PGs? Luo Yiming, kill them, kill them, kill them, kill them. Yi Hong, little Jingyu, hurry up. Hurry 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 hurry. Han Lang, fuck. This is so fucking exciting. Let's go, Jingyu. Just like that, under the unbearable encouragement of his teammates, Jingyu calmly connected Heart of Ice to Sword Burial, and after teleporting over, he easily finished him off with a combo. System, Heart of Ice, pentakill. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. Pentakill. Heart of Ice, pentakill. GF did it. A band shouted himself hoarse. Let's congratulate PGs for winning the first round of the qualifiers. That was so exciting. Tanghua had completely given up on her Blink team. Thank you PGs for bringing us such an exciting match. Especially thank you to Heart of Ice, GF, for giving us more possibilities in the Pro League. On the live stream, with countless 666 PGs easily took down the last tower in the middle lane and began to destroy the enemy's territory. The 5 players of Blink were still floating in the air. They could only watch as the status bar of their territory dropped at a terrifying speed. There was nothing they could do. A few seconds later, Blink's territory was destroyed. The 2 golden words "Victory" appeared on PG's screens. That was awesome. Luo Yiming was the first to take off his headphones. He yelled, "Jingyu, I finally know why you like playing Heart of Ice. It's so cool to crush the enemy with a monster that they look down on." After Jingyu took off his headphones, he didn't hear what Luo Yiming was saying at all. He looked at the computer screen in front of him, deep in thought. Qin Fei put his headphones on the table and turned his head to look at Jingyu. Seeing that he was deep in thought, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You're wondering why they didn't steal the dragon? Jingyu was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Fei in astonishment. So, why? How did he know what he was thinking? Qin Fei shrugged and smiled lazily. Who knows? Jingyu. A few minutes later, the MVP of this match was selected. Jingyu's Heart of Ice and Snow had 15 kills in his hand, which was well deserved. His various statistics were displayed in detail and explained by the 2 commentators. However, PGs didn't know about this. They were already discussing what to do next. Luo Yiming, Yezi, why don't you use Fair in the next round? I suddenly want to use Sandy. Han Lang, then I'll use Weya. To be honest, Weya is quite useful. Why do you all dislike her? Yi Hong, okay, let's use the newbie gift to save the world. Which world do you want to save? A cold voice came from the door, scaring Yi Hong. He turned to look at the door. As expected, it was Fong Luofan. Fong Luofan stood at the door with his arms crossed. He seemed unhappy. Are you guys having fun? No one dared to breathe loudly, except for Qin Fei. Qin Fei turned to Fong Luofan with his chair and smiled casually. You have to have fun when playing games. Fong Luofan glanced at him and then turned to Luo Yiming. Who banned Dark Cupid? Everyone immediately looked at Luo Yiming. Luo Yiming. Oh my god. I'm done for. Sure enough, Fong Luofan said, Luo Yiming, come with me. Everyone else, have a good rest. Yi Hong, okay Yiming, take care. Luo Yiming, fuck you. Han Lang, hey, no, why are you trying? Luo Yiming, what kind of stupid language are you speaking? Qin Fei, don't die. Luo Yiming, just like that, Luo Yiming followed Fong Luofan out of the training room under the pitying, gloating, gazes of his teammates. Yi Hong and Han Lang got up and went to the bathroom. Qin Fei turned to look at Jingyu again. He was rubbing his chin and thinking. Strange, why didn't Blink steal the dragon? Chapter 32. Luo Yiming was brought into the meeting room by Fong Luofan for more than 10 minutes of ideological education. When he came out, his whole body was shining with the light of, I've seen through the world of mortals. After educating Luo Yiming, Fong Luofan was still a little worried, so he told PG, in the future, listen to Jingyu and Qin Fei. Don't make any decisions on your own, understand? After all, in the Devil Lord Pro League, the coach was not allowed to give any instructions to the team during the competition. The only thing Fong Luofan could do was to put pressure on the team before the competition and try to reduce the possibility of them going crazy. In the afternoon, PG played 2 more matches and won without any suspense, but Jingyu still felt that something was wrong. In the first match, Yi Hong was careless and was sent back to the respawn point by the opposing mage's big move, losing the middle tower. The loss of vision in the middle lane gave the opposing team a huge advantage to steal the dragon. Jingyu anxiously rushed to the magic dragon side, looking for a chance to counterattack, but he saw that the magic dragon was still sitting at the respawn point, leisurely licking its scales. There was not even a ghost around, let alone a demon. The second match was even worse. In the second wave, Luo Yiming made a mistake and was the first to fall, causing PG's team to be unable to deal enough damage, and they were wiped out. Jingyu secretly cursed, thinking that they would definitely lose the dragon, but then he saw on the mini-map that the opposing team had split into 3 groups and was very friendly to clear the creeps. WTF. It was understandable that they did not dare to steal the dragon, but in the case of a team win, why did they have to clear the creeps when they could have just fought the dragon openly? Jingyu could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. When he was lying in bed at night and looking at his phone, he clicked on Devil Lord's official forum. On the forum's homepage, he saw a request for help with the title, What should I do if I encounter the top 8 teams in the qualifiers? 0. Like the title, OP's team was just formed not long ago. They don't want to enter the knockout round, they only want to advance in the preliminaries. I'm super scared of meeting a top 8 team on the first day. What if I really meet one? 1. Lie flat on the ground. 2L, ha 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 ha, Big Brother's godly reply. 3L, it's basically impossible for a new team to meet a top 8 team. Just treat it as a trial match. 4-1, you can make a cool pose before you are pressed to the ground. 5L, what's the point of fighting against the top 8 teams? Hurry up and take a group photo as a memento. 6L, ha 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 ha, the people above are so bad. My heart aches for the OP. However, I also wanted to say that if we were to encounter a top 8 team in the qualifiers, it would be too difficult for us to win. 7L, let me answer your question seriously. If there's an SOS, the Saurier must be banned. If necessary, the mermaid must be banned too. We can't give them to demons with strong healing abilities. Whenever they met ANE, they would ban Mirror's image. This squadron support rhythm would soar, so they had to be extremely careful. As for PGs, remember one thing, don't steal the dragon. 8. Don't steal the dragon. 9L, are you serious about not stealing my dragon? 10L, why can't I steal dragons? 11L, I don't know why I actually understand what seventh brother means. 12, upstairs, don't go. I understand that too. If you encounter a PG, you can cripple your hand, but you can't steal the dragon. 13L. I don't understand. Who can explain why we can't steal PG's dragons? 14L, please see the next post for more details. Can't PGs win if they don't steal dragons? Reading this, Jingyu clicked on the link. After reading a few posts, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so this was how other people understood their post-game training. He probably knew why the 3 teams he met today didn't steal dragons. It was not that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare to. Could it be that they were misled by these 2 topics before the match? Jingyu took note of the number of pages on the 2 topics, 500 posts per page. The earlier post had already flipped through 2 pages, and the later post had actually flipped to the 4th page. What's going on? Jingyu had a bad feeling. He turned to the last page of the first post he clicked on. Sure enough, they started to argue. 1527L, can those who mislead others get lost? 1528L, upstairs, why are you so excited? Tell me the name of your team. Is it Blink, SD, or X78? 1529L, some people are too funny. Everyone on the forum was just joking. You believe them and blame the forum for losing the match. Besides, this season's PGs are really strong. I dare say that even if you steal dragons, you won't win. 1530L, what are those people talking about Blink, SD, and X78 thinking? How can you say that they were misled by this post and didn't steal dragons? Do you have evidence? If you don't, shut up. 1531L, freedom of speech, understand? The argument got more and more intense. Jingyu didn't want to read anymore. He closed the forum and sighed. He didn't know what to feel. He didn't want the guesses on the forum to be true. He didn't want the 3 teams he met today to not steal dragons because of this reason. Otherwise, he would feel like he had an unfair advantage. However, he was sure that even if the other teams stole dragons, they would still win in the end. After all, the difference in strength was too obvious. The 3 teams they met today were not on the same level as ANE and SOS. So much so that Fong Luofan didn't even help them review the match. Jingyu dimmed the screen of his phone and put it to the side. He was ready to sleep. Before he slept, he wanted to go to the toilet. He struggled out of bed and left the room in his pajamas and slippers. The corridor was dark without lights. Jingyu held onto the wall and walked forward carefully. When he was about to reach the toilet, he heard the sound of the toilet flushing. He was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he saw a person walk out of the toilet. It was actually Qin Fei. Qin Fei was shocked to see Jingyu at the door. His body tensed up for a moment before he reacted. You're still awake. Jingyu replied weakly. Good evening, Brother Fei. Qin Fei was only wearing a pair of shorts. His upper body was completely naked. His taut muscles were enviable. Especially the 8 packs on his abdomen. They reflected an alluring luster under the light of the toilet. His gaze swept across Jingyu's beige pajamas. His lips unconsciously curled. Are you still wondering why the other team didn't steal the dragon? Jingyu didn't know how to respond. He already knew the answer to this question. However, this answer made him look like an idiot. In the end, he decided to ignore this question. Brother Fei, did you come out to the toilet? Isn't that obvious? Jingyu really wanted to slap himself to death. However, before he could slap himself to death, he heard a light chuckle. After Qin Fei chuckled, he teased. Are you afraid of me? Jingyu was stunned. He raised his head and looked at him. No, then why are you always so nervous when you're alone with me? Qin Fei said as he deliberately took a step closer to him. The distance between the two of them was close. Qin Fei's step made Jingyu instinctively retreat. Looking at Jingyu's obviously flustered appearance, Qin Fei deliberately said in a teasing tone, because I'm your husband. This sentence made Jingyu's face instantly turn red. However, he didn't refute it because it was the truth. Qin Fei was his idol. His silence made Qin Fei feel uncomfortable. He felt that he had gone overboard. With this thought, Qin Fei raised a hand and pretended to carelessly ruffle Jingyu's hair. I'm just kidding. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Go to the toilet and sleep early. Okay. Jingyu's voice was almost inaudible. Because of Qin Fei's touch, he lowered his head slightly. His gaze fell on the mermaid line on Qin Fei's abdomen and could not move away. Qin Fei did not notice his gaze. After saying that, he brushed past him and walked to his room. Jingyu entered the toilet in a daze. Then, he realized, oh my god, I can't hold it in anymore. The next day's qualifiers were commentated by Fang Luofan and his partner. His partner was called Yo-Yo. She was a beauty. She was less playful than Tanghua and more mature. She was full of feminine charm. Her voice was also very pleasant. It was soft and slightly hoarse. It was very sexy. Fang Luofan, hello, everyone. Welcome to the LDPL qualifiers. I'm the commentator, Luofan. Yo-Yo, I'm Yo-Yo. Now, I'll show you the match between PG and LGT. Fang Luofan looked at the two sides displayed on the screen. He had mixed feelings. This seemed to be his first time commentating for PG. It felt very different. Everyone should be very familiar with PG's team. They were in the top 8 of last season. Yes, a fast-paced and strong play style is the main style of this team. Oh right, if I remember correctly, Luofan is now the coach of this team. Fang Luofan, yes. Then let me visit you. What do you think of PG's team? What do you think of their performance this season? Fang Luofan smiled. As a coach, I definitely think highly of this team. Although this team is occasionally crazy, they are still very reliable under most circumstances. They are completely qualified to compete for the league championship. Wow, that's a very high evaluation. I'm looking forward to PG's performance this season. Yo-Yo saw that LGT had already banned the first devil, so he hurriedly commented. LGT banned Qin Fei's Satan as soon as the match started. However, I think Qin Fei already expected this. After all, his Satan was always in the banned position last season. Fang Luofan, PG banned Kamal. There's no suspense. They will definitely ban the strong devil as a backup. Yo-Yo, LGT decisively banned Nine-Tailed Fox. Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox is very good in terms of both damage output and crowd control. It's a pity that we can't see him in this match. Fang Luofan, PG banned Heijiao as a counterattack. Not a bad response. Yo-Yo, after some hesitation, LGT banned Scarlet Fury. Well, it seems like LGT is going to target the mid laner. When Yihong saw this bad news, he only wanted to say, WTF. Luo Yiming's eyes lit up. Could it be? Under the gazes of the two players, each with their own thoughts, Jingyu banned the Grim Reaper, and then used LGT to instantly lock down the team. PG's players. Luo Yiming looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. I'll carry you guys in this round. Then, he decisively locked onto Dark Cupid. With this life item in hand, I have Pentacle. In contrast to his excitement, Jingyu quietly looked at the three bans on the opposing team, deep in thought. Is he trying to steal the dragon by targeting the mid laner? Chapter 33. Dark Cupid was a teenager with short black hair, pale skin, and narrow eyes that emitted a bloodthirsty red light. In his hand was a bow made of intertwined black and red vines, and there was a hint of strangeness in his domineering aura. Unlike Cupid, Dark Cupid was a god of slaughter. He didn't believe in true love in the world, and only wanted to destroy everything with his bow and arrows. Luo Yiming loved this fiendish demon deeply. He liked everything that was dark. For example, on the art paper pasted on the door of his room, there were 4 big black words, Eye of the Abyss, written in thick black, revealing a strong Chinibu style. After getting Dark Cupid, it was as if he had already won the game, and his whole body was full of comfort. In contrast, Yihong was completely depressed. Suddenly, he said in a somewhat serious tone, Captain, let me use soul. Qin Fei was slightly stunned. Yihong only called him captain when he was very serious. Soul. This control-type demon's appearance in the Pro League was probably similar to Heart of Isis. Even if he appeared, he would mostly be in the support position. However, he was very fragile, so those who dared to use him as a support were true warriors. And now, Yihong wanted to use this little fragile control type to walk in the middle. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Reason. Yihong, 1 DPS is enough, I'll be responsible for disgusting the other side. As he spoke, he let out a cold laugh. I want to let LGT know that they have to pay the price for banning 2 of my life forms and disgusting me. Although Yihong was usually very easy to talk to, he was very vengeful. LGT had targeted him and banned 2 mages, which obviously disgusted him. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable, and only by disgusting him back could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Qin Fei shrugged and locked onto Soul. Okay, let's change the strategy for this round. Old Han will take a tank. Han Lang, okay, what about you? Qin Fei, I'll take whatever's left in the end. Han Lang, TSK, as expected of a boss. In the end, the 2 teams locked onto the lineups were PG, Lilith, Soul, Dark Cupid, Heart of Ice, Gulen LGT, Quangu, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Sword Burial, Mermaid. Seeing this lineup, before the commentator had time to say anything, the bullet screen exploded. Newbie gift pack. Newbie gift pack again. Using Gulen as support. Only PG could think of that. Soul. My god, what am I seeing? Elemental Soul, Heart of Ice, Gulen. PG is up to something. Other people team up to win, PG's team up to cause trouble. Ha ha ha. PG has the most casual lineups I've ever seen. Fong Luo Fan was at a loss for words when he saw the lineups of his team. He didn't know where to start. Fortunately, as PG's coach, he was already used to the jerk's random antics. After a brief silence, he said in all seriousness, PG's lineups are very novel this time. Using Soul in the mid lane is equivalent to giving up on magic damage. Dark Cupid will probably be the key to victory. Yo, Heart of Ice's jungler isn't surprising. After all, Jingyu's strength has been confirmed in the 3 qualifiers yesterday. But using Gulen's support, she couldn't analyze it any further. Fong Luofan calmly continued, this season, many teams have started to use top laners as support. However, PG is the first to use Gulen in an official match. Gulen's rookie demon has a high tolerance for mistakes. It's a bit weak as a top laner, but as a support, it might be the best choice. Yo-Yo couldn't help but stare blankly at these words. She didn't know how to respond for a long time. He actually said that using a rookie demon in an official match was the best choice. To be able to say these words so confidently, as expected of PG's coach. However, it had to be said that Fong Luofan's words made some sense. But everyone understood the logic. Whether or not they could let go of their prejudices and use a demon that was looked down upon by most people was another matter. Fong Luofan waited for a while. Seeing that Yo-Yo didn't have any intention of replying, he could only open his mouth again and analyze LGT's lineups. LGT's lineups are pretty standard. Whether it's the Centaur and Mermaid combination or the number 1 jungler Sword Burial, they're all the best lineups for professional teams. However, looking at it from another perspective, PG has encountered this type of lineups too many times. They probably have a lot of experience in dealing with this type of lineups. This match is very unfavorable for LGT. Yo-Yo. On one side was the troublemaker lineups and on the other side was the best lineups for professional teams. And you're telling me that this match is very unfavorable for LGT. Not only was Yo-Yo shocked, even the bullet screen was shocked by Fong Luofan's serious explanation. Frowny face, this match is very unfavorable for LGT. WTF. LGT, are you kidding me? Ha ha ha, are you serious? Sure enough, like coach, like PG. Everyone in PG didn't know about this. Jingyu was seriously planning his strategy, this lineups again. Then we'll still be using the junglers in the early game. Yi Hong, okay, I'll be in charge of crowd control, you'll be in charge of damage. Jingyu, I've never played with Soul before, remind me. Yi Hong, it's fine, little Jingyu. You'll be able to catch up. I believe in you, I don't believe in you, Jingyu blurted out. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, when it was time for the real combo, Yi Hong didn't say anything. Jingyu caught up perfectly and took away Soul's trussed-up peacock plume. Yi Hong, see, I told you you'd be able to catch up. Jingyu didn't want to say anything. Yo-Yo, first blood is born. How surprising. I didn't think that Soul and high DPS could produce such a surprising effect. Rather than saying that Soul and high DPS, it's more like Heart of Ice and Soul completed a difficult gank. Based on Fong Luofan's understanding of Yi Hong, this guy didn't care about the lives of his teammates when he was stirring up trouble. Actively cooperating. That was impossible. Jingyu was also rendered speechless by Yi Hong's blind trust. Alright, let me do it, you're in charge of being reckless. Thus, Yi Hong really was reckless. Playing Soul had a motto, I can't kill you, but I won't let you have an easy time either. Yi Hong demonstrated this motto to the fullest. Peacock Plume wanted to finish off the soldier. Soul used 1,000 threads and 10,000 threads to wrap her up like a cocoon. She couldn't move and could only watch as Bing died. Was the one who died Bing? No. It was Economy. Centaur and Mermaid wanted to fight the tower and kill. Soul circled back and used 1,000 threads and 10,000 threads to wrap around the 2 demons and forcefully pull them back a few steps. Then, Dark Cupid crazily attacked and completed a wave of counterattacks. He wanted to trade 0 for 2, but the result was 2 for 0. LGT's heart collapsed. Sword Burial wanted to gank. The elemental's soul first controlled Zhang Jian with inextricable threads and then dragged him into the pagoda with 10,000 threads. After a few seconds, Sword Burial, who was floating in the air, opened the death details: soul damage 5%, tower damage 95%. Hee. After being killed by Soul a few times, LGT's members wanted to roar, "Too disgusting. Soul, this demon, is too disgusting." And that's right, Yihong used Soul this time to disgust people. Under Yihong's constant harassment, LGT's top, middle, and bottom lane all had a hard time developing. On the other hand, Dark Cupid quickly developed. After having one more piece of equipment than the opposing archers, he immediately began to slaughter. As the most agile archer, Dark Cupid was like a fish in water under Luo Yiming's control. Other people's skills couldn't hit him, but his arrows could always accurately hit the target. LGT began to regret releasing Dark Cupid, but, at this point, they had no way out. They could only place their hopes on stealing the dragon. Yes, stealing the dragon. As a team that believed in science, LGT didn't believe that stealing the dragon would cause the PG to go berserk. They decided to do the opposite. Don't you PGs like to be beaten back after stealing the dragon? Okay, we'll steal it. And then we won't give you a chance to fight back. And, when LGT made this decision, they didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. Until the third time they tried to steal the dragon, they were discovered by PGs and were beaten to the ground. LGT knew they were wrong. Fuck. What do you mean we don't dare to steal the dragon? It's because we can't even touch the dragon, okay? Trash forums ruined my life. I'm not going to the forums anymore. I'm going to kill you again. 23 minutes later, PG defeated LGT with a strong score of 28-0. This tragic score was simply heartbreaking for those who heard it and shed tears for those who heard it. Because it was the first match of the day, PG's team didn't realize that something was wrong. They only felt that the other team was quite arrogant, touching the dragon every few minutes. Was this a provocation? But, after winning the second and third matches, even the slowest Luo Yiming finally reacted. It feels like the teams we met today are very reliant on the dragon. Is it just my imagination? No. Yihong gave a definite answer. They kept touching the dragon, it was too obvious. But we can't blame them. Hanling felt that it was normal for the other team to act this way. After all, we are their opponents. If they don't get the dragon, they won't have a chance to turn the tables. Ah! Suddenly, Jingyu cried out in surprise as if he had suddenly realized something. Qin Fei, who was beside him, almost reflexively looked at him. What's wrong? Nothing. Jingyu replied, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly remembered the 2 threads he saw last night, and guessed why the 3 teams were so obsessed with the magic dragon today. They wanted to prove that PG will go berserk after its dragon is stolen was nonsense, right? Unfortunately, the premise to prove this was, you have to steal the dragon first. Jingyu could already imagine how the 2 threads would develop after today. They would either ridicule the 3 teams for overestimating themselves, or continue to discuss whether the saying, PG will go berserk after its dragon is stolen, was true or false. But, until PG's dragon was stolen, this would always be a mystery. Thinking of this, Jingyu became more and more curious about the 2 threads. He couldn't wait to open his phone and check them out. But at the same time, he was a bit worried. If these 2 threads were unfortunately seen by his teammates, they would probably have something to do. Chapter 34. Jingyu took a shower and returned to his room. After drying his hair with a hairdryer, he immediately picked up his phone and opened the Devil Lord's official forum. He scrolled through the 2 posts that he saw last night. The post that was created earlier didn't make much progress, while the post that was created later was already on the 6th page. The players seemed to be using this topic as a discussion thread for the preliminaries. The topics of discussion were no longer limited to whether to steal the dragon when fighting against PGs. Even PG's lineups for the 3 matches today were brought out and discussed intensely on several levels. 2513L, Soul is definitely the dark horse of this season. This is the first time I've seen a mid laner who can play Soul so disgustingly. Should I say that Yezi is indeed PG's? 2514L, Brother above, I'm afraid you forgot about Heart of Ice. 2515L, there's also Fair and Gullen, newbie gift packs. Other than PG's, which team would dare to use them in the Pro League? Let me ask you, who else would there be? 2516L, PG's lineups are too good at causing trouble. They use all kinds of strange creatures. It's as if there's no creature that they aren't good at. 2517L, to reply to the above comment, there should be. Kamal has been in the ban position all this time. Indeed, I can't imagine one using Kamal in close combat. 2518L, hahaha, Kamal's skill set is too unfriendly against one's playstyle. Speaking of which, one actually managed to get Dark Cupid today. I think compared to not being able to steal the magic dragon, not being able to ban Dark Cupid is LGT's biggest mistake, right? 2519L, upstairs, do you think it's a mistake that LGT didn't steal the dragon? I don't think so, it's more like they couldn't steal it even if they wanted to. 2520L, I agree with the above comment. LGT couldn't even touch the dragon's tail, let alone steal it. Didn't you see how badly they were suppressed by PG? They were flattened in 23 minutes. TSK, my roommates and I might even do better than them. 2521L, here it comes, here it comes. These comments of, I can do it too. It's not that the LGT is too weak, it's that the PG is too strong, okay? Also, since I've mentioned dragon stealing, I have to mention something. I think a lot of people upstairs are thinking too much. They keep saying that they don't believe that dragon stealing will cause PGs to go berserk, and encourage teams that fight PGs to steal dragon stealing. I just want to ask, what do you think PG is? Are dragons something you can steal just because you want to? 2522L, I don't know if it's because I climbed this building, but after watching the 3 matches today, I felt like the 3 teams that fought PGs had also climbed this building. So, I wanted to see if Dragon Stealer would cause PGs to go berserk, but 2523L, but PG didn't even give them a chance to try. Ha ha ha. 2524L, so, will stealing a dragon cause a PG to go berserk? First, you have to steal the dragon 2525L, ha ha ha. First of all, you have to steal the dragon. One person wrote a blood letter begging someone to steal the PG dragon. 2526L, you're not alone. Count me in. 2527L, plus 22528L, plus 3. Just like that, dozens of comments were added. 2551L, anyway, whoever steals the PG dragon will be this season's hero. 2551L, you can lose the match, but you have to steal the magic dragon. Seeing this, Jinyu only wanted to ask, did the magic dragon provoke you guys? Speaking of which, did these people forget that Devil Lord was a tower pushing game? Fighting the dragon was to push the tower. In other words, if you can push the tower, you don't need to fight the dragon. Losing the tower to the dragon was even more of a waste. You can lose the match, but you have to steal the magic dragon. Shouldn't it be, you can lose the magic dragon, but you can't lose the match? I can only say that the forum is not wrong. Jingyu concluded. Jingyu woke up early in the morning. He was worried that his teammates would be bored like him, browsing the forum all night, and have some thoughts that they shouldn't have. Fortunately, everything was normal during breakfast. Yi-hong reminisced about yesterday's match as usual. I didn't think that using soul to disgust people would be so satisfying. I also want to use this demon today. Luo Yiming also complained to everyone as usual. I logged into Weibo yesterday and saw that it was all about Heart of Ice and Soul. Fuck. Do I still have a place in my name? If I don't use unpopular demons, I don't deserve a name. Do you believe that I'll use Wind of Condensation today? Han Lang immediately clapped his hands and said as usual, if you use Wind of Condensation, I can use Flower in the Mirror. Flower in the Mirror is an AD, it's so satisfying. Yes, it's very normal. Everything is, HM. HM. Jingyu suddenly looked up. You guys are serious. Yi Hong looked at him in surprise. Of course we're serious. Don't you think that my soul is sneaky? Although I didn't do much damage, if there was a technical judgment, I would definitely be the MVP. Luo Yiming also cast a serious look at Jingyu. Why can you use Heart of Ice, but I can't use Wind of Condensation? Are you looking down on Wind of Condensation? Han Lang echoed. Wind of Condensation is my life. It's super strong, okay? Flower in the Mirror is also super strong. If you don't believe me, I'll show it to you tomorrow. Don't. Jingyu imagined that scene. It was as if he could already see his coach's dark face. Sure enough, PG was still PG, and his teammates were still the same. Reliable. That didn't exist. Causing trouble. Of course. He decided to pin his hopes on Qin Fei, who hadn't said anything just now. Brother Fei, you have to control them. Qin Fei was still sleeping on the sofa. When he heard Jingyu call out, Brother Fei, he instantly woke up. With his brain finally working, he recalled what they had just said. Then he let out a chuckle. He turned his head and looked at Jingyu. You think this lineup won't work? Jingyu frowned slightly. He thought that Qin Fei had asked this because he also wanted to cause trouble. He quickly responded seriously, trying to strangle his thoughts in the cradle. Soul is a control-type demon. He doesn't have much damage. If we use him as the center, we won't have any magic damage. The other side can only use physical defense. This will cause our overall damage output to be low. It's not good for team fights. As for Wind of Condensation, I've never seen Yiming use it. Moreover, this archer's health is too low. It's not enough for him to play around. There's no need to talk about support equipment. Are you looking down on the other side or your own archer? Qin Fei listened carefully and patiently waited for a while. After confirming that Jingyu was really done, he turned his head and looked at the three people who were chewing on chestnuts. Did you hear that? Jingyu said no. Do you need me to repeat the reason? Luo Yiming. No need. Han Lang. Go back to sleep. Yi Hong, ha. Qin Fei, Yezi, what are you laughing at? What do you mean? Yi Hong rolled his eyes at him. Some people know what I mean. Qin Fei, ha. Jingyu tilted his head in bewilderment. However, in the first match of the day, Yi Hong still locked Soul. The reason was very simple. His Nine-Tailed Fox and Scarlet Fury were banned again. But this time, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was quite excited. Isn't this forcing me to use Soul? I didn't expect the other side to have such a hobby. Do you want to know more about bondage? Jingyu didn't want to know at all. Dark Cupid was stolen. Yiming took Centaur. Brother Han, Mermaid. Han Lang, I can, Jingyu, no. Hanlang, I haven't. Jingyu, don't say anything if you haven't finished. No support equipment. Hanlang, woo-woo, Jingyu seems to be angry. When he's angry, Jingyu's tone is comparable to Brother Fei's. In the end, the lineups of both sides were PG, Lilith, Soul, Centaur, Heart of Ice, Mermaid Tay. 3. Azrael, Peacock Plume, Dark Cupid, Sword Burial, Kwangu Tangwa. We can see that Kwangu is used as support for TE. 3. This is a top laner demon that can attack and defend. It's very versatile, especially in this version of Kwangu. It's definitely a T1 support. T1 meant the first echelon. In any case, it meant that Kwangu was very good as a support. Tangwa had just finished analyzing the Kwangu in TE. 3 when a band took out 2 light sticks. Jingyu, go. Heart of Ice, go. Tangwa. Bullet comments. Tangwa, did your account get hacked? A band put down the light sticks and laughed. To be honest, I was very interested in PG's new jungler after commentating on his 3 games the day before yesterday. I followed his Weibo and couldn't stop watching the video he posted. By the time I came back to my senses, I was already a fan. Jingyu's Heart of Ice is invincible. Tangwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, Jingyu's Heart of Ice is very good, it's more than good. I dare say that his skills are not inferior to any jungler in the top 8 teams. In fact, he's even better than them. Aban's tone was very certain. We've only seen his Heart of Ice so far, but that's definitely not the only jungler he knows how to use. I believe that he'll be able to fly with any other jungler. Alright, Candy was speechless. Other than that, she didn't know what else to say. She was speechless, but the bullet comments suddenly became lively. Ha 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 ha. The commentator suddenly turned into Jingyu bragging. Fanboy commentator bragging online. Shocking. The commentator turned into Jingyu bragging overnight. Is this the loss of humanity or the loss of morality? Jingyu had no idea that he had gained a fanboy. His mind was filled with the opponent's lineup. The bottom lane isn't easy to play, but the middle lane is even more difficult. Top lane. Qin Fei, no problem at all. Jingyu. Okay. Yi Hong, I'm fine with it too, really. Soul damage isn't high, so what? There's still tower damage, right? Jingyu's lips twitched. You're right, I can't refute that. Yi Hong, right, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Jingyu's face turned slightly red when he heard his laughter, but he quickly calmed down. Okay, then you hold the middle lane in the early game. I'll grab it first and help the archer develop. Yi Hong, okay, Luo Yiming, come on, Jingyu. I'll allow you to press me to the ground and beat me up in this game. Jingyu smiled. Even if you didn't say it, I would have done it anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen loaded and the battle began. The demons on both sides charged into their respective jungles. No one knew that at this moment, in different places, in front of different computers, a group of different people was nervously watching the live broadcast and asking the same question from the bottom of their hearts. Could they steal the dragon today? Could they? Chapter 35. The magic dragon in Devil Lord was usually refreshed 10 minutes into the match. However, there were also special circumstances. If a team could achieve a pentakill within 10 minutes, then the magic dragon would respawn 1 minute later. However, because it was very difficult for a full team battle to break out within 10 minutes, almost no one could achieve a pentakill within 10 minutes. The fact that the magic dragon could respawn earlier was thus forgotten by most people. Until the match between PG and TE3 began. As we can see, the start of the match between PG and TE3 is quite stable. After the match began, Aban finally stopped being a fanboy and began to commentate the match seriously. Now, the match has been going on for 5 minutes, and neither side has gotten a single kill. Yes. Tangwa nodded. At the 3rd minute, Heart of Ice went to the bottom lane to harass them, but left very quickly. They probably just didn't want TE3's Archer to develop too comfortably. I don't think that's PG's style. Half suddenly said, is it PG? Everyone knows it, close combat, tower defense, and kill. Ha ha ha, yes, PG always plays very fiercely. Tangwa couldn't help but laugh. Actually, last season, I wanted to say that PG is the toughest team I've ever seen. That's why I'm not used to such a stable start, it's like the calm before the storm. As if to prove Aban's words, PG moved at the 6th minute. Rather than saying that PG moved, it was more accurate to say that Heart of Ice moved. Jinyu controlled his life item to float to the bottom lane and quietly crouched in the nearby grass. Almost at the same time as he crouched in position, Luo Yiming's team, under the protection of Mermaid, charged toward the enemy Dark Cupid and began to attack wildly. Then, Heart of Ice leisurely shot out a cold beam and connected to Sword Burial. Connected, Sword Burial. Sword Burial, who had been squatting in the bushes for a while, finally found an opportunity to gank the centaur. The moment he moved out, a cold light flashed across his body. Before he could react, he was frozen on the spot by Heart of Ice. He could only watch helplessly as a well-practiced combo came crashing down on him. System, Heart of Ice, kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has been killed. Sword Burial. Sword Burial, who am I? Where am I? What happened? It was no wonder that Sword Burial was so confused. After all, he didn't have the enemy's vision, so he couldn't see Heart of Ice. He didn't expect Heart of Ice to suddenly rush out and kill him. However, Heart of Ice did not have Sword Burial's perspective either. Oh my god! This consciousness! This prediction! Tangwa exclaimed. If I'm not wrong, Heart of Ice and Sword Burial used displacement at almost the same time. Then, when Sword Burial came out of the bushes, Heart of Ice just happened to connect with him. How is this possible? How did he do it? I've already said that Jing Yu's jungler awareness and prediction ability are very strong. He doesn't have the enemy's vision, but he can always grasp the enemy's movements more accurately than the enemy jungler. However, what I'm more concerned about is, before Aban could finish, he saw Heart of Ice, who had refreshed with displacement skills, connect with Dark Cupid without hesitation. As he closed the distance between them, he used Ice Blade to pierce through his opponent. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, enemy Dark Cupid has been killed. Aban, what I'm more concerned about is whether Jing Yu's goal from the beginning. Mermaid spat out bubbles to control the Quangu who was trying to escape. The centaur immediately seized the opportunity to shoot randomly. No matter how high defense Wild Bone's defense was, he could not withstand such a high density of damage. His HP dropped at an extremely fast rate. Just when he was left with only a sliver of HP, Icy Heart's displacement skill had already reached him. System, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. Aban. It's Sword Burial. Ha! Aban did not know whether to laugh or cry. His commentary could no longer keep up with the terrifying pace of the PG. After Jing Yu's Heart of Ice completed the triple kill, he still had 1/3 of his HP left. He did not go to the jungler, but directly drifted to the middle lane. Almost at the same time, the TE3 mid laner threw off Soul and rushed to the bottom lane. His intention could not be more obvious. he wanted to take away Heart of Ice's remaining HP. However, Heart of Ice's remaining HP was not something that could be taken away just because you wanted to. When the two demons met in a narrow path, Peacock Plume did not say anything and directly used his big move. Heart of Ice did not say anything and directly blinked. Peacock Plume blinked to catch up and cast a speed reduction skill. Heart of Ice perfectly avoided it. Peacock Plume made a final gamble and cast a skill. Heart of Ice did not retreat. Instead, she advanced and used snow traction to close the distance and then used her big move. A frenzied snowstorm engulfed Peacock Plume, this colorful demon, and turned her into a sparkling and translucent ice sculpture. Immediately after, a sharp ice blade pierced mercilessly. The mage's small body was hit, and her HP was immediately reduced by more than half. She only had a sliver of HP left. After that, Heart of Ice used an extremely ordinary CC to take away the last of her remaining HP. System, Heart of Ice, quadruple kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Are you trying to deliver your head from 1,000 miles away? Jingyu said. He looked at the teleportation skill's special effect in front of him and smiled. Here comes another one. TE3's top laner could not bear to watch any longer. He gave up on fighting against Qin Fei and directly used his teleportation skill to teleport himself in front of Heart of Ice. He did not believe that he would not be able to take away Heart of Ice's last bit of HP. After a small team battle broke out, it was common sense to try and take away as much of the opponent's remaining HP as possible to recover their losses. Who would have thought that Peacock Plume, who had full HP, would be killed by Heart of Ice, who only had a sliver of HP left? Not only did they fail to save her, but they also delivered a head to her. Who could tolerate this? However, Heart of Ice did not dodge when she saw the teleportation special effect in front of her. Instead, she took a few steps closer to a wild monster. In the next second, the teleportation special effect disappeared. Azrael, who was holding a black scythe and completely covered in a black cloak, charged towards Heart of Ice as if he had gone crazy. However, just as he was about to use his big move, inextricably linked myriad threads returned to origin. Soul suddenly appeared and used two skills together to control Azrael until he could not move. Oh my, you can't ignore me just because I didn't deal any damage, Yi Hong, who had successfully ambushed him, smiled wretchedly. What about Jingyu? Before Yi Hong could control Azrael, he had already launched a barrage of attacks on Azrael. When the control effect disappeared, Azrael had already lost a quarter of his HP. However, he still had a huge advantage against Heart of Ice, whose big move was still on cooldown. However, just as he released his big move, Puppet Necklace. This was Soul's big move. It could reflect the damage dealt by the enemy's magical beasts back to them. In an instant, 3/4 of Azrael's HP had been reduced to 1/3. Fuck. This was a huge loss. However, Azrael still had an advantage against Heart of Ice, who only had 1/3 of his HP left. At this moment, Soul's skills were all on cooldown. Heart of Ice's big move was also on cooldown. As long as Azrael released another skill, he would be able to take Heart of Ice's head. Without any hesitation, Azrael used Death Harvest, sweeping 360 degrees without any blind spots. Ha 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 ha. You won't be able to escape this time, right? Jingyu did not even blink. Heart of Ice used Retribution on a wild monster beside him, restoring his HP to 2/3. Then, he took on Azrael's skill head-on and used Snow Traction to connect with Azrael. As he teleported over, he used a skill that was on cooldown. His sharp ice blade dealt a terrifying critical hit. Together with a normal attack, he successfully killed Azrael. System, Heart of Ice, Pentakill. System, enemy Azrael has been killed. System, the magic dragon will respawn in 1 minute. At this moment, the match had reached the 8th minute. Heart of Ice's HP bar was completely empty. The number displayed on the HP bar was 3. 3 drops of HP had taken out 1/3 of Azrael's HP. It was an impeccable counterattack. It was unbelievable. 2 minutes, 5 kills, and only 3 drops of HP left. Heart of Ice's performance in this match could no longer be described as sneaky or heavenly. He had simply created a miracle. A band stared blankly at Heart of Ice's figure as he teleported back to the city. He only came back to his senses when the staff reminded him. He found his voice again, the server's #1 Heart of Ice. Jingyu is definitely the server's #1 Heart of Ice. That was all he could say. At this moment, that was the only thing left in his mind. Even though he had replayed the amazing pentacle twice, he could not say anything else. 1 minute later, all TE3 members revived and the magic dragon respawned. The 5 PG players had been waiting by the magic dragon's side for a long time. As soon as it respawned, they swarmed forward and attacked wildly. When TE3 arrived, the magic dragon still had 1/3 of its HP left. They still had a chance. However, this chance was buried in souls inextricably linked in the next second. I've never felt that soul was so annoying. System, Sagittarius, conquer the magic dragon. Unsurprisingly, PG took down the magic dragon at the 12th minute. Then, at the 14th minute, TE3's top, middle, and bottom lanes and 1 tower were completely destroyed. At the 15th minute, TE3's second tower in the middle lane was destroyed. At the 16th minute, PG forced a team and killed TE3 at the bottom of the tower. They traded 0 for 5 and were wiped out. At the 17th minute, TE3's territory was destroyed. At the 17th minute. A professional league match only took 17 minutes. With an overwhelming score of 10 o'clock, the winner was decided. The people sitting in front of their computers and waiting to see how they stole the dragon were all stunned. This dragon. Why don't we just not steal it? Which brave warrior could first ban the 2 bugs, Heart of Ice and Soul? Chapter 36. Fuck. Jingyu, you're awesome. You're too awesome. Fuck, how can you be so awesome? As soon as the match ended, Hanling couldn't help but shout. He pulled off the headphones on his head and left the gaming chair. He rushed to Jingyu's back in a few steps, grabbed his shoulders, and shook him violently. If he could, he really wanted to lift Jingyu up and throw him into the sky with everyone, even though the result would be that Jingyu would crash into the ceiling with a bang. Jingyu was dizzy from being shaken by Hanling. The headphones slid off his head and blocked his vision. He helplessly took off the headphones and put them on the table. Before he could say anything, his neck was hooked from behind. Jingyu, you're too cool. Luo Yiming screamed as he squatted behind Jingyu. His hands slid down and hugged him tightly along with the chair. 17 minutes. What does 17 minutes mean, fuck? You're the one who's in the PG position. Yihong originally wanted to say that his elemental soul had performed quite well in this round, right? However, when he saw that Hanlang and Luo Yiming were so excited that they were incoherent, he wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. He laughed softly and dotingly. Qin Fei gave Luo Yiming enough time to go crazy. However, after some time, he saw that Luo Yiming had no intention of stopping. He finally couldn't take it anymore. He raised his hands and forcefully pulled Luo Yiming's hands off Jingyu's body. You're grabbing again. If you grab again, Jingyu's clothes will be gone. I don't care. Jingyu is mine. Luo Yiming's hands had just been pulled off by Qin Fei, but they were glued to him again. What kind of treasure is this? My God. 5 kills in 2 minutes and a complete sweep in 17 minutes. 17 minutes. Jingyu, are you still human? Jingyu was tickled by Luo Yiming's touch. He couldn't help but laugh as he struggled. Qin Fei saw the smile on Luo Yiming's face and couldn't help but be absent-minded for a moment. Then, he suddenly got up and walked behind Luo Yiming, grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out of the door. Luo. I was wrong, Brother Fei. I know I was wrong. Just like that, Luo Yiming wailed and disappeared from everyone's sight. Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Luo Yiming's miserable state, Hanleng instantly settled down. He sneaked back to his seat and sat down. After a while, he moved his head to Yi Hong's side and asked softly, Yiming won't die, right? Yi Hong shrugged and sneered. It's hard to say. To dare to shout, Jingyu is mine, in front of Qin Fei. It could only be said that Luo Yiming's death wasn't unjust at all. Qin Fei obviously didn't do anything to Luo Yiming. He just dragged him into the living room and let his face have intimate contact with the sofa. Well, that was all, Luo Yiming, woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo-woo. Translation, Brother Fei. I was wrong. Qin Fei pressed the back of Luo Yiming's head, unmoved. What was wrong? Luo Yiming, woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo-woo. Translation, everything was wrong. Please let me go. Qin Fei snorted and let go of him. You're not allowed to touch Jingyu in the future. Are you going to fight in the jungle if you scare him away? Luo Yiming turned over and sprawled out on the sofa, glaring at him. If you dare to let me fight in the jungle, then I dare to fight in the jungle. TSK, isn't it just fighting in the jungle? I'll give you my head any time. Qin Fei's lips twitched. What's the matter? Giving you your head as soon as you come in. Luo Yiming, to tell you the truth, I'm even scared of myself when I fight in the jungle. Do you dare to let me fight in the jungle? Do you dare? Do you dare? Qin Fei rolled his eyes. Okay, shut up, noob. In the training room, Yi Hong knew that Qin Fei wouldn't really kill Luo Yiming, so he was very calm. He watched as Jingyu seriously checked the post-battle data. He couldn't help but support his head with one hand and smile playfully. After a while, he asked tentatively, Little Jingyu, are you happy in the Pro League? Jingyu didn't even think before answering, I'm happy. Are you happy with the pentakill or playing with Brother Fei? Both are happy. Oh, what do you think of Brother Fei as a person? This time, Jingyu finally raised his head slightly. He thought for a moment before answering, but he only said 3 words. Pretty good. Yi Hong wanted to ask more, but there was movement at the door. Qin Fei had returned. He could only shut up and pretend that nothing had happened. I'm going to the toilet. Hanleng jumped up from the gaming chair and ran out. Qin Fei was just about to laugh at his cowardly behavior when Jingyu suddenly said, I'm going too. He then chased after Hanleng's footsteps. Qin Fei was slightly surprised. He silently looked at his back for a while before turning his gaze to his computer screen. Before he could properly check the post-battle data, he heard Yi Hong's annoying voice. Hey, don't tell me you've really fallen for Jingyu. I can't say. Qin Fei didn't intend to hide it. It was just that he didn't know how he felt about Jingyu. He's pretty good to be able to play an assassin-type demon to this extent. What else? Yi Hong decided to test the waters a few more times to satisfy his gossipy heart. Good awareness, strong prediction ability. Qin Fei began to list Jing Yu's strengths. He's also good-looking. Yi Hong said. I asked you how you feel about the goldfish. I didn't ask you to list its good points. Pfft, Qin Fei gave Yi Hong a disdainful look. These are the reasons why I have a good impression of him. Is it that hard to understand? He paused. I've never said that you play well. Shit. Yi Hong couldn't bear to listen to this. How am I bad at playing? You're reckless. Reckless like you. That's called fierce. That's called reckless. You can't even tell the difference between fierce and reckless, you noob. My language and PE teacher taught me, I'm proud. Han Lang had just returned when he heard the two bickering. He couldn't help but complain, noobs pecking each other, there's no difference. Yi Hong immediately turned to look at him and smiled. Han, come, let's talk. Han Lang immediately turned around and ran away. I'm going to the toilet. Yi Hong, didn't you just ***King go to the toilet? In the afternoon, the second preliminaries of the day began. Considering that PG's previous matches had been too easy, Fang Luofan couldn't help but remind them before the match, don't forget what I said at the beginning. You have to go all out in every match, do you hear me? PG's players all agreed and couldn't help but complain in their hearts, when did they ever not go all out? If they didn't go all out and still had such a terrifying record in the previous matches, how could they live? Fang Luofan, don't do stupid things like ban your own life. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't choose unpopular demons. Pay attention to the lineup. Yes, yes, yes. Yi Hong was terrified, the second half of the coach's sentence felt like it was directed at him. In contrast, Luo Yiming, who was clearly targeted, laughed and ridiculed, ha ha ha, did you hear that, Jing Yu? Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't choose unpopular demons. Fang Luofan's lips twitched, and Yi Hong raised his hand to cover his eyes. Sometimes, he really envied Luo Yiming's carelessness. After the match officially began, Fang Luofan left the training room and went to the conference room to watch the live stream. He opened the live stream, and sure enough, it was the match between PG and Gray. As a top 8 finalist last season, PG's recent performance had exceeded the expectations of the netizens time and time again. Anyone who followed the LDPL, Devil Lord Professional League, would pay close attention to PG's matches. Therefore, the possibility of PG's match being broadcasted was greatly increased. Even if it clashed with ANE's and SOS matches, the officials would prioritize PG's match for commentary. Aban, hello everyone, I'm Aban. Tanghua, I'm Tanghua. Aban, today is another day of cheering for Jingyu. Tanghua, ha ha ha. Now, the whole world knows that you, Aban, are Jingyu's little fanboy. However, Jingyu's performance in the morning's match was indeed impeccable. So, here, I'll tell all Jingyu's fans a piece of good news on behalf of the officials. Of course, this is also good news for all the players who like Heart of Ice. That is, from today onwards, every night at 6 p.m., the officials will release the edited videos of the LDPL qualifiers on all major platforms, including Jingyu's 5 kills. Aban, let me cheer for Jingyu. 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 Tanghua, Aban, that's enough. Alright, let's take a look at the match. It only took Aban a second to switch from fanboy to commentator. In this match, PG's opponent is Gray. As for Gray, I don't know if anyone who paid attention to last season has any impression because this team entered the group stage last season. Yes, although they lost to ANE in the end and did not advance to the knockout stage, compared to PG's opponents in the first few matches, this team is still quite capable. After Tanghua finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong and coughed lightly. I'm not saying that PG's opponents in the first few matches are not capable. It's just that in comparison, Gray's results in last season give us a better understanding of this team's situation. In short, I'm looking forward to this match. To what extent can they play against PG, who is unstoppable? Even though Tangwa tried her best to hide it, the people watching the live broadcast could tell immediately. She did not think that Gray had the ability to fight against PG. However, that was what most people thought. Therefore, their focus was not on whether Gray could defeat PG, but on how PG would crush Gray, and, in this match, would they be able to steal the dragon? We can see that Gray is going to make the first move in this match. Aban looked at the flashing countdown and waited for Gray to make his choice. Gray hasn't made his choice yet. When the countdown was 5 seconds, Tangwa mentioned this, then frowned slightly. There's almost no time left. As soon as she finished speaking, a snow-white figure appeared in the band position, its image appearing in the middle of the screen at the same time. Its long hair fluttered in the wind like snow. Its entire body was shrouded in an ethereal and wanton chill, sparkling and translucent snowflakes swirling around its body. It's Heart of Ice. Before the match started, Aban's voice broke at the first band position. Gray has banned Jingyu's Heart of Ice. Chapter 37. It could be said that Heart of Ice being banned was both unexpected and reasonable. Some people would say that if they banned a small fry who could even kill a support, how cowardly was their team. They wouldn't ban it. PGGF's Heart of Ice had 5 kills in 2 minutes and led the team to win the game in 17 minutes. How could they tolerate that? However, when Heart of Ice really appeared in the banned position and confirmed that Gray's hand had not slipped, even more people were shocked. Fong Luofan clicked on the bullet screen and was dazzled. The dense bullet screen almost drowned out the live broadcast frowny face. Fuck. Heart of Ice. Heart of Ice is actually banned. 66666. Everyone was shocked by Heart of Ice being banned, but no one stood up to criticize Gray's decision. A ban was the same. Heart of Ice is actually banned. This is the first time in the history of LDPL. And all of this is because of Jingyu's outstanding performance in the previous games. Jingyu is really too good. Jingyu. Tangwa did not know whether to laugh or cry. Jingyu is very good. However, I'll have to trouble a band to switch back to commentating mode. After all, the game is still going on. Ahem, I lost my composure. I'll change my account now. Aban immediately calmed himself down and continued to commentate. So far, Jingyu has always been using Heart of Ice in the league. Before he became PG's jungler, most of his videos were about Heart of Ice. Now that Heart of Ice has been banned, I'm very curious about what his second demon will be. Tangwa, Gray spent a lot of time banning Heart of Ice, but PG was as decisive as ever and almost instantly banned Kamal. Aban, I can see that for PG, Kamal will definitely be banned. The two gradually calmed down and entered normal commentating mode. PG's team could not remain calm. Luo Yiming, they banned Heart of Ice. Han Lang, amazing, we haven't played against them before. How do they know that Jingyu's Heart of Ice is amazing? Yi Hong was the first to react. Maybe it's the live broadcast. They watched the live broadcast. Qin Fei, TSK, they still have time to watch the live broadcast. Jingyu, who had nothing better to do than to browse the forums every night, silently lowered his head. Luo Yiming, oh, I forgot there's a live broadcast. Yi Hong, maybe our game is live too of Ice. Han Lang, oh, we said we would start from the beginning, but it feels completely different from before. Nonsense, Qin Fei said calmly, last season, we were grassroots. This season, we are in the top 8. Then, we will become stronger. Yi Hong smiled. After all, our goal is to be the champion. Hearing this, Jingyu suddenly looked up, his eyes shining. Yes, I will do my best. Hearing this, Qin Fei could not help but laugh out loud. Jingyu was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at him in confusion, not understanding what he had said wrong. Qin Fei looked at his computer screen and said without turning his head, even the people who are being pushed to the ground are so reckless, but the people who can take heads flying are still working hard. Our team is really, Jingyu, hopeless. Qin Fei, awesome. Jingyu, this time, Gray hesitated for a long time. Tang Guo looked at the countdown on the screen and almost fell asleep. When there were only 3 seconds left on the countdown, Gray made the decision to ban Dark Cupid. Okay, Gray banned Dark Cupid. After Candy stated this fact, she revealed a look of surprise. I thought they would have banned Type Souls. She was not the only one who thought so. Most of the people who watched PG's last game thought so too. After all, Yi Hong's soul was a headache. However, a ban gave a very rational analysis. Soul cannot be banned. Although he will be difficult to deal with in Yezi's hands, his nine-tailed fox is more useful as a mid-laner. Therefore, if Gray bans a mid-laner, he will definitely ban nine-tailed fox. Now that they have banned Dark Cupid, I think Gray is going to ban nine-tailed fox and steal Satan. Tanghua, huh? Why can't they ban Satan and steal nine-tailed fox? A ban, because for other teams, Satan is more useful. It was not without reason that the nine-tailed demon fox was regarded as the most difficult mid-laner demon to use. So far, there were only 2 teams that could fully utilize this demon. One of them was JOK, the number 3 team in the previous season. The other one is PG. Tanghua did not understand. Before she could react, Heijia was banned by PG. Then, Gray changed his hesitation from the previous 2 times and instantly banned nine-tailed fox. PG's last ban spot was given to Centaur. As soon as he clicked confirm, Gray frantically stole Satan. Tanghua. A ban, you're the Prophet King. She could not help but exclaim. Just like you said, Gray banned nine-tailed fox and stole Satan. Of course. A ban was not modest at all. Now, let's see what PG will choose. Gray's choice was within Jingyu's expectations, so he did not panic at all. Don't worry. No matter what the opponent's top laner is, Lilith can handle it in the early game. Lock Lilith and Maha. Okay, Luo Yiming locked Maha, while Hanlang locked Lilith for Qin Fei. Then, Gray began to hesitate again. The countdown made everyone feel sleepy. Luo Yiming gritted his teeth. The opponent is too shameless. They're using this method to wear down our willpower. Jingyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yi Hong, on the other hand, retorted bluntly, please don't use the word we, thank you. You're the only one whose willpower is being worn down. As soon as he finished speaking, Gray finally made the decision to lock Sword Burial and Peacock Plume. TSK, I knew it would be these 2. Can't you come up with something new? Yi Hong did not care and locked onto Scarlet Fury. There's no other way. There are only these few strong demons in this patch, Jingyu said. After a moment's hesitation, he asked Qin Fei to lock Saria for Hanlang. After all, the opponent's jungler had already chosen, and it was impossible for him to steal the demon that he wanted. Furthermore, the opponent might not even know how to play the demon that he wanted. PG has locked Scarlet Fury and Saria. It seems that Jingyu's jungler position will only be revealed at the end. How tempting. Aban really wanted to fast forward. Tanghua, Gray is in a dilemma again. He's chosen wind of condensation and flower in the mirror. I think this duo was stronger in the last patch. In this patch, they should be pressured by Maha and Sawyer. A ban, okay. It's finally the PG jungler position. What will Jingyu use as a jungler? Let's wait and see. At this moment, anyone who had opened the bullet screen would notice that the bullet screen had suddenly decreased by a lot. This meant that the viewers were very curious about what Jingyu would choose. They did not want to let the bullet screen block the demon in the middle of the screen, in case they missed the moment when the answer was revealed. However, Jingyu did not even give them time to prepare themselves. He made his choice very decisively. The half-human, half-spider girl only appeared on the screen for a moment before the two sides entered the countdown to exchange demons and adjust their skills and equipment. Moonshade Spider. Some of the bullet screen recognized the demon that Jingyu had chosen. In contrast, Aban's reaction was a beat slower. Locked? Jingyu locked the Moonshade Spider. Although I guessed that it would be an assassin-type jungler, I really didn't expect it to be a Moonshade Spider. The demon on Jingyu's screen had long dark purple hair mixed with 2 strands of silver that draped over one shoulder. Her exposed robe was slanted to the other side, revealing half of her snow-white shoulder. Her upper body was that of a girl, and her lower body was that of a dark purple spider. Whether it was her eyes or the spider's eyes, they were all bright moon-white. Under the cover of the moonlight, they emitted a flowing halo, giving off a kind of quiet beauty. Moonshade Spider is the same as Heart of Ice. It's an assassin-type jungler. The difference is that Moonshade Spider has more skills and is more complicated. It has very high requirements for the user's hand speed and reaction time. However, in comparison, Heart of Ice is more difficult to use. Aban analyzed seriously. Objectively speaking, Moonshade Spider is stronger than Heart of Ice. She has more HP than Heart of Ice, and her displacement skills are more flexible than Heart of Ice. Based on what you're saying, Moonshade Spider is much stronger than Heart of Ice. Tangguo was more and more surprised as she listened. Why do I feel like Grey banning Heart of Ice didn't have any effect on the PG? Instead, it feels like they've shot themselves in the foot. To be honest, Aban thought so too, but he felt that he couldn't be too sure about it. Indeed, Moonshade Spider is stronger than Heart of Ice. However, as I said just now, this magical creature has very high requirements for the user's hand speed and reaction time. Although he felt that with Jingyu's strength, Jingyu was completely capable of handling it, as Jingyu's little fanboy, he did not want to raise any red flags for his idol even if he was beaten to death. Assassin-type demons are difficult to use in the first place, and the Moonshadow Spider's skills are even more complicated and troublesome. Therefore, this demon's appearance rate in the Pro League is not high. Fine, at least it's higher than the Snow Heart. Wow, you're making me more and more curious. How will this match turn out? Tangguo looked at the loading screen and imagined the Moonshade Spider's tyrannical figure on the battlefield. She was really excited and nervous. Jingyu, who didn't know anything about this, smiled happily. Hehe, this lineup is not bad. Lead the way. Luo Yiming, it's coming. Jingyu's flirty talk time. Yi Hong, little Jingyu, your tone can be more flirtatious. It's okay, we're almost ready to accept this bug. Really, Hanlang, every time I hear Jingyu flirt, I feel especially at ease. It's as if we've already won the match. Qin Fei, ha. Jingyu silently lowered his head. His face was so red that it was unbearable to look at. Why did he accidentally flirt again? Seriously, his teammates' comments were fine. After all, he flirted during his live stream and had seen too many similar comments. But, Brother Fei's laughter was really, Jingyu lowered his head further and further. Qin Fei glanced at him from the corner of his eye and sighed helplessly. Don't mind it. You have to flirt when you play games. Carry us. Luo Yiming, Jingyu. Get another pentakill. Yi Hong, it'll be fun if Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider are banned. Han Lang, ha ha ha. The rise of the assassin-type devil. Jingyu didn't listen to what the three of them were saying. His thoughts were still stuck on Qin Fei's words. He couldn't help but smile. Yes, I will. I'll carry you guys. I'll do what I say. Chapter 38. For this round, the lineups chosen by the two teams were PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Maha, Moonshade Spider, Saria Grey, Satan, Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, Sword Burial, Flower in the Mirror. The top laner was Qin Fei's Lilith, who didn't back down in the early game. The mid laner was Yi Hong's Second Life. He didn't have anything else, but he had a lot of experience playing against Peacock Plume. The bottom laner was Maha and Saria, who completely crushed Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror. In the end, there was only Sword Burial left. Jingyu could beat it with Heart of Ice, so how could he beat Moonshade Spider? If he didn't carry this round, what else could he do? There was no reason not to show off. Oh, let me tell you a secret. Jingyu didn't want to show off in front of his teammates, but he couldn't help it in a game where he was sure to win. Maybe it was a bad habit formed after a long period of live streaming. If he didn't show off before a match, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, his teammates were quite tolerant of him. When Yi Hong heard his words, he knew that he was trying to show off, but he still responded with support. Oh, what secret? Jingyu, I'll tell you, but you're not allowed to tell the coach. Luo Yiming, why? Jingyu, I'm afraid the coach will be angry. Han Lang, why would he be angry? Jingyu, oh, Qin Fei, don't worry, I won't tell the coach. I'll kill whoever dares to say it. Qin Fei said this seriously, which made Jingyu laugh. Then he said, actually, Heart of Ice is the weakest demon I've ever played. Everyone. The weakest. That Heart of Frost, who had 5 kills in 2 minutes and led his team to victory in 17 minutes, was the weakest. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, the 4 of them now knew why Jingyu did not want them to tell the coach. You promised to give it your all, but in the end, you've been holding back. How could he be so arrogant? Jingyu was a little embarrassed. He coughed softly and said, like I said, although I've always been using Heart of Ice, and Heart of Ice is indeed the demon that I'm most familiar with, I also know warrior-type junglers like Sword Burial, and I think I'm pretty good at it. To be honest, I don't think my Sword Burial is any worse than Heart of Ice. On the contrary, it's much, much better. He paused. But I really like Heart of Ice. Pfft. Yi Hong was the first to burst out laughing. Little Jingyu, did you grow up eating Cody? Jingyu, huh? Nothing, you continue. Yi Hong had a hard time holding back his laughter. He glanced at Qin Fei from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, he saw a very subtle expression on his face. He looked like he wanted to laugh but was also helpless. Jingyu did not notice their reactions. He continued, I just wanted to say that I think my Moonshade Spider is better than Heart of Ice. Actually, I should say that I'm better at everything than Heart of Ice. Really, I'm not lying. Everyone. Oh my god, what kind of god jungler is this? It's obviously a very arrogant statement, but how can he make it sound so cute? They were going crazy. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the competition was still going on, all of them would have wanted to rub Jingyu's head. This clean and adorable young man looked like a weak chicken that didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken in real life, but when he played the game, he made people want to kneel down and call him daddy. Who could resist such a cute contrast? Qin Fei felt a little restless. Fortunately, he quickly focused all his attention on the game and focused on using his Lilith to make up for the lost troops. After saying those words, Jingyu felt very comfortable. The speed of his farming was unstoppable. Shadow Flash. Spider Web. Bite. The moonshade spider darted around the jungle. Its tyrannical and ferocious posture gave people a subtle sense of familiarity. As expected of a PG jungler. Aban couldn't help but sigh. I remember the first time I saw Jingyu use Heart of Ice. I questioned whether his style was compatible with a PG jungler. But now, looking at his aggressive fighting style, it's exactly the same as Qin Fei's when he uses Satan as a jungler. I can see it too. Tang Guo agreed. Although there's a huge difference between using Moonshade Spider and using Satan due to their different skills and types of monsters, such a ferocious style can only be used by a member of a PG team. Years ago, when Qin Fei was still a jungler, the PG team had a nickname, the Junglers. No matter which team played against them, they didn't dare to step into their jungles in the early stages. That was because once you stepped in, you could forget about coming out alive. Qin Fei wouldn't let go of anyone who stepped into his jungles. And now, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider had such a tendency. Aban thought that Jingyu had become ferocious because he had been playing with PG for a long time and had been influenced by their style. He didn't know that it was actually the result of Jingyu's deliberate imitation. Jingyu liked Qin Fei's playstyle. For a long time, he hoped that he could play like Qin Fei. At the same time, he liked to play as an assassin jungler. The playstyle of an assassin jungler was completely different from that of a warrior jungler. In the end, Jingyu, who had a strong desire to win, gradually figured out a playstyle that suited him and deviated more and more from Qin Fei's path. Even so, Qin Fei's style was deeply ingrained in his bones. He would reveal his ferocious side if he wasn't careful. Reality proved that his Moonshade Spider was really ferocious. Grab, the Moonshade Spider didn't even hide in the bushes. It rushed out and attacked. Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror couldn't take care of themselves. In the end, Luo Yiming's Maha easily took their heads. Grab, Peacock Plume was forced to retreat under the tower by Scarlet Fury. Moonshade Spider used Shadow Flash to jump over the wall and rushed under the tower. It used Spider Web and Tear to kill Peacock Plume under the tower. Then, it used Shadow Flash and Flash to leave the tower with a sliver of HP. Grab, Lilith and Satan were locked in a fierce battle at the edge of the enemy's defense tower. Moonshade Spider rushed in from behind the defense tower and blocked Satan's escape route. Then, it endured the damage from the tower and killed him with a series of combos. It moved out of the tower. Another tower kill. I can't remember how many times it's been. Aban's blood was boiling as he commentated this match. Wait a minute. After Moonshade Spider killed Satan, it didn't teleport back to the city. Instead, it rushed to the middle lane. What is it trying to do? Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, and Flower in the Mirror were all in the middle lane. Even Sword Burial was near the middle lane. On PG's side, Scarlet Fury was the only one in the middle lane. Maha was under the protection of Sarier, stealing the mana disc. Scarlet Fury had crowd control skills. Moreover, Yihong's positioning had always been excellent. He could barely hide under the tower and deal with the 4 monsters. What was the dying Moonshadow Spider trying to do by rushing over at this time? Is Jingyu going to fight 2 against 4 with Yezi? That's too risky. As Aban spoke, he immediately put away his previous excitement and frowned slightly. No, this is no longer a matter of risk. With how little HP the assassin fiend demon has, rushing over now is completely suicide. Gray wants to gather everyone's strength and take down the tower in the middle lane. Tangua said, they're waiting for the spawn line. If another wave of spawn line comes, Scarlet Fury will have no choice but to abandon the tower. Let's see what Jingyu is going to do. He's going to attack. Aban couldn't believe his eyes. After the Moonshade Spider rushed to the middle lane, it attacked without saying a word. It didn't even ask for the cooperation of its own sorcerer. Jingyu was highly focused. His fingers quickly and accurately pressed every key that he wanted to press. Second skill, Shadow Flash. The Moonshade Spider turned into an afterimage, perfectly dodging Peacock Plume's big move. It didn't lose a single drop of HP throughout. Third skill, Spider Web. The Moonshade Spider waved its hand and threw out a spider web, accurately covering the enemy sorcerer and archer. It controlled them so that they couldn't move. Then, with a beautiful movement, it avoided Flower in the mirror's control. First skill, Bite. The Moonshade Spider's 5 fingers became blades and mercilessly clawed at the controlled archer. It immediately took away a third of his HP, change form, demonization. The Moonshade Spider's skin burst open. The spider's body enlarged, and its main body became a glaring blood red. Demonization, third skill, Dragnet. When the spider web finally disappeared, the enemy sorcerer and archer didn't have time to move before they were covered by an even bigger web. This time, even Flower in the Mirror and Sword Burial, who had moved over to take the heads, weren't spared. They were all covered and couldn't move. Demonization, fourth skill, 10,000 Spider Bite. In an instant, countless small spiders fell from the Moonshade Spider's body and madly swarmed towards the 4 demons. The 4 demons' HP began to drop steadily under the spider's poison. Demonization, first skill, Gluttony. The Moonshadow Spider turned into a crimson shadow and swallowed the 4 demons that were still losing HP in one gulp. In Demonization, this was a control skill and didn't deal any damage. However, the poison effect hadn't disappeared yet. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy Wind of Condensation has died. As expected, the fragile archer was the first to lose all of his HP. A second later, Gluttony lost its effect, and the 3 surviving magical beasts were released back to the ground. But before they could react, they saw the Moonshadow Spider turn into several afterimages and attack them. It was the second skill of the demonization mode, Moonshadow Harvest. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. Almost as soon as Peacock Plume was killed, the Moonshade Spider's demonization effect disappeared and its displacement skill was refreshed. Jingyu didn't hesitate to use Shadow Flash and have the Moonshade Spider appear behind Flower in the mirror and bite her. System, Moonshade Spider, triple kill. System, enemy Flower in the mirror has died. In just a short moment, it had already completed a triple kill. To be honest, at that moment, apart from Jingyu, everyone else was in a state of confusion. They had no idea what had happened. Unfortunately, they would continue to be in a state of confusion. Shadow Flash. Spider Web. The Moonshade Spider used 2 skills together and appeared behind Sword Burial. After controlling him, it began to wildly attack him. Zong's sword held on until the spider web disappeared. He immediately moved and wanted to escape, but he was bound to the spot by Scarlet Rage's blood entanglement. Then, Scarlet Rage activated its ultimate without hesitation, and in the end, it killed him with bloodthirst. This time, the Moonshade Spider didn't get a quintuple or quadruple kill. It only got a triple kill. However, this triple kill was achieved by Jingyu without the help of any of his teammates. It was an extraordinary achievement. Low HP Moonshade Spider 1v3. What happened? Tanghua thought she was hallucinating. Replay, please replay it. Aban didn't have time to call Jingyu. He now had the illusion that he was dreaming. Well, let's take a look at the replay. Slow it down a bit more. After the replay was slowed down enough, Aban finally recognized the skills that Jingyu had used. Shadow Flash, Spider Web, Tear, Demon Transformation, Inescapable Net, 10,000 Spider Bite, Gluttony, Moonshade Reap, Shadow Flash, Tear. He completely repeated the sequence of skills that Jingyu had used. After that, he was completely dumbfounded and couldn't say anything else. The Moonshadow Spider's two skill systems, Control, Damage Output, and Poison, seemed to be a mess of skills, but Jingyu had perfectly linked them together. This was a complicated but flawless self-created combo, beating the enemy demons to the point that they couldn't fight back at all. The final result was that the Moonshade Spider 1v3 with low HP. What could he say? Aban was already speechless. No, he was the commentator. He had to say, in the next round, the Moonshade Spider will definitely be banned. His tone was certain, as if he was stating a fact. Then in the next season, the Moonshade Spider will definitely be eliminated. And all of this was brought about by Jingyu's amazing performance. This person who could make Heart of Ice get banned and turn the Moonshade Spider from an unpopular demon into a bug professional player was definitely this season's biggest dark horse. However, at this moment, in PG Club's training room, Luo Yiming, what just happened? Can someone explain? Yi Hong, I don't know what to say. Luo Yiming, aw. Weren't you in the middle lane? Yi Hong didn't reply. After a while, he said with a serious expression, I think. Jingyu, in the future, I should call you Dad. Ha! Jingyu had a puzzled expression. Before he could react, he heard Qin Fei's voice again. Your carry flying is really exaggerated. Qin Fei said leisurely. His body leaned back slightly, and the corners of his lips curved into a playful smile. Then, here comes the question, how do the officials plan to solve this bug? Chapter 39. In this match against Gray, PG won without a doubt. However, Gray's performance in the later stages could not be said to be without highlights. At the very least, before they lost the competition, they had figured out a way to deal with the Moonshadow Spider and allowed Zhang Jian to successfully kill the Moonshadow Spider twice. The first time, in a small team battle in the bottom lane, Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror both used to spell crowd control to interrupt Jingyu's self-created combo. Then, Flower in the Mirror used disorienting steps to crowd control the Moonshade Spider. Even though Jingyu used Dispel Crowd Control immediately, Wind of Condensation still dealt a lot of damage. Then, Wind of Condensation was killed by Maha, and Sword Burial moved into the battle and attacked the Moonshade Spider directly. The assassin Brittle Skin, who was already low on health, was killed by Sword Burial just like that. Although not long after, Zhang Jian was also killed by Jinyu, and in the end, PG1 was able to trade 3 for 1. The second time, in a large team battle in the middle lane, after Lilith stalled all of Gray's members, the low-health Moonshade Spider decisively charged in and directly switched to Demon Transformation to cast Inescapable Net. Unexpectedly, all of Gray's members used Dispel Crowd Control and counterattacked. The Moonshade Spider was instantly killed by Sword Burial. However, in the end, they still won with PG1 for 5. The match went on for 29 minutes, and the final score was 21-2. On PG's side, the only one who died was the Moonshade Spider. The final MVP was given to Luo Yiming's Maha by the system. However, no one could ignore the Moonshade Spider's role in this match. A ban was even more direct. If this wasn't a qualifier, but a group stage, knockout stage, and points competition, and the MVP was determined through skill, I dare say that the MVP of this match would be Jingyu's Moonshade Spider. I have no objections. Tang Guo agreed. Without a doubt, Jingyu has created another miracle. A ban, however, Gray's efforts weren't in vain. At least they let us know that the Moonshade Spider isn't invincible. Tang Guo, yes, the effect of Gray's CC removal in the later stages is remarkable. The Moonshade Spider is obviously being suppressed. A ban, and we can see that the Moonshade Spider's form switch can only be used when its HP is below 40%. Tang Guo, hahaha, it's a bit like a boss going berserk in an online game. A ban, so, although Jingyu's combo is strong, it's very risky. As long as the opponent has a crowd control, it's very easy to kill him. Tang Guo, at the end of the day, it was because this was the first time Jingyu's Moonshade Spider appeared, and Gray was caught off guard. They're really unlucky. A ban? They can only blame themselves for banning Heart of Ice. Tang Guo, you're right, they shot themselves in the foot. After Jingyu took off his headphones, he let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't know how others saw it, but he felt that he didn't play well in this game. Sure enough, when he used a demon other than Heart of Ice, it was easy to be flustered when the opponent targeted it. It was probably because he wasn't proficient enough. Qin Fei obviously saw it as well. In the later stages, your Moonshade Spider was targeted by them. Not switching forms was actually more advantageous. Okay, I'll be more careful next time. Jingyu agreed obediently. But Qin Fei smiled and raised a hand to ruffle Jingyu's hair. You played well. Jingyu let Qin Fei rub his hair. Feeling the touch and warmth of his hand, he couldn't help but close his eyes in comfort, wishing that he could rub for a while longer. Unfortunately, Qin Fei only rubbed a few times before withdrawing his hand and getting up to leave the esports gaming chair. He was probably going to the toilet. Looking at his back, Jingyu only felt a sense of loss. After coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, a person's desire is limitless and can never be satisfied. When he first signed the contract with PG, he felt that he could die without regrets if he could fight side by side with Qin Fei. But now, he actually hoped that Qin Fei would give him more attention, interact with him more, touch him more. What was he thinking? Jingyu clicked his tongue and stood up, preparing to walk around the hall and move around. However, as soon as he stood up, Yi Hong hooked his neck. Little Jingyu, what other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Jingyu looked at him helplessly. You'll know in the future. Oh, there really is. Yi Hong was surprised. This time, we really picked up a treasure. Actually, it's because there are too few people playing assassin junglers nowadays. Jingyu knew that he wasn't bad, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. Our current opponents are at a disadvantage because they're not familiar with assassins. When it comes to the group stage and the knockout round, it's hard to say what will happen. It's okay, I believe in you. Yi Hong patted Jingyu's shoulder with a smile. Continue to lead us. Little Jingyu, yes, I'll do my best. In the second match in the afternoon, their opponents banned Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Moonshade Spider. Jingyu used Heart of Ice to lead PG and won the match with a strong score of 25-3. That night, the help thread with the title, "What should we do if we encounter the top 8 teams in the preliminary round?" was completely blown up. 3297, which 3 monsters should we ban if we encounter PG? 3298, I think Moonshade Spider is a must ban. It's too OP to take on 3 monsters with low health. 3299, but Jingyu's first pick has always been Heart of Ice. Let's not waste a banned spot on Moonshade Spider, right? After all, PG is strong not because Jingyu is strong alone, but because the entire team is strong. 33001, I agree with the poster above. Have you forgotten the fear of being dominated by Qin Fei's Satan? Have you forgotten how brutal Yezi's nine-tailed fox is? And one's Dark Cupid is as OP as Jingyu's Moonshade Spider. 3301, in conclusion, nine-tailed fox must be banned if we encounter a PG. If we have to go first, we can always snatch Satan or Dark Cupid. If we have a backup plan, we can only ban all three of them. 3302, Why do I feel like Qin Fei's Lilith is even more brutal than Satan? 3303, +1. Ever since the God of Sleep joined the game, banning Satan has become meaningless. Instead, Lilith is more difficult to deal with. This monster is especially strong in the early game. She's very compatible with PG's style. She's the king of the online game. No one can beat her. 3304, alright, I'll recap. If we encounter a PG and are lucky enough to get the first move, we can ban Lilith, Satan, Nine-Tailed Fox, and snatch Dark Cupid. Of course, we can also ban all three of them. This way, the gap between the shooters will be wider. If we want to snatch Satan, we can ban Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Dark Cupid. If we have a backup plan, we can only ban all three of them. There's nothing much to say. 3305, thank you for your summary. But I want to say that instead of worrying about how to ban a PG, we should pray to God and pray that we don't encounter a PG in the preliminary round. 3306, reply to the poster above. You can't say that, right? Since PGs are participating in the preliminary round, any team that participates in the tournament will encounter PGs sooner or later. They can escape the preliminary round, but they can't escape the group stage. After the group stage, there's still the knockout round. What's the point of praying to God and Buddha? 3307, reply to the poster above. After the preliminary round, every match will be broadcasted live. I think it's a good opportunity for new teams to gain exposure. It's impossible for new teams to enter the top 8 in the first season. Alright, excluding the PG bug. Anyway, before the group stage, it's best to avoid the top 8 teams if possible. But it's not up to you. You can only leave it to fate. 3308, after climbing the stairs today, I thought I entered the wrong one. Weren't we talking about how to steal the dragon yesterday? 3309, reply to the poster above, can't you see that everyone is trying to avoid this topic? 3310, Why are we avoiding it? 3311, after watching today's live stream, does anyone really think that they can steal a PG's dragon? 3312, don't think about stealing a dragon. Just go to sleep. 3313, speaking of stealing a dragon, I think it's possible to steal a dragon. Who says stealing a dragon is only considered stealing when the PG isn't paying attention? You can hide nearby when the PG is fighting. When it's about time, you can rush up and finish off the magic dragon. What do you think? Am I very witty? 3314L, you're really smart. May I ask which team are you from, the warrior above? 3315, I'll tell you guys when I really steal a dragon. Jingyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What gave this person the illusion that no one would chase after this building? But even if they didn't chase after this building, it's common sense to check the surrounding bushes when fighting a dragon, right? Jingyu didn't think that he would make such an obvious mistake. In the next few days of the preliminary round, the PG team became stronger and stronger. They won almost every match and didn't give their opponents a chance to fight back. Even as a fan of Jingyu, Aban was bored of commentating. He couldn't wait for the PG team to enter the group stage and fight against stronger teams. Only when the opponents were strong could the PG team's strength be shown. Especially when the new jungler, Jingyu, was strong. However, the last few days of the preliminary round weren't completely without highlights. The highlight of the match was probably when a team used the Moonshadow Spider to fight against the SOS team. They wanted to imitate Jingyu's 1v3 with only a sliver of health left. In the end, they were completely suppressed by the SOS team and lost the match with a terrible score of 0-27. There were also two new teams that fought against each other. One team used the Heart of Ice and the other used the Moonshade Spider. The final score was 16-18, and both teams were killed by these two monsters. Aban frowned and couldn't help but complain, they must have used fake Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. The bullet screen immediately responded, no, 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 Jingyu's Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider are fake. In any case, before the weekend, the PG team successfully finished the preliminary round and advanced to the group stage. They were placed in Group A. What teams were in Group A, what their styles were, and what tactics to use to deal with them, these were all things that Fong Luofan and Xiao Yun had to think about. PG's pro players happily had a day off. During this time, Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, and Han Ling all went home. Jingyu stayed in the club with Qin Fei. Before Yi Hong left, he pulled Qin Fei to the side and warned him, "Don't bully little Jingyu." Qin Fei sneered, "Am I that kind of person?" Yi Hong, it's hard to say. I've never seen you pay so much attention to someone before. Qin Fei, huh? Is it that obvious? Yi Hong, please have some fucking awareness in your heart. After warning Qin Fei, Yi Hong smiled and patted Jingyu's head, "Be a good boy and stay in the club until we come back. If anything happens, call the coach. He lives nearby and can rush over to save you at any time." Jingyu. Qin Fei couldn't help but sneered. If he really wanted to make a move on Jingyu, the coach wouldn't be able to stop him. But he looked at the side of Jingyu's face and raised his eyebrows. "This wolf in sheep's clothing, I don't know if I have the strength to push him down without a fight." He didn't forget the strength he felt on his wrist when he woke up on the sofa that day. This kid, he must have practiced before, right? Jingyu didn't notice the way Qin Fei looked at him. After saying goodbye to Yi Hong, he looked at Qin Fei. Seeing that Qin Fei was looking at him, he couldn't help but be stunned and hurriedly look away. Qin Fei didn't mind and asked tentatively, "Let's go out for lunch together." Jingyu, okay. Qin Fei, let's go for a walk around after lunch. Jingyu, okay. Qin Fei, I suddenly remembered that Marvel released a new movie. Do you want to go to the cinema with me? Jingyu, okay. TCH, Qin Fei really didn't understand. Why was Jingyu always so obedient when he was alone with him? Where was the fierce and coquettish jungler from the competition? Jingyu heard the sneer and didn't know if he had said something wrong. He looked up nervously at Qin Fei. Before he could react, Qin Fei patted his head and said, "Okay, today's itinerary has been happily decided. Go and pack your things." Jingyu, okay. Just like that, Jingyu's itinerary for the day was settled. He went upstairs to his room. As he was picking out clothes for himself, he couldn't help but smile. Was this a two-person world? After changing his clothes and preparing to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He took out his phone from his pocket and sent a message to someone with the ID, Jiao Wei Qin. Jingyu not salted fish, I made it to the group stage. Not long after, he received a reply, Jiao Wei Qin, congratulations, keep up the good work. I will watch the live broadcast. Chapter 40. When Jingyu came downstairs, he was wearing a light blue sports jacket. It wasn't zipped up, revealing a white short-sleeved shirt underneath. He also wore a pair of loose black sports pants. He looked clean, tidy, and full of energy. In contrast, Qin Fei, who was sitting on the sofa waiting for him, was dressed quite differently. He wore a black vest over a red and black long-sleeved shirt and a pair of ripped jeans. He got up and walked to Jingyu's side. One of his hands naturally hooked around Jingyu's neck while the other held his phone and searched for a place to go. "You don't look like someone who goes out often. Do you listen to me where you want to eat?" "Yeah, you decide, Brother Fei." Jingyu naturally didn't have any objections. He tilted his head and looked at Qin Fei's side profile, which was right in front of him. He felt that his face was really handsome. "Let's go here." Before he could come back to his senses, Qin Fei had already made a decision. He turned on the GPS, bus, subway, taxi, which one? It took a while for Jingyu to realize that he was asking about the transportation he wanted to take. He couldn't help but be taken aback. "Is it very far?" "It's okay. There are 2 bus stops and 1 subway stop. It'll only take a few minutes by car." "Jingyu, what about walking?" "Qin Fei, Jingyu. Forget I asked." To be honest, Jingyu originally thought that they would just have a casual meal nearby. After all, there were quite a few restaurants nearby. Qin Fei tilted his head and looked at Jingyu. He was a bit helpless, but also a bit amused. "You don't like to take the car?" Jingyu nodded. "Yeah. Let's take the subway." Qin Fei, "Okay. Did you bring your transportation card?" Jingyu, "Yes." Qin Fei, "Then let's go." Qin Fei had always been casual and decisive. He left when he said he would. He let go of Jingyu's neck and took the lead to walk out of the club. When Jingyu came out, he closed the door of the club and locked it. Jingyu looked at his action of locking the door and suddenly had a very subtle feeling. There were only the 2 of them in the club today, and then they went out together. It seemed like a date. Qin Fei didn't notice his strangeness. After putting away the key, he walked side by side with him in the direction of the subway. As they walked, he asked, "When did you start playing LD?" "LD? Demon Lord, English name Lord Devil, abbreviated as LD, oh." Jingyu was hearing about it for the first time. "I just started playing this year. I don't remember exactly how long I've been playing. How many months? But I watched the league last season. He's only been playing for a few months, and he's already researching a self-created combo. Amazing. Because I think the Moonshade Spider's skill is very interesting. Do other fiendish demons have them too? A self-created combo. I play a few often, more or less. Amazing. Heh heh, the 2 chatted like this all the way and took the subway to their destination. Jingyu followed Qin Fei all the way to the door of a shop made of porcelain. Before he could react, he saw Qin Fei raise one hand and make 2 gestures to the waiter at the door. "2 for you." "Jingyu. Are we going to eat here?" He looked up in surprise and looked at the rows of exquisite porcelain on the door of the shop. He felt that something was wrong. "It's just lunch. Is there a need to come to such a high-end place? Let's go." Qin Fei didn't care about Jingyu's shock at all. He grabbed his hand, but quickly realized something and let go. Jingyu came back to his senses and followed him into the shop. Then, he was shocked by the decoration of the shop. There were porcelain everywhere. The ceiling, the walls, and the decorations on the table. Is this a place to eat or sell porcelain? If Qin Fei knew what Jingyu was thinking at this moment, he would definitely vomit blood. "Porcelain. You want to buy this shop but it's not for sale. These porcelain are decorations, decorations. Don't you know how to appreciate them? Jingyu really didn't understand. His life had always been simple and pure. He wore clothes to keep warm and ate to fill his stomach. The only thing he was after was his battle record and rank in Devil Lord. Therefore, he didn't understand why Qin Fei brought him to such an expensive shop to eat. However, since he was already here, he couldn't go back the way he came. Besides, this place was chosen by Qin Fei. Jingyu resigned himself to fate and sat down opposite Qin Fei, quietly watching him order. Qin Fei didn't give him the menu. He just asked him, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Jingyu, "I don't like bitter gourd, chives, and garlic." Qin Fei, "That's not a dietary restriction, it's a picky eater." Jingyu instantly puffed up his face. Qin Fei pretended not to see it. He turned his head and looked at the waiter with amusement. He pointed to the dishes on the menu and said, "This, and this. Give me one of each, no garlic." "Okay." After a while, the waiter took the menu and left. Qin Fei subconsciously looked back at Jingyu. His face was no longer puffed up, but he was holding his head with both hands, looking thoughtful. Qin Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" Jingyu, "Nothing, I was just thinking, you ordered all the dishes, so this meal is your treat." "Yes." Qin Fei had planned to do so from the beginning. "Come with me, you don't have to spend a single cent." Why did he feel that something was wrong? Jingyu blinked. "Anyone who comes with you doesn't have to pay." "Of course not." Qin Fei wasn't an ATM machine. Unless they can use Heart of Ice to kill 5 people in 2 minutes, or use Moonshade Spider to kill 3 people with low HP, Jingyu. So, Qin Fei was treating him to this meal as PG's captain. Was he thanking him for his sacrifice? The two chatted as they ate. After the meal, they walked around the neighborhood. There was nothing they wanted to buy, so they went to watch a movie. The movie was a little long, and by the time they finished, it was almost dinner time. Jingyu refused to eat at a high-end restaurant, so Qin Fei had to coax him into buying octopus for him to eat all the way back to the club. Later, when Yihong found out that the two went out together, he couldn't hold back his gossipy heart and asked Qin Fei on QQ, "Yihong, what did you do when you went out together?" Qin Fei, "Eat, go shopping, and watch a movie." Yihong, "Sounds good. Did you make any progress?" Qin Fei, "Got it. He doesn't like bitter gourds, leeks, and garlic." Yihong, What else?" Qin Fei, "He looks like a hamster when he eats octopus. He's so cute." Yihong, "Did you talk?" Qin Fei, "We've been chatting." Yihong, "What did you talk about?" Qin Fei, "Games." Yihong, "Oh, right. Did you watch a movie?" "What did you watch?" "Horror movie." Qin Fei, "No. It was a sci-fi movie. You know Marvel, right? Every movie is super good." Yihong, Qin Fei, "Recommended." Yihong, "You're hopeless." Qin Fei, "What's wrong?" Yihong, "You're really single based on your own ability." Qin Fei, just mind your own business." Just like that, Qin Fei and Jingyu's first date ended. Although in Yihong's eyes, their date didn't make any progress, whether it was Qin Fei or Jingyu, both of them were quite satisfied with the day's experience. Even their good impression of each other had taken a qualitative leap. Qin Fei, "Jingyu is so cute." Jingyu, "Brother Fei is so handsome." Qin Fei, "I've decided. I'm going to get him." Jingyu, "I'm going to help Brother Fei win the championship." The next day, the members of PG came back one after another. They started their warm-up training before the group stage. The group stage meant that the 16 teams that made it through the qualifiers would be divided into 4 groups. Each group of 4 would play a round-robin tournament. The 2 teams with the most points in each group would advance to the knockout stage. Fong Luofan brought the 5 of them into the conference room and turned on the projector. The screen showed the names of the 16 teams that made it to the group stage. We've drawn Group A, so let's take a look at Group A first. As he spoke, he clicked on the next PowerPoint. The 4 teams in Group A are Momo, KCC, ANE, and us. Ain. Yihong side, there are only 3 teams in the top 8. 2 of them are in Group A. It's really unfriendly to new teams. Fong Luofan glared at him. Don't be so sure. Be careful of retribution. Don't forget, last season, we also crawled out of the group of death. That's true. Yihong shrugged and didn't say anything else. Thus, Fong Luofan continued, I had Xiao Yun gather information on Momo and KCC. I found that they both appeared in the Pro League last season. However, they weren't very lucky. They met ANE and SOS in the qualifiers and got crushed. I watched the videos of these 2 teams this season. I found that their playstyles are quite similar. They're both more agile. They like to use demons with high movement speed and many movement skills. They're good at chasing and stealing dragons. Stealing dragons. Jingyu raised his eyebrows. He didn't know why, but he thought of the person who said he wanted to steal dragons on the forums. However, in comparison, Momo is more stable and makes fewer mistakes. KCC is a bit rash. They lose points easily due to mistakes, but they still took risks and turned the tables a few times. Fong Luofan continued, in short, teams that can enter the group stage can't be underestimated. It's still the same thing. No matter which team you're fighting, you must give it your all. Luo Yiming rushed to answer. Fong Luofan glanced at him indifferently, it's good that you know. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned his gaze to Jingyu and probed, Jingyu, I feel that your Moonshade Spider is stronger than Heart of Ice. Why aren't you using it? Jingyu didn't expect to be called out. After a moment of hesitation, he replied innocently, my Moonshade Spider isn't familiar enough. It's not as smooth as Heart of Ice. I'm afraid that I'll make mistakes in the match, so, yeah, we still have time today. Practice more. Jingyu, for the first match, use the Moonshade Spider. Fong Luofan's tone didn't sound like he was discussing with Jingyu. It sounded more like he had already made the decision for him. Jingyu wanted to ask for the reason, but he didn't dare. He almost subconsciously turned his gaze to Qin Fei beside him. Noticing his gaze, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He helplessly explained on behalf of Fong Luofan, all this time, your first pick has always been Heart of Ice. With so many of our matches being broadcasted live in the qualifiers, the other teams have a good idea. They won't ban your Moonshade Spider. But what if you use the Moonshade Spider in the first match? Jingyu suddenly understood, oh, you want to trick the other team into a ban position. Qin Fei looked at him appreciatively, yes, that's what I mean. You understand it pretty quickly, huh? If the other team bans your Moonshade Spider, they'll only have 2 bans left. No matter who they ban, it'll be to our advantage. Okay, I understand, Jingyu nodded seriously, for the first match, I'll use the Moonshade Spider. Qin Fei looked at his serious profile and couldn't help but laugh. Today's Jingyu is also super cute. Chapter 41. The schedule for the group stage was already out. PG's first day was against Momo at 8 a.m. on Monday. The second day was against KCC at 1 p.m. PG's match against ANE was set for Wednesday at 6 p.m. When they saw the time for the first match, all PG members were silent. 8 in the morning. Qin Fei was up. As soon as they left the meeting room, Hanlang patted Jingyu's shoulder with a serious face. Jingyu, whether we can get points in the first match or not depends on you. Jingyu didn't react for a moment and replied blankly, I'll do my best. When Yihong heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. I'm not talking about that, but... He moved closer to Jingyu's ear and whispered softly, You're the only one who can wake Brother Fei up before 8 a.m. Jingyu suddenly understood. He looked up at Qin Fei walking in front of him and smiled. I'll do my best. The same words were said in a completely different tone. It was filled with a smile that wasn't there earlier. However, when the next morning came, Yihong and Hanlang mercifully stopped Jingyu. Yihong, don't go, you'll really get beaten up. Hanlang, let's wait for the coach to come. I hope he's wearing thick enough clothes today. Was it that exaggerated? Jingyu looked at the two in surprise. He lowered his head and thought for a moment before deciding to give it a try. It's almost 7:30. If Brother Fei doesn't wake up soon, he won't have time for breakfast. I'll go wake him up. Really, don't go, trust me. Yihong frowned seriously. I'm not kidding. Brother Fei has a bad temper when he wakes up. With your small body, you won't be able to get out if you go in. Yeah, Hanlang agreed. If you sacrifice yourself to wake him up, it won't be worth it at all. Even Luo Yiming, who was brushing his teeth, rushed out of the bathroom and mumbled, MMM. Translation, Goldfish, we can't lose you. Jingyu, == to be honest, he was a little annoyed. The main thing was that if Brother Fei didn't wake up soon, he wouldn't have time for breakfast. It was rare for Jingyu to be so tough. He pushed away Yihong, who was standing in front of him, and went straight upstairs. Jingyu. Yihong was startled and instinctively wanted to catch up with him to stop him, but Jingyu suddenly accelerated and leaped up the stairs. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to the second floor and came to Qin Fei's door. He pushed the door open and entered. Yihong. Fuck. He flew up, didn't he? When Yihong appeared at the top of the stairs, panting, Jingyu was nowhere to be seen in the corridor. Yihong couldn't believe his eyes. Jingyu, who looked so weak, actually had better stamina than him. Wasn't that so? Jingyu rushed into Qin Fei's room without even panting. However, when he closed the door and turned around, he saw a lump on the bed. He couldn't help but hold his breath. In order to get rid of Yihong, he rushed in without thinking. He didn't think about what to do after he rushed in. However, at that moment, he was more concerned about whether Brother Fei was wearing clothes when he slept. He should only be wearing underwear, right? After all, that night, when he got up to go to the bathroom after browsing the forum, he bumped into Qin Fei in the bathroom. He saw that he was only wearing underwear. Jingyu imagined the scene under the blanket and swallowed hard. He took some time to mentally prepare himself. Then, he tried to get closer to the bed. Brother Fei, it's time to get up. After he said that, he felt that his voice was too soft, so he raised his voice and shouted, Brother Fei. Get up. If you don't get up, you're going to lose the group competition. A moan came from under the blanket. A hand reached out, but the next second, it was resting on the edge of the bed and didn't move. Jingyu sighed helplessly. He gave up talking and changed to using his hands. He carefully moved to the side of the bed, grabbed a corner of the blanket, and pulled it back forcefully. The blanket was pulled away, revealing Qin Fei's sleepy face, then his sexy collarbone, bare shoulders, and then, okay, he really wasn't wearing a shirt. Realizing that if he continued to pull, Qin Fei would be exposed. Jingyu couldn't help but stop what he was doing. Then, before he could react, he was pulled back by a strong force. Qin Fei, who was sleeping, probably felt cold. He instinctively grabbed the blanket that was pulled away and pulled it hard. Because of the sudden pull, Jingyu, who was unprepared, stumbled forward due to inertia. He tripped over the edge of the bed and knelt on one knee on Qin Fei's bed, causing the whole bed to sink. Perhaps he felt the danger. Qin Fei frowned and threw a punch at Jingyu. Jingyu was slightly stunned. He tilted his head and easily dodged the attack. He wanted to wake Qin Fei up, but before he could say anything, he saw Qin Fei use his other hand to throw another punch. Again. Jingyu clicked his tongue, grabbed his wrist, and pressed his restless hand on the bed. Then, he grabbed his other hand and straddled him, shouting, "Brother Fei, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, Brother Fei. The group matches are about to start. Wake up. If you don't get up, I'm going to hit you." If his teammates had heard this, they would have thought that he was crazy. It was always Qin Fei who hit others. No one dared to hit him, let alone threaten him with it. However, Jingyu blurted it out without hesitation. With his hands restrained and a weight on his body, coupled with the constant sound stimulating his nerves, Qin Fei frowned and opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes were full of murderous intent. The word "die" was written all over his face. However, a few seconds later, he silently looked at Jingyu on top of him and fell into deep thought. Was this a dream? The next second, he felt the restraints on his hands loosen. He watched as the person on top of him rolled off his body in a panic. He slid down the edge of the bed and fell to the ground, making intimate contact with the ground. Jingyu, with his face on the ground, Jingyu rubbed his nose with one hand and grabbed the edge of the bed with the other. With tears in his eyes, he got up. "Brother Fei." His tone was full of grievances. Qin Fei's lips twitched. He sleepily sat up from the bed and gave Jingyu a look of disdain. "You fell down yourself. Why are you calling me? People who don't know better might think that I did something to you." "Jingyu, no, I wanted to say, the match is at 8:00. It's already 7:30. If you don't get up now, you won't be able to have breakfast." Qin Fei quickly grabbed the phone on the bedside table and turned on the screen. After seeing the time, he cursed and pulled the blanket off his body. "Jingyu." He was caught off guard. After Qin Fei pulled the blanket off, he realized that Jingyu was still beside the bed. He calmly covered himself with the blanket again. "Go out. I'll be right out after I get dressed." Jingyu, oh. After Jingyu said that, he obediently left Qin Fei's room and closed the door. He didn't expect to bump into Yihong as soon as he stepped out of the door. Yihong looked at Jingyu from head to toe in disbelief. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Jingyu looked at him helplessly. "What do you think?" As he spoke, he took the lead and walked downstairs. Yihong hesitantly followed. "Where's Brother Fei?" As Jingyu walked down the stairs, he replied without turning his head, "He's already awake. He'll be right down." How did you do that?" Yihong thought he heard wrong. "You really woke him up?" "He didn't hit you." "He hit me." Jingyu recalled the few punches that Qin Fei threw at him. He felt that it wasn't as exaggerated as they said. Qin Fei hadn't woken up yet. His fists were soft and couldn't hit him at all. He really didn't know how he injured his coach. Yihong couldn't believe that Jingyu could wake Qin Fei up unscathed. He wanted to ask more, but before he could open his mouth, he heard the sound of the door opening and closing behind him. Qin Fei came out. Yihong instantly shut up. He was as quiet as a chicken. After Qin Fei woke up, he got dressed at a godlike speed and left the room. Then, he brushed his teeth, washed his face, and ate breakfast. He didn't stop for a second. When he finished his breakfast and sat in the training room, it was only 7:45. There was still 15 minutes before the match started. Brother Fei, you're actually awake. To be honest, Luo Yiming was prepared to fight 4 against 5. Han Lang also had a look of disbelief on his face. Jingyu woke you up. Qin Fei, what else could it be? Counting on a bunch of cowards like you. Luo Yiming, fuck, Jingyu, you're awesome. How did you scream? This was also what Yi Hong wanted to ask, but he didn't have the opportunity to do so. However, Jingyu's answer was destined to disappoint them. I just screamed very normally. Yes, he exchanged a few blows with Qin Fei very normally. He rode on his body very normally. Then, he rolled off the bed very normally and landed face first on the ground very normally. At that moment, Qin Fei, who was completely awake, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he recalled what he saw when he was woken up. He even dared to ride on him. That was quite brave of him. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Jingyu. He saw that he was seriously adjusting the Moonshade Spider's equipment. It looked like he was already in competition mode. 15 minutes later, PG and Momo's match officially started. Almost at the same time, Fang Luofan appeared at PG's club. Yi Hong seriously suspected that he did it on purpose because he didn't want to wake up Qin Fei himself. Indeed, Fang Luofan was already traumatized by the thought of waking up Qin Fei. He decided to give this difficult task to Qin Fei's teammates. He believed that they could complete the task alive. However, when he stepped into the training room and saw Qin Fei sitting in his seat, he was surprised. You actually got up. Qin Fei clicked his tongue. Why do you have to ask everyone the same question? Even so, he still patiently replied, it's all thanks to Jingyu. If it wasn't for you guys, it would be a miracle if I woke up before the end of the 3rd round. After a pause, he suddenly thought of something and sneered. Oh, without me, you might not even be able to make it to the 3rd round. Yi Hong, hey, I don't like that. Do you really think that PG can't do without you? Luo Yiming, yeah. Do you think I'm a pushover? Han Lang, if you don't wake up, I'll go up. I can play from any position. Qin Fei, awesome. You go up and I'll support you. Han Lang, I couldn't ask for more. Jingyu. What was going on? They were in the group stage, right? It wasn't a normal match, right? Jingyu felt that his teammates were probably joking. However, just in case, he still asked, are you guys serious? Han Lang, of course. Luo Yiming, old Han is really good when he goes up. Yi Hong, you don't know this, little Jingyu. The group stage is a best of 3, so you can do whatever you want in the 1st round. Jingyu. I know that it's a best of 3, but you can do whatever you want in the 1st round. Are you guys kidding me? Qin Fei, don't listen to Yezi's nonsense. It's a group stage after all. Don't do whatever you want. Jingyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were indeed joking. Qin Fei, actually, I'm still a little sleepy, so I wanted to use support to wake myself up. Jingyu. What the fuck? Use support to wake yourself up. Indeed, PG was still PG, reliable. No way. Stir up trouble. Of course. As for the consequences of stirring up trouble in front of the coach, Jingyu tried to look at Fang Luofan, who was standing at the door. His face was completely black. Qin Fei, he called out warningly. Qin Fei didn't even turn his head. I'm not awake yet. Do you want to fight? Fong Luofan. The support is pretty good. Good luck. Jingyu == PG's team was hopeless. Chapter 42. With Qin Fei's support, Jingyu wasn't worried at all. A pro player who could walk up and fight in the jungle, whether it was tanking in front of the archer, or leading the team, they were all top-notch. But Hanlang walking up? Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Although Jingyu hadn't seen Hanlang walking up, Hanlang had used a support-type demon to kill the opponent's top laner. Plus, it was popular to use top laners as support recently, so he had practiced a lot. Basically, he could play any top laner that could be used as a support, and a few of them were pretty good. They really did have the potential to be top laners. But, that's not right. That's not right. Why would they switch positions when they were playing so well? And it's the first match of the group stage. Are they playing around? Looking at the entire esports scene, which team would dare to mess around like PG? I need a reason that can convince me. Jingyu said this sentence with a frown. It was related to the outcome of the match. Even if it would make Qin Fei unhappy, he decided to speak his mind. His idea was, they could play around as much as they wanted, but could they hold their ground in an official match? Even if it was a best of 3, who could guarantee that after losing the first match, they would be able to win the second match if they played seriously? Fong Luofan was right. Accidents could happen at any time, and the outcome was unpredictable. Therefore, they had to go all out in every match. Hearing Jingyu's obviously unhappy tone, Luo Yiming subconsciously held his breath. Were they going to quarrel? Hanlang also fell into silence. Yi Hong wanted to say something, but stopped. He wanted to persuade them, but he didn't know who to persuade, let alone how to persuade them. In the tense atmosphere, Qin Fei turned his head and looked at Jingyu. Jingyu pursed his lips. He seemed to be a little scared, but he didn't move his eyes away from Qin Fei's face. He had an expression that said, "You have to give me a reason, or I'll take you down with me." Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Reason? He laughed leisurely. It's simple. Old Han doesn't know how to use the flower in the mirror, but he knows how. Ha! Jingyu was stunned. Clearly, he didn't expect Qin Fei to actually give him a reason instead of just saying, "I just wanted to play support on a whim." If you're not convinced, let's fight. At this time, both sides had finished rolling the dice and decided on the first and second moves. Unfortunately, PG was the last resort. But it was also because of this that Qin Fei had enough time to explain to Jingyu before he banned the demons. The reason why your Moonshade Spider is so troublesome is mainly because of her control. On the other hand, as long as the opponent's entire team is equipped with dispellers, the Moonshade Spider's deterrence will be greatly reduced. In order to make up for this flaw, we need a control-type support. First, we need to trick the opponent into dispelling their dispellers. Then, you'll be able to complete the combo. I see. Jingyu suddenly understood. As expected of Brother Fei. He had only used the Moonshade Spider once in an official competition, and Brother Fei had actually thought of a way to make up for this flaw. Actually, I originally considered letting Yezi use his soul to cooperate with you. Qin Fei turned his gaze to his computer screen. He looked at Momo's still empty band position and calmly analyzed, but, this way, we will have one less sorcerer. It won't be good for a team battle. Jingyu was almost convinced. But, with the last bit of reason left, he asked one last question: is Brother Han's flower in the mirror very bad? Noob to the point where he needed to exchange places with Qin Fei. Han Lang's face darkened. Bad your ass. Then, Qin Fei glared at him coldly, and he instantly fell silent. How should I say this? Qin Fei considered his words carefully. His skill with flower in the mirror is about the same as Yiming's skill with Kamal. Jingyu, okay, got it. As everyone knew, Kamal was a must-ban for PGs. It was because of Luo Yiming, the PG's bottom laner, who could turn this version's best archer into the version's best trash. This time, Jingyu was completely convinced. Not only did he not think that his teammate was crazy, he was actually looking forward to the cooperation between his Moonshade Spider and Flower in the mirror. Although they were in the same team and had fought side by side for so many games, Qin Fei was a top laner and he was a jungler. The two of them rarely cooperated, and most of the time, they played their own roles. What would happen if they cooperated? Jingyu was looking forward to cooperating with Qin Fei, so he didn't see Yihong secretly give Qin Fei a thumbs up when he wasn't paying attention. He mouthed, "Beautiful circle." Qin Fei didn't explain. He made an 8 with his right hand and placed it in front of his chin. He smiled and said, "I'm handsome, right?" Luo Yiming and Han Leng immediately gave him a thumbs up and said, "Awesome." Fong Luofan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the little movements of these bastards. Sometimes, he really didn't know if they suddenly changed tactics for the sake of victory or to cause trouble. However, Qin Fei's explanation was reasonable, so he didn't need to worry too much. With that in mind, Fong Luofan did not comment on Qin Fei's decision. Before Momo banned the first demon, he left the training room and closed the door behind him. He decided to continue watching the live stream in his conference room. "Hello everyone, I'm Aban, the commentator. I'm Tanghua, I can finally commentate on the group stage. I'm a little excited." Aban sounded very excited. Especially since the first match is against PG. I don't know what surprises PG will bring us today. Aban, you just want to see Jingyu, right? Tanghua exposed him. Those who have followed the qualifiers should be familiar with Jingyu, PG's new jungler. It doesn't matter if you don't know him because Aban will be happy to introduce his idol. You found out again. Aban laughed. Then let me introduce Jingyu. He's the new jungler that PG just signed this season. His ID is GF. So far, he has only used 2 monsters in the tournament. One is Heart of Ice, and the other is Moonshade Spider. Yes, you heard right, Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. Aban, after the qualifiers, many people called him the #1 Heart of Ice in the Chinese server. I don't think that's accurate enough. Tanghua, oh. Why do you say that? Aban, because his Moonshade Spider is also very strong. It's not wrong to call him the #1 Moonshade Spider in the Chinese server, right? Tanghua, I think so. However, Jingyu still uses Heart of Ice the most. Aban, that's the case so far. However, I believe that Jingyu is not only good at using these 2 monsters. He paused. Tanghua, have you noticed that Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider are both assassin-type junglers? Tanghua was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on her. I think I understand what you mean. That's right. That's what I mean. Aban laughed. It's not just Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. As long as it's an assassin-type monster, it rarely appears in the tournament. Even if it does, it's not as shocking as Jingyu. Jingyu can be called the #1 assassin in the Chinese server. I wonder if we'll have the chance to see Jingyu use other assassin-type monsters as junglers this season. As Tanghua spoke, she saw that Momo finally banned the first monster after some hesitation. She quickly changed the topic and explained. Okay, we can see that Momo has banned Lilith first. Aban, Qin Fei's Lilith is a bug in the early game. It's obvious that this PG's jungler has become even more ferocious after changing to a top laner. Momo's choice is right. She can't give Qin Fei too many early game monsters. Otherwise, the top laner will collapse very quickly. Tanghua, then PG banned Kamal. There's no suspense. A ban, Momo banned Nine-Tailed Fox. There's also no suspense. Oh, I forgot to mention that Momo's team seems to prefer monsters with fast movement speed and more agile movement skills. I think they're going to steal Dark Cupid. Tanghua, I wonder who they'll give the last ban spot to. PG banned Heijiao. Heijiao is indeed the monster that Momo's mid laner uses the most. As soon as she finished speaking, Momo made her choice. Satan. Momo instant bans Satan. There's a total of 3 ban spots. 2 of them are given to PG's top laner Qin Fei. A ban couldn't help but laugh. It's obvious that Qin Fei is putting a lot of pressure on Momo. Tanghua, it seems like Momo is really going to steal Dark Cupid. But let's see if PG's last ban spot will be, instant bans. Dark Cupid. Luo Yiming banned himself once again. But this time, it was Jingyu who made him ban. Unlike last time, they had a backup plan. They knew that their opponents were going to steal Dark Cupid. There was no reason for them to give up the powerful monster in this patch. At this point, the ban phase was over. Both teams began to pick monsters. Without Dark Cupid, Momo hesitated for a moment before choosing her team. On the other hand, PG seemed to have made a decision long ago. They instantly banned Azrael and Flower in the mirror. Ha! Azrael and Flower in the mirror. A ban thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. PG has banned Azrael and Flower in the mirror. So far, I haven't seen them use these 2 monsters. Did they prepare a new strategy? Candy guessed. When she saw that Momo had chosen Buried Sword and Scarlet Fury, she said, "These 2 fiendish demons are within my expectations." Sword Burial is the best jungler in this patch. His damage and displacement are impeccable. Scarlet Fury is the most agile sorcerer after Heijiao. It fits Momo's style very well. PG has banned Wind of Condensation and Peacock Plume. A ban raised his eyebrows in surprise. With this lineup, PG's bottom lane will have a hard time. PG has banned Flower in the mirror from the beginning. This means that they have already planned to use Wind of Condensation and Flower in the mirror. Tanghua analyzed with a puzzled tone. This doesn't seem like PG's style. A ban, Momo has chosen Quangu and Mermaid for the last 2 spots. Now, only PG's jungler is left. Tanghua, PG's jungler, I don't think there's any suspense. A ban, yes, it's most likely Heart of Ice. Although this monster has appeared many times in the preliminaries, I'm still looking forward to Jingyu's performance in the first match of the group stage. Tanghua, hahaha, a ban, you just want to see Jingyu's Heart of Ice. But to be honest, I want to see it too. No matter how many times I watch the Pentacle of Heart of Ice, I won't get tired of it. A ban, after all, the only player who can use Heart of Ice to get a Pentacle this season is Chi. A ban was happily chatting when a monster suddenly appeared in the middle of the screen. It was completely different from what he had imagined. What was going on? Ban felt that he was in a bad mood. He and Tanghua had done so much to pave the way for Jingyu's Heart of Ice, but in the end? In the first match of the group stage, PG's jungler wasn't Heart of Ice, but the Moonshade Spider. The moment PG locked onto the Moonshade Spider, both Aban and Tanghua were dumbfounded. In the end, Aban was the first to come back to his senses. He said in surprise, he actually chose the Moonshade Spider. This is the first time Jingyu has used the Moonshade Spider without Heart of Ice being banned. To be honest, I think his Moonshade Spider is stronger than Heart of Ice. Tanghua tried to pave the way for Jingyu again. After all, his Moonshade Spider can take on 3 monsters at once. Can Heart of Ice do the same? Indeed, objectively speaking, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider is stronger than Heart of Ice. I'm guessing Momo didn't ban Moonshade Spider because, like us, she thought Jingyu would definitely use Heart of Ice. As a ban speculated, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For the past week of the qualifiers, Jingyu's first pick was Heart of Ice. Was it to prevent Moonshade Spider from being banned in the group stage? If that's really the case, PG's team is too scheming. In the tense countdown, both teams exchanged monsters and adjusted their equipment. Now, only PG's top laner and support have not been swapped. A ban casually mentioned this and patiently waited for the countdown to end. 10, 9, 8, 7, a ban, PG is still not swapping. 5, 4, 3, 2, a ban. Soon, the countdown ended and both teams entered the battlefield. PG's top laner and jungler did not swap monsters until the beginning of the battle. After entering the battlefield, Flower in the Mirror's head had the eye-catching ID PG Sleep. On the other hand, PG's monster was Azrael. Fuck. A ban, who finally realized what was going on, cursed on the spot. Qin Fei's support. Tanghua's eyes widened in disbelief. What? These two are not on the wrong account, right? Chapter 43. After confirming that Qin Fei and Han Lang had indeed swapped positions, the commentators were shocked. The bullet screen was also shocked. Is it really okay to be so reckless in the first match of the group stage? PG's team is toxic. Momo, I'm satisfied with banning 2 of Qin Fei's top laners, but now you're telling me that Qin Fei is the support. Hahaha, maybe Brother Fei is a little upset because 2 of his top laners were banned. Sleeping God is the support. I'm looking forward to this match. But I'm more interested in Jingyu's Moonshade Spider's Pentacle, ahaha. Momo almost vomited blood when she saw PG's final lineup. Azrael. Flower in the Mirror. Moonshade Spider. This lineup was completely out of their expectations. They had wasted 2 banned slots, and they hadn't banned the most. Momo's entire team felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They had indeed wasted 2 banned slots. When Han Lang went up, the first pick was Azrael. They didn't even consider Lilith and Satan. Unlike Qin Fei, Han Lang couldn't be fierce in every game. Whether he was fierce or not was entirely up to his devil pet. When he used a Sagittarius as the bottom laner, he was a coward. Although Lilith was a mana tank, she didn't have much health. She relied on her excellent lifesteal ability to sustain herself. When she fought in a team, her health would fluctuate. It was frightening to watch. Satan was even more so. As a strong jungler second only to Sword Burial, he was better at killing people than tanking damage. Therefore, for Han Lang, Azrael, a tank with high health and high defense, was the best choice. It could also be said that he was the only choice at this stage. The top laner, who was fierce in every game, was using Flower in the Mirror to circle around Luo Yiming's Wind of Condensation. Flower in the Mirror, a control-type pure support. Ha ha ha. If only this was an offline match. I really want to see the other side's expression. Luo Yiming didn't want to be too excited, his captain was personally assisting him. This treatment. Qin Fei was as calm as ever. He even yawned lazily. Am I in command for this round? A support was indeed more suitable for commanding than a jungler. Jingyu almost instinctively replied with a before he seemed to realize something. He hesitated and asked, "Can you?" Qin Fei, huh? Jingyu, don't tell me you fell asleep while fighting. Qin Fei, Jingyu, you look very sleepy. She was even yawning. Qin Fei, sleepy. He was a little sleepy, but not so sleepy that he would fall asleep in the middle of a match. After all, it was a competition. Even though Qin Fei was like this, he was also obsessed with the championship. Or rather, it could be said that PG was created with this goal in mind. However, what was with Jingyu's "don't stop me from winning the championship" expression? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows and suddenly wanted to tease him. Command before I fall asleep. When I fall asleep, you'll take over. Jingyu frowned. He didn't agree, but he obediently said, okay, that's it. What will you do if I fall asleep and lose the game? Qin Fei was suddenly very curious. Jingyu didn't turn his head. I won't let that happen. Qin Fei, what if it happens? Jingyu was silent for a while. When he spoke again, Qin Fei didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his voice was lower than usual. I won't let you fall asleep. He said word by word, if you're too sleepy. He tilted his head and looked at Qin Fei. He smiled and said, I can punch you. Luo Yiming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yi Hong and Han Lang also couldn't help but laugh. They all thought that Jingyu was joking. Only Qin Fei, who was sitting next to Jingyu, knew how dangerous Jingyu's eyes were when he said this. He was serious. No one could stop Jingyu from winning the game, not even his favorite esports player. After threatening Qin Fei, Jingyu immediately turned his gaze back to his computer screen. He was absent-minded. His heart suddenly started beating very fast. He was scared by himself. Damn, he actually threatened Brother Fei. Brother Fei must hate him now, but he really didn't want to lose. Qin Fei looked at him silently for a while. He suddenly smiled and said softly, don't worry, I won't fall asleep. Then he said, even if I fall asleep, I can fly. I really don't know where he got his confidence from. However, after hearing his words, Jingyu instantly calmed down. His brows unconsciously relaxed. Brother Fei said that he wouldn't fall asleep, so he definitely wouldn't fall asleep. If he said that he could fly, then he definitely could. It turned out that chasing after celebrities was blind. However, it was true that Qin Fei could fly. Qin Fei said, Yi Ming, go. Luo Yiming's wind of condensation almost instinctively attacked the opposing Minotaur. Then, Qin Fei's flower in the mirror used a crowd control skill. The Minotaur and the mermaid were all controlled at the edge of the defense tower. Although wind of condensation's damage wasn't high, it had the longest reach of all the archers. From the beginning of the attack, to the Minotaur being controlled, to the end of the crowd control effect, to the Minotaur escaping, the enemy Minotaur was within the range of wind of condensation the entire time. The wind blade passed through the entire defense tower and slit the Minotaur's neck. Even if he used flash, he couldn't escape this final punishment. First blood was born. System, wind of condensation, 1 kill. System, enemy Minotaur has been killed. After killing the Minotaur, wind of condensation didn't stop attacking. Wind blade after wind of condensation swept towards the mermaid. Qin Fei said, fall back. Luo Yiming's wind of condensation fell back and dodged the mermaid's crowd control skill. Qin Fei said, enter the tower. Flower in the mirror was the first to enter the tower. Luo Yiming's wind of condensation moved into the tower and crazily attacked the mermaid. The mermaid also used flash, but she also couldn't escape wind of condensation's range. System, wind of condensation, double kill. System, enemy mermaid has been killed. Qin Fei said, flash out of the tower. Luo Yiming did as he was told. Almost at the same time, Flower and the mirror came out of the tower. Both of them still had half of their health left. After killing a wave of troops, they happily returned to the city to recover. Jing Yu's admiration for Qin Fei increased by several levels. Brother Fei is so strong. Qin Fei smiled. You call this strong? Jing Yu said, Yiming never listens to my commands. Qin Fei said, it's fine. Just give him a beating and he'll be fine. Luo Yiming. Luo Yiming felt wronged. When did I not listen to your commands? Jing Yu didn't want to be entangled with him on this issue. Fine, it's my fault. I don't know why I can't cooperate with you. Qin Fei said, I said, just give him a beating and he'll be fine. Jing Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he wouldn't be fooled by Qin Fei. He knew very well that Luo Yiming did listen to his commands, but he never achieved the results he wanted. This wasn't a problem that could be solved by just giving him a beating. Qin Fei also knew very well that Jing Yu and Luo Yiming still had a long way to go. To cooperate with a single-celled shooter like Luo Yiming, in addition to being flexible, he also needed a certain amount of intuition. Therefore, he wouldn't teach Jing Yu what to do during the match. It wouldn't be too late to slowly practice this in the future. Moreover, he felt that the current Jing Yu was already very good at ganking the bottom lane. Jing Yu's goal when ganking the bottom lane was never to be a shooter, but a jungler. He crouched in the bushes and waited patiently. Once he caught the movement of the opposing jungler, he would rush out and kill him. This wasn't the first time Jing Yu had done this. Logically speaking, the opposing jungler should have been on guard. However, Jing Yu still succeeded. This was a tried and tested trick. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy sword burial has been killed. Beautiful. Aban couldn't help but shout out. Jing Yu's bait never fails even once. Bait, Tangua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aban, using our own shooter as bait to kill the opposing jungler. Bait for short. As long as you're happy. Tangua's tone was a little helpless, but she calmly accepted Aban's explanation in the next second. Jing Yu's bait is done very well no matter what kind of monster he uses. Aban, yes, but in this game, Qin Fei's flower in the mirror is also very eye-catching. Tangua, it's mainly because of the rhythm of the bottom lane. One's positioning is obviously much less wrong than in the preliminaries. Aban, rather than saying that one has made fewer mistakes, it's more accurate to say that Qin Fei's coordination is very good. No matter how one plays, he can keep up with her. He takes advantage of all the opportunities that the other party seizes. Tangua, Sai, first the jungler, then the top laner, and now the support. How can Qin Fei play any position? This question was what everyone in front of the screen was thinking. Countless bullet screen comments in agreement slid across the screen. Fong Luofan couldn't help but frown and had to turn off the bullet screen for a while. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the top lane. As Aban spoke, he asked someone to cut the screen to the top lane. On the screen, Hanlang's Azrael suppressed the Quangu on the opposite side of the tower. From time to time, he would use his skills to bait the enemy out of the tower. This scene, top laners are the most aggressive. After all, they have a lot of health. Aban looked at the Quangu, who was trembling under the tower after being bullied by Azrael, and felt like laughing. The Quangu and Azrael are the same type of monsters, but the Quangu is obviously at a disadvantage in the lane. When you look at the other team's matches, you will always ban Azrael as a last resort. Only when you are up against PGs will you ban Satan and Lilith first. As Tangua spoke, she couldn't help but sigh. When a player is strong enough, the difference between monsters and monsters doesn't seem to matter. Aban, that's right. Jing Yu's assassin-type monster is a classic example. As they spoke, the Moonshade Spider passed through the middle lane and rushed directly into the enemy tower. It killed Scarlet Fury in a few swipes and teleported out of the tower. On the screen, countless 666s slid past neatly. Everyone watching the live stream couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. Almost everyone felt that Jing Yu's Moonshade Spider was stronger than Heart of Ice. This was because when he used the Moonshade Spider, he preferred to cross the tower and kill monsters than Heart of Ice. As a monster that dealt more damage the lower its health, and would go berserk when it was on red blood, Jing Yu fully utilized the Moonshade Spider's strategy of selling its health. When Sword Burial saw other monsters with low health, his first reaction was to chase after them like crazy. He wouldn't turn back until he killed them. When he saw the Moonshade Spider with low health, he couldn't afford to provoke it. He slipped away. Finally, it was time for the team battle against the dragon. Old Han, let's go. At Qin Fei's command, Han Leng's Azrael was the first to rush out. Its black scythe hooked onto the enemy Kuangdu and directly into the PG's encirclement. Then, Qin Fei flashed over and used disorienting steps to crowd control all the enemy members. They're all crowd controlled. Aban couldn't believe his eyes. The timing of that flash was very crucial. It was too good. But Momo's reaction was also very fast. She used disorienting steps at almost the same time. Moonshade Spider attacked. Following Azrael's death harvest, the Moonshade Spider, which only had a sliver of health left, used Shadow Flash to rush into the midst of Momo's members. Then, it used Spider Web, Bite, Demon Transformation, Inescapable Net, 10,000 Spider Bite, Gluttony, Moon Shadow Harvest. A self-created combo of attacks made Momo's members unable to take care of themselves. The dazzling array of skills was not played in slow motion, so it was impossible to see what was happening. The entire screen was filled with system notifications of enemy demons being killed. It was a tragic sight. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy members have been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, triple kill. System, enemy Kuangdu has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, quadruple kill. System, enemy Mermaid has been killed. Quadruple kill. Jing Yu's Moonshade Spider has quadruple kill. Aban was so excited that his voice broke. Sword Burial with only a sliver of health left. Sword Burial has escaped with a displacement. Momo's Sword Burial saw that the situation was not good. As soon as the crowd control effect wore off, it escaped. Relying on its mobility, it disappeared without a trace. On the PG side, except for the Moonshade Spider, everyone's health was above half, so it was very safe. Attack the dragon. Qin Fei ordered. Everyone rushed towards the magic dragon, while he began to scout the nearby bushes. At this time, Sword Burial, who had circled around to hide in the bushes, was so nervous that his heart almost stopped beating. Sword Burial is in the bushes. Can Qin Fei find it? Tang Guo was even more nervous than Sword Burial. He's too close to the dragon. He's planning to steal it. Momo's team is very good at stealing dragons, but can they succeed against PG, who is in the top 8? Aban said as he watched Qin Fei's flower in the mirror get closer and closer to Sword Burial's position. We're going to be discovered. However, the moment a lustrous-looking moon stepped into the grass, Zhang Jian used flash in the grass. His entire body flashed past a lustrous-looking moon and disappeared into the grass that a lustrous-looking moon had already explored. Beautiful. Even though Aban was rooting for the PG team, he was still amazed by Sword Burial's maneuver. Flashing from bushes to bushes would not be discovered by the enemy. As expected, Qin Fei did not find any trace of sword burial. He had already scouted all the bushes. Thinking that it was safe, he went to contribute to the damage output of the magic dragon. When the magic dragon only had a sliver of health left, sword burial rushed out. "Sword burial is coming!" Tanguy screamed. She watched as sword burial teleported to the magic dragon's side. Almost at the same time, he used retribution on Jingyu's moonshade spider. The result? Chapter 44. System: Sword Burial, vanquish the magic dragon. System: the magic dragon army is about to attack. As soon as the system notification appeared, a "paw" sound was heard. It was a string in Luo Yiming's brain that snapped. Sword burial. You motherfucker #yen%. Luo Yiming cursed as he used his wind of condensation to teleport over and kill sword burial in a few hits. System: wind of condensation, 1 kill. System: the enemy's sword burial has been killed. Jingyu was stunned for a moment before he reacted quickly, push the tower. Yihong also reacted immediately, yes, 1 wave at a time, 1 wave at a time. Luo Yiming, 1 wave at a time. Hanlang, kill. At that moment, the PvP training room suddenly became very noisy and filled with all kinds of roars. At the same time, the PvP players didn't even look at the magic dragon army that was pouring out of Momo's territory. Almost all of them rushed towards the middle lane. Except for Jingyu. Jingyu used his moonshade spider to teleport and flash to reach the magic disc as quickly as possible and single-handedly took it down. System: moonshade spider, vanquish the magic disc. As the system notification popped up, a huge magic disc rose into the air and with a whoosh, it flew towards the enemy's second tower in the middle lane. At that moment, PvP's army line was cleared by the enemy's tower. The magic disc tanked the tower's damage and PvP players frantically tried to push the tower. System: wind of condensation, destroy the enemy's tower. After taking down the second tower, PvP players didn't hesitate and continued to push down the third tower. At that moment, Jingyu's moonshade spider returned to the main army and helped everyone push down the tower. Soon, another tower collapsed under the crazy damage of PvP players. System: wind of condensation, destroy the enemy's tower. After destroying 2 towers in one go, the magic disc status bar was still at 1/5. The army line in the middle lane also arrived quickly. PvP players went all out and under the cover of the magic disc, charged straight into the enemy's territory. The magic dragon army in the middle lane was killed as soon as they set out. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. It was a tragic sight. The members of Momo battle team were scared out of their wits when they saw this. Quangu, who was in front of the PvP players, resurrected. Before he could cast his skills, Flower in the Mirror used illusion, he couldn't move. Immediately after, Crimson Rage was hooked out of its territory by Hanlang's Grim Reaper's scythe. Before it could react, it was instantly killed by Peacock Plume and Solid Wind's attack. System: congealing wind, 1 kill. System: enemy Scarlet Fury has been killed. The centaur saw that the situation was bad and turned to run. Azrael didn't think twice and used Flash to chase after him. Half of the centaur's health bar was gone in an instant. Wind of condensation threw a few wind blades at him and took away his remaining health. System: wind of condensation, double kill. System: enemy's centaur has been killed. After losing 2 main damage dealers, Quangu knew that there was no need for him to continue tanking damage. He immediately tried to escape, but Moonshade Spider caught up with him with Shadow Flash. It used its spider web to control him and then used its 5 fingers to grab him. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy Kwangu has been killed. Abayan, we won. PvP 1. At this point, there was no suspense in the game. Momo, who had the magic dragon, was completely helpless against PvP. This round, PvP won, and it was a brutal victory. Enemy, Momoji's, Sword Burial GG. The tank was dead, and so was the damage dealer. What else could they do? Momo's jungler, G's, couldn't do anything even if he revived. He could only type GG and watch as PvP destroyed their territory like crazy. The word victory appeared on the screens of all PvP players in gold. Jingyu let out a long sigh of relief. They won. After the magic dragon was stolen, his heart skipped a beat. He almost thought that they were going to lose this round. Fortunately, they were fast enough to kill the dragon. When they lost the dragon, Momo's players hadn't revived yet. They could seize the opportunity to take the magic wheel and attack. Reality proved that they were right. They pushed forward crazily with the magic dragon stolen, and finally won before the magic dragon army could really do anything. If they had been a little later and the magic dragon army came out in 2 or 3 waves, it would have been hard to say who would win this round. On the other side, all PvP players were amazed by how close they were to death. On the other side, the audience watching the live stream in front of their screens was in complete chaos. The comments were increasing at a terrifying rate. It's here. The magic dragon has been stolen. The seal has been lifted. PvP really went berserk. The seal has been lifted. PvP has gone berserk. Too brutal. 66666. Compared to the crazy comments, Aban's commentary was clearly much more rational. PvP's judgment was correct. This is the time to fight. Otherwise, when Momo's players revive and push forward with the magic dragon army, PvP will have a hard time. Tanghua, that being said, PvP's last wave was really fierce. Especially in this group battle on Momo's territory. Azrael's Tower, Wind of Condensation's double kill, Moonshade Spider's chase. It was amazing. Momo was stunned. Aban, yeah, but that's PvP's usual style. Don't forget, their team is best at fast-paced play. Once they seize the opportunity, almost no team can fight them head-on. Tanghua, anyway, PvP scored 1 point in the first match between PvP and Momo. What a pity for Momo, she stole the dragon. The comments frowny face, didn't they lose because they stole the dragon? They lost because they stole the dragon. Why did they lift PvP's seal? You won't die if you don't ask for it. The magic dragon has been stolen. The seal has been lifted. PvP has gone berserk. Heads flying. Fuck. Don't go. How can you be so good? Outstanding. Outshining the others. Why are you so outstanding when you're all in the same position? The group stage was a best of 3, and the winner would win 2 out of 3 matches. Therefore, in 10 minutes, PvP and Momo would play another round. During the break, PvP went to the bathroom and chatted with each other. Jingyu sat in his seat and looked at the post-match statistics, deep in thought. Because it was a group game, the officials would calculate the statistics and choose the MVP of the winning team. In the end, the MVP of this round was Qin Fei's Flower in the Mirror. He had 0 kills, 0 deaths, and 28 assists. He had the most assists in the game and had the highest participation rate. He deserved the title. After Jingyu finished admiring Flower in the Mirror's MVP animation, he crossed his arms and leaned back in a daze. Qin Fei tilted his head and looked at him. He easily guessed his thoughts, thinking about how to stop them from stealing the dragon. Jinyu paused for a moment before he nodded. At the same time, he was confused. Was it that easy to guess his thoughts? How did Brother Fei get it right every time? As if he had heard his thoughts, Qin Fei chuckled and said calmly, "It's my fault. I didn't notice if Sword Burial's blink had been used. I should have checked the bushes again." Then, he softened his voice and muttered to himself, "TSK. It's not good to bully noobs too much. I'm getting worse and worse." Jinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was it really okay for a MVP to call himself a noob? How were the others supposed to live? The 10-minute break quickly passed. In the end, Jinyu couldn't think of a way to stop the opponent from stealing the dragon. He could only remind himself that if he wanted to fight the dragon while the opponent still had a demon alive, he had to check the bushes twice. Because PvP won the first round, Momo went first in the second round. Unlike the first round, Momo banned the Moonshade Spider without hesitation. Jinyu's Moonshade Spider was banned. A band shouted excitedly. "I'm sure PvP won't ban the Moonshade Spider in the next round." Tanghua, that's for sure. Jinyu's Moonshade Spider's self-created combo is like a bug. When paired with Flower in the Mirror, a control-type support, it's unbeatable. After a pause, she probed. "In this round, Jinyu should be able to get Heart of Ice, right?" "A ban, it's not should, it's definitely." Momo already gave one ban to the Moonshade Spider. The remaining 2 bans weren't enough. She couldn't ban Heart of Ice. Also, don't forget that Jinyu's Moonshade Spider only appeared because a team banned his Heart of Ice. Moonshade Spider is already scary enough. Who knows if he'll bring out an even more troublesome demon after we ban his Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. Tanghua, hahaha, that makes sense. But I'm looking forward to seeing Jinyu use a new demon. While they were talking, PvP had already banned Kamal. Tanghua, sure enough, it's Kamal. PvP's first ban will always be Kamal. A ban, it can't be helped. One doesn't know how to use this strong archer, so we can't leave it to the other team. Tanghua, I don't think we can go on like this. We'll always have one ban less than the other team. A ban, it's okay. After all, there are quite a lot of teams using Kamal now. Tanghua, Momo gave the second ban to Nine-Tailed Fox. A ban, PvP immediately returned to Heijiao. Tanghua, this time, Momo hesitated for a long time. After all, there's only one ban left. This ban will definitely be given to Qin Fei. The question is, will it be given to Satan or Lilith? A ban, maybe it'll be Azrael. As soon as he finished speaking, Momo chose the last ban, Lilith. Tanghua, hahaha, a ban, you guessed wrong. It's Lilith. A ban, that's expected. I guess PvP's last ban will be given to Dark Cupid. This time, he guessed right. Almost as soon as he said this, PvP did not hesitate to ban Dark Cupid. The next 3 bans were basically fixed. There was nothing to hesitate about. Then, it was Momo's turn to pick the first demon. At first, they chose the same centaur but did not lock it. A few seconds later, the centaur in the center of the screen was replaced by Azrael. Locked. Oh. Momo stole Azrael this time. Tanghua's eyes lit up. She must be scared of Azrael from 3H in the last round. Just in case, she stole it first. Azrael is really strong. A ban explained. This season, Azrael's probability of being banned is quite high. According to the statistics, in the preliminaries, Azrael's probability of being banned is 67%. He's second only to Kamal, who has 72%. While they were talking, PvP had already locked two demons, Centaur and Scarlet Fury. Are they planning to switch lineups with Momo in the last round? Aban could not help but tease them. Wasn't that right? In the last round, PvP got Azrael, while Momo got Centaur and Scarlet Fury. This round, the tables were completely turned. However, a complete swap was impossible. Momo immediately locked Sword Burial and Flower in the mirror. Tangua, Flower in the mirror. If I remember correctly, this is the first time Momo's team has used Flower in the mirror, right? Aban, looks like they're really scared of PvP. They'd rather give up their usual support than let Flower in the mirror fall into PvP's hands. PvP locked onto Satan and Mermaid. Momo hesitated for a long time. Finally, when the countdown was about to end, she locked onto Peacock Plume and Wind of Condensation. Then, PvP chose the last jungler, Heart of Ice. At this point, the lineups of both teams were finalized. PvP, Satan, Scarlet Fury, Centaur, Heart of Ice, Mermaid Momo, Azrael, Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, Sword Burial, Flower in the mirror. With this lineups, it could be said that except for the jungler, all the monsters on both teams had been swapped. In the pressing countdown, both teams exchanged monsters and adjusted their equipment. As usual, PvP chatted casually for a while before gradually getting into the game mode. On the other hand, Momo was extremely excited. I don't believe it. Momo's jungler, Jeez, slammed the table and shouted, "We can lose the game, but we have to steal the magic dragon. Bah, it's the magic dragon, we have to win this round. I don't believe in unsealed berserk. If we lose this round, how am I going to explain it to my friends in the forum?" His teammates agreed. Steal it, steal it. You can't win against PvP without stealing the dragon. To beat PvP, you have to steal the dragon first. Steal the dragon. Steal the dragon. Steal the dragon. Chapter 45. When the match started, Momo's entire team only had one thought in their minds: steal the dragon. You must steal the dragon. The audience in front of their screens were also screaming in their hearts, steal the dragon. Keep stealing the dragon. Almost everyone wanted to know if it was a coincidence that PG went berserk after dropping the dragon or if there was some kind of mystery behind it. 10 minutes into the match, the magic dragon spawned. From that moment on, Momo's jungler didn't stop looting the dragon. When Heart of Ice was doing a double kill in the bottom lane, Sword Burial was looting the dragon. When Heart of Ice was ganked in the middle lane, Sword Burial came over to help and looted the dragon when they passed by the dragon pit. When Heart of Ice went to the top lane to push the tower, Sword Burial wasn't the only one who looted the dragon. Momo's mid laner, Peacock Plume, also secretly looted the dragon. Looting the dragon, hit the dragon and run. Ha ha ha, what did the dragon do wrong? Magic dragon, why do people keep looting me? Momo's team is too funny. Not only were the viewers amused by Jesus looting, but even Aban couldn't help but laugh. I think Momo is a little nervous this round, especially their jungler. He keeps looting the dragon. It's too obvious that he wants to steal the dragon. Tangua, hahaha, after all, their opponent is PG. Even though they're both new teams from last season, PG made it to the quarterfinals. Momo will definitely feel pressured if she fights PG. Aban, the second magic board has spawned. We can see that Heart of Ice is rushing to the bottom lane to take down the magic board. On Momo's side, Sword Burial is still looting the dragon. Aban didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he said the last sentence. The viewers couldn't help but laugh. Frowny face, ha 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 ha. Is ZHS a clown hired by a monkey? Jeez's looting of the dragon last round really shocked me, but this round, hahaha, he won't be cool for more than 3 seconds. Of course, ZHAS didn't know what the commentators and viewers were saying about him. At that moment, he only had one thought: the dragon is mine. This dragon is reserved for me. Other than me, no one else is allowed to move. PG didn't have a chance to loot the dragon, but Jeez's teammates were also having a hard time surviving. After being killed by Heart of Ice 3 times in a row, Momo's mid laner, Peacock Plume, couldn't help but complain, "Bro, the dragon, of course we're going to steal it, but if you don't control that arrogant Heart of Ice, we're going to lose." ZGS, wow, you can't even beat Heart of Ice, you're such a noob. The mid laner almost vomited blood. If you're not a noob, then go and fight him one-on-one. Jeez, no, I want to steal the dragon. How could he tolerate this? Momo's marksman couldn't take it anymore. You call that stealing a dragon? I only saw you touching the dragon. Jeez, what do you know? I'm waiting for the dragon to equip it. Archer, how long do you think it'll take for your equipment to be ready? Jeez, based on my rough estimation, you'll probably be killed by Heart of Ice 2 more times. Archer. Why don't you fucking die? Just like that, Sword Burial reached level 13 amidst the mockery and ridicule of his teammates. Jeez stopped touching the dragon and started to steal it. Jeez, Archer, help, Archer, help. Quick, quick, quick. Archer, coming, coming. Momo is starting to steal the dragon. Candy could not help but exclaim when she realized that she was not touching the dragon but actually stealing it. Will PG find out? Heart of Ice should have noticed by now. Aban replied, he's heading towards the magic dragon. The other magical creatures are also gathering towards the dragon pit. It looks like there's going to be a group battle soon. Aban's guess was right. After Sword Burial single-handedly took out 1/5 of the magic dragon's HP, PG's entire team arrived. Almost at the same time, Momo's entire team arrived as well. Both teams were squeezed into the dragon pit. Before they could start fighting, the magic dragon sent them flying into the air with a seismic strike. When they landed, Jingyu was the first to react. He connected himself to Azrael with snow traction and pulled Heart of Ice over to him. With Azrael as the epicenter, the blizzard engulfed Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, and Flower in the Mirror, freezing them all into ice sculptures. Then, Scarlet Fury used his ultimate skill, Blood Pool Purgatory, and instantly took away a large amount of HP from the 4 magical creatures. Satan went past Azrael and pressed down on the enemy's backline. The Centaur also aimed his bow and arrow at Wind of Condensation, and instantly took down the enemy. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, enemy Wind of Condensation has been killed. At this moment, Grim Reaper used a spell. The scythe hooked Crimson Fury and pulled her in front of Peacock Plume. Then, the freezing effect disappeared, and Peacock Plume did not hesitate to use his ultimate skill on Scarlet Fury. Scarlet Fury took the brunt of the ultimate skill. After using 2 skills and 1 skill to control Peacock Plume, she quickly drained her remaining HP and recovered a quarter of her HP. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. However, before Yi Hong could rejoice for long, the HP he had painstakingly regained was easily taken away by Azrael's Death Harvest. System, Azrael, 1 kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has been killed. When Azrael used Death Harvest, Heart of Ice and Centaur moved to avoid it, so they did not lose any HP. After Scarlet Fury died, Centaur hid behind Satan and began to attack Azrael crazily. In the end, Azrael's head was taken away by Heart of Ice's skill. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System: enemy Azrael has been killed. After killing Azrael, Heart of Ice's teleportation skill refreshed. Without hesitation, he followed up with Flower in the Mirror. Unexpectedly, Flower in the Mirror was even faster. She used mystifying steps to control Heart of Ice, Satan, and Centaur. Then, she turned around and tried to escape. How could Hanlang give her the chance to escape? He blinked over and spat out a bubble to control her. Not long after, mystifying steps disappeared. All PG players rushed toward Flower in the Mirror, but the moment they did, they suddenly realized something. The first to react was Jingyu. Why are you chasing after her? Fight the dragon. Hearing this, all PG players seemed to have woken up from a dream. They quickly abandoned Flower in the Mirror and rushed toward the dragon pit. At this time, Sword Burial had already reduced the magic dragon's HP to less than 1/5. Seeing that he was about to succeed, he did not care about the lives of his teammates. The PG players who had just finished a group battle did not have many skills left, but Heart of Ice still had punishment. Jingyu had Heart of Ice rush toward the magic dragon as quickly as possible. However, when he finally reached the magic dragon sent him flying with Earthquake Strike. Then, Flower in the Mirror blinked over and controlled him. Jingyu cursed, "Fuck." He watched helplessly as his Heart of Ice and Snow was immobilized, while his Catoptric Deflection was killed by the Centaur in just a few moves. System: Centaur, 1 kill. System: enemy Flower in the Mirror has died. At this point, PG and Momo had exchanged 1 for 4 in the group battle. However, there was nothing to be happy about. Because in the next second, Sword Burial, Momo's only survivor, decisively used punishment to take down the magic dragon. Even though Satan took advantage of the opportunity to attack the magic dragon's HP, and even though the Centaur immediately turned his attention to Sword Burial after killing Flower in the Mirror. No one could stop Xi's from burying the sword and stealing the dragon. System: Sword Burial, conquering the magic dragon. System: the magic dragon army is about to attack. System: Centaur, double kill. System: enemy Sword Burial has died. Momo stole the dragon. Tanghua exclaimed excitedly. Momo's Sword Burial stole the dragon again. This team is really good at stealing dragons. This player from Xi's is really good. Aban couldn't help but praise him. Even though he's very good at looting the dragon, when he actually fights the dragon, his positioning and timing of skills are perfect. If Xi's were to play a role-playing MMORPG, he'd be very good at PvE. Tanghua, yeah. At Sword Burial's level, it's still quite risky to solo a dragon, but he basically took down the dragon by himself. Aban, now let's see how PG will deal with this. Unlike the previous round, Momo's team was wiped out by PG again, but their respawn time is not as long. PG also lost a mage and the magic board hasn't spawned yet. Tanghua, the overall situation is still in Momo's favor. Let's see if Momo can take advantage of it. As the two of them commentated, they didn't know that the moment the dragon was taken down by Sword Burial, the bullet screen was flooded with the words, "Seal removed." 4 big words. On PG's side, they had indeed entered a tense strategic deployment. After Jingyu returned to the city to replenish his health, he immediately rushed to the middle lane. Middle lane, middle lane. Archers, come quickly. Under Heart of Ice's lead, PG's entire team gathered in the middle lane. Mermaid sped up, Satan pressed forward, and Centaur attacked from the back. The first wave of Magic Dragon army was wiped out at a frightening speed. Archers, go. Mages, follow me. Mermaid escorted Centaur to the top lane, and another wave of Magic Dragon army appeared. Peacock Plume, who had just respawned, rushed to the bottom lane and swept the area with a few skills. With Satan and Heart of Icy's DPS, they cleared out another wave. Gather in the middle lane. Prepare for a team fight. PG's entire team regrouped in the middle lane. At this time, Momo's entire team, who had just respawned, had also rushed to the middle lane and followed behind the second wave of Magic Dragon army. They were waiting for the army to rush into the defense tower and push the tower together. However, before the Magic Dragon army could rush into the defense tower, a cold light connected with Azrael, who was charging at the front. Almost at the same time, Satan pressed forward, and Heart of Ice activated his ultimate at the same time. The special effects of Blizzard and Hand of Darkness intertwined, and instantly turned the area where Momo's team was standing into a terrifying hell. Even though Azrael and Wind of Condensation reacted quickly and used crowd control, they couldn't avoid Scarlet Fury's blood pool purgatory. This time, it was really purgatory. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. System, Scarlet Fury, double kill. System, enemy Wind of Condensation has died. Retreat. At Jingyu's command, all PGs retreated and dodged Flower in the Mirror's ultimate. However, almost at the same time, Sword Burial rushed from behind and directly attacked the back row of PGs with his ultimate. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, our team has died. Sword Burial. Sword Burial again. You motherfucker %. Luo Yiming cursed again. He swore that if he had the chance to meet Xiaqias, he would give him a punch as a greeting gift. Yi Hong sneered. What are you cursing for? You're a noob, you can't even dodge an ultimate. As soon as he finished speaking, Sword Burial's teleportation skill refreshed, and he directly teleported to Scarlet Fury's side, raised his 40-meter-long sword, and viciously swung it. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, our team Scarlet Fury has died. Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Noobs. Qin Fei, noobs. Hiss, I'll avenge you. As Qin Fei spoke, he immediately changed the target of his Satan, and immediately attacked Sword Burial. Even if Satan only had half of his health left, he was not afraid of Sword Burial, who had full health, one-on-one. Not to mention, there was also Heart of Ice. Sword Burial was entangled by Satan, and could not escape no matter how hard he tried. His health dropped at a frightening rate. On the other side, Heart of Ice, who only had a sliver of health left after killing Flower in the mirror, did not hesitate to use his skill on Sword Burial. However, before he could teleport over, Sword Burial was killed. System, Mermaid, 1 kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. Wait a minute. Mermaid. Jingyu, who failed to kill Hanlang, unwillingly clicked on his equipment. The corner of his mouth twitched. Brother Han, when did you change your AD equipment? Hanlang smiled wickedly. Just now. Chapter 46. Sword Burial has been killed by Mermaid. Momo has been wiped out again. Tanghua exclaimed in disbelief. The Magic Dragon army doesn't seem to exist for PG. No, it does affect them a little. Aban finally managed to maintain his last shred of rationality and explained calmly. PG's HP was mostly taken out by the Magic Dragon army. Without Dragon Stealer, Sword Burial wouldn't have been able to get a double kill. Tanghua, but PG is really good at dealing with the Magic Dragon army. Indeed. Aban could see it too. Everyone cooperated very well and didn't waste any time. It was as if they had been specially trained. Oh, this was really a huge misunderstanding. Fong Luofan's training for PG was to drag it out in the late game. However, this group of bastards was too weak and it was too difficult to drag it out, so they came up with this opportunistic method. In the end, they didn't know if they improved in the late game, but they became more and more familiar with dealing with the Magic Dragon army. Whether it was Jing Yu's command or the cooperation of the others, everyone's operation was methodical. After clearing 3 waves of Magic Dragon army, PG's towers on the side, middle, and bottom all suffered some damage, but none of them fell. Not a single one of them had fallen. Oh my god! Not a single tower was taken down. Tang Guo couldn't believe her eyes. Momo couldn't even take down one of PG's towers after getting the Magic Dragon. What was more despairing than not being able to take down the enemy's towers? It was not being able to take down the enemy's towers even after getting the Magic Dragon. What was more despairing than being flattened all the way? It was being flattened all the way after getting the Magic Dragon. The Magic Dragon was a very important tool to turn the tables. Sometimes, getting the Magic Dragon meant turning the tables. Whether it was Momo or KCC, who PG was going to face next, they all relied on Dragon Stealer to turn the tables several times before standing on the battlefield of the group stage. However, all of this seemed so powerless in front of PG. Momo's morale took a huge hit when she couldn't even defeat the PGs after stealing the dragon. Everyone, including the jungler G's, was getting worse and worse. They made all kinds of mistakes and in the end, they were wiped out by the PGs again at the border of the territory. This time, it was a 0 for 5. From the audience's point of view, PG was unstoppable. He had pushed down 3 towers in a row and crushed all of Momo's members in his territory. PG is too cruel. Tanghua had completely lost her mind. That's amazing. Too awesome. It's too scary. Aban didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Team PG always pushes the tower very quickly in the end. But in this round, I think Momo made a lot of mistakes, but it couldn't be helped. After all, she couldn't push down a PG tower even with a dragon. There's no doubt about the outcome of this match. Indeed, after Momo was killed, all the PG players, led by the minions, attacked the enemy's territory like crazy. In the end, they destroyed the enemy's territory and won the match. The word victory appeared on the live broadcast screen, shining brightly. Aban, okay. Let's congratulate PG for winning the first group match. They have a total of 2 points. Tanghua, Momo lost to PG in the first match, but it's okay. At least they made PG lose the dragon twice. I hope they can do even better in the following matches. At this moment, the bullet screen frowny face, it's because PG lost the dragon twice. Didn't the commentator realize how cruel PG is after losing the dragon? PG's dragon can't be touched. The seal has been removed. PG has gone berserk. In the Momo Club, Jeez, who had lost the match, took off his headphones and was in a daze. Until his teammate whispered, PG is so fucking scary. Jeez came back to his senses and said seriously, the curse is real. PG is a being that is favored by the Magic Dragon and has inherited the Magic Dragon's blood. Once the Magic Dragon is killed and the seal is removed, PG will go berserk and turn the tables. His teammate didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bro, are you serious? On the other side, Momo's archer-cum-captain rolled up his mouse pad and hit Jesus' head. Damn your blood. Have you finished your homework yet? Jeez immediately covered his head and scurried away. I'm going. Aban, okay, the statistics are out. The MVP of this match is given to one's team. His arrows didn't miss once and he did a lot of damage. Tangua, PG's one is really an amazing player. He always likes to hit his opponent's face as if he always forgets that he's an archer. I wonder how he'll do if he uses a warrior. A band, that's hard to say. After all, there's a big difference between a warrior and an archer. Warriors rely more on their skills while archers rely on normal attacks. Tangua, that's true. A ban, anyway, PG defeated Momo 2-0 in the first group match. Let's congratulate PG again. Tangua, the next match is between ANE and KCC. Take a break and come back soon. After the two of them finished talking, they switched the live stream to a replay of the previous match. The comments didn't stop. They kept on spamming words like unbanned and berserk. What about PG? Jingyu laid down on the computer table. I'm so tired. Qin Fei looked at him in amusement. You're tired after only 2 matches. The intensity is different. Momo's team is completely different from the teams we met in the preliminaries. Qin Fei, you're just upset because your dragon was stolen, right? Jingyu looked at Qin Fei and blinked. How do you always know what I'm thinking? Qin Fei, it's simple. Because I'm upset too. Qin Fei was just speaking his mind. That was all. At that moment, Fang Luofan appeared at the door of the training room. When he saw that PG was a little tired, he said mercifully, rest well in the morning. We'll start training in the afternoon. Yi Hong, okay. Luo Yiming, okay. Coach, I love you. Fang Luofan, get out of here. Don't be so disgusting. You'll suffer when we review the game tonight. Luo Yiming instantly withered. Right, there was still a review. Even though he was the MVP in the second match, he felt that he had made too many mistakes today. It was over. Qin Fei yawned and stood up from his chair. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Fang Luofan nodded. Go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingyu stood up from his seat. I'm going too. Yi Hong, huh? You're going to sleep too. Hanlang, you're going to sleep with Brother Fei. Jingyu. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He looked back at Jingyu. Sleep together. Jingyu's face instantly turned red. No. That. I just want to go back. Before he could finish, Qin Fei raised his hand and rubbed his head. Jingyu panicked. He looked like a little mouse who had been caught stealing rice. Qin Fei's hands itched. After rubbing his head, Qin Fei didn't say anything. He turned around and left the training room. Jingyu stood there in a daze. For a long time, he couldn't hear what the people around him were saying. The only thing left in his world was the touch on his head. He forgot how he got back to his room. When he came back to his senses, he was already sitting on the bed in his room. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he relaxed and leaned back, letting himself fall into the arms of the bed. After a while, he remembered why he went upstairs. Right. Go to the forum. Jingyu immediately jumped up from the bed. He picked up his phone and jumped back onto the bed. He opened the forum and found the help post. In just one day, the post had more than 5,000 comments. Jingyu couldn't help but wonder if there were really that many people paying attention to this season's Pro League. 5102L, ha 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 ha. Look at the bullet screen. There are so many pro players. They are so talented. I summarized the comments of the pro players. To beat a PG, you must steal the dragon first. If you can't steal the dragon, you must crush it. If you successfully steal the dragon, the seal will be lifted. If the PG goes berserk, heads will fly. 5103L, excellent. 5104L, Tianxiu. 5105L, outshone. 5106L, Chenduxiu, sit down. 5107L, so should I steal the dragon or not? This is a problem. 5108L, stealing the dragon or not is a difficult problem. Might as well give up and lie down. 5109L, ha 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 ha. 5110L, ha 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 ha. I think I can summarize it again. To beat a PG, you must steal the dragon first. If you can't steal the dragon, you must crush it. If you successfully steal the dragon, the seal will be lifted. If the PG goes berserk, heads will fly. Stealing the dragon or not is a difficult problem. Might as well give up and lie down. 5111L, so damned. 5112L, why are all of you so good? Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it normal for the PG to pick up the pace after the dragon is stolen? After fighting the magic dragon army for so many days, isn't it normal for them to be able to deal with the magic dragon army with ease? However, with the foreshadowing of the previous post and the embellishment of this post, most people were already convinced that PG would go berserk after his dragon was stolen. Even Jingyu almost believed it. As he continued to scroll down, he realized that there were a few more versions of this super unreliable limerick. However, it was quickly interrupted by a funny person who popped up out of nowhere. 5377L, let me tell you guys. Actually, all the PG members are the inheritors of the magic dragon bloodline. Once the magic dragon is killed and the seal on the bloodline is lifted, the people who killed the magic dragon will be crazily retaliated against. None of them will be able to escape. I have a deep understanding of this. 5378L, where did this funny person come from? 5379L, to tell you the truth, I am the inheritor of the true evil eye. My eyes can see the magic dragon's weakness. With my level 13 sword burial, I can solo the magic dragon. I didn't expect the PG's magic to be stronger than mine. He can actually decide the outcome of the match. 5380L, true evil eye, ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. You have to be cured. 5381L, ha 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 ha, are you trying to pretend to be ZGS? Don't insult our ZGS. He's very cute. He's not a stupid kid like you. 5382L, wow, the person above sounds familiar. Could it be Kins? 5383L, fuck. You're really ZGS. Go do your homework. 5384L, okay, Kins. Bye, Kins. Kins, Momo's support and commander. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh when he saw the comments. He felt that Momo's team was quite interesting. The members didn't seem old either. Especially the jungler ZHES. He was able to make the PG lose dragon twice in a row. With this ability, he would definitely be a threat to the top 8 teams in the future. As for now, Momo still had a long way to go. After reading the forum, Jingyu got out of bed and prepared to go downstairs to stretch and relax. However, as soon as he opened the door, he heard Luo Yiming's unrestrained laughter coming from downstairs. Ha 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 ha. This building. Come and look at this building. There's even a poem. He's so talented. Hearing Luo Yiming's words clearly, Jingyu, who had yet to come downstairs, felt his heart skip a beat. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. Chapter 47. Jingyu's hunch was right, Luo Yiming had discovered that building. This wasn't strange. Rather, wasn't it a little too slow for Luo Yiming to only discover the building with more than 5,000 posts that had been floating on the forum's homepage for so long? You couldn't blame Luo Yiming for this. After all, he was like Qin Fei, Yi Hong, and Han Lang. He didn't have the habit of browsing the forum. He discovered this building because he had just logged into Weibo and found that someone had attached a limerick to the club's official account to beat a PG. You must steal the dragon first. If you can't steal the dragon, you must crush it. If you succeed in stealing the dragon, the seal will be lifted. If a PG goes berserk, heads will fly. To steal the dragon or not is an eternal problem. It's better to give up and lie down. Luo Yiming didn't understand the meaning of the poem at first glance. It wasn't until he found the building in the forum and climbed all 5,000 posts that he realized what it meant. Then, he laughed like an idiot. Ha 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 ha. Are all the people who browse the forums so funny? You actually have the nerve to say that about others. Han Lang complained as he searched the building. A few minutes later, he also laughed like an idiot. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of idiots. What's the matter? Yi Hong complained as he curiously clicked on the building. A few minutes later, he was laughing so hard that he hammered the sofa. Ha 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 ha. Is this idiot Jeez himself? This is too funny. Thus, when Jingyu went downstairs, he saw the three of them holding their phones and hammering each other with laughter. Yi Hong, ha 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 ha. You're all poisonous. Han Lang, ha 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 ha. This is the first time I know that there's a seal on our bodies. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha, cough cough cough. Jingyu, == these teammates were really hopeless. Jingyu had just walked to the sofa when Yi Hong pulled him to sit beside him. Little Jingyu, come and look at this building. Jingyu originally wanted to say that he had already seen it, but for some reason, when he saw this group of people laughing like idiots, he didn't want to admit it at all. He could only obediently sit beside Yi Hong and watch him browse the forums, revealing an angelic smile the entire time. Until a pillow flew from upstairs and hit the back of Luo Yiming's head. Then, Qin Fei shouted, "What's so funny? You're disturbing my sleep. Why the fuck are you laughing? I'll kill whoever laughs so loudly again." All of the PG team members were as quiet as chickens. Qin Fei. Who the hell can throw a pillow up for me? There really was hopeless. There was nothing out of after dinner. Fong Luo fan reviewed today's match between PG and Momo. The MVP of the first match was Qin Fei, but Fong Luo fan also criticized Qin Fei. There was nothing wrong with leading the team, but you were careless when scouting. You shouldn't have done that. Qin Fei didn't have any objections. Yeah, it's my fault. He had to take full responsibility for stealing the magic dragon in the first match. The MVP of the second match was Luo Yiming. Unsurprisingly, Fong Luo fan also criticized him. Don't you usually rush to the front? Look here, what were you thinking during the team battle? You were so far back, you deserve to be caught by sword burial. Luo Yiming immediately laid down on the table and pretended to be dead. After the review, Fong Luo fan summarized the match between ANE and KCC. The final result of the match was ANE's 2-0 victory. It could be said that there were no surprises. However, KCC's performance wasn't bad either. At least they stole the dragon in the second match. However, in the end, they were overturned by ANE's jungler Fly as they advanced with the Magic Dragon army. In the second match between the two teams, although ANE won, it was an extremely difficult victory. When they destroyed KCC's territory, ANE only had one tower left in the top lane and one bottom lane. Of the towers that were destroyed, 4 of them were the work of the Magic Dragon army. Therefore, in ANE and KCC's match, which was also won after losing the dragon, there were no signs of unsealing or going berserk. Some people even compared this match with PG's 2 matches to analyze and prove that PG would go berserk after the dragon was stolen. In comparison, the coaches of the other teams were more rational. PG's coach, after losing the dragon, you guys did well. It looks like the previous training wasn't wasted, although the results were a bit off. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., we'll be facing KCC. This team is also very good at stealing dragons. You guys have to be 120% focused. You can't repeat today's mistakes. Do you understand? KCC's coach, Annie, played very steadily. Their support was very good. It's normal that we couldn't win. Tomorrow, we still have a high chance of winning against PG. However, this team's tempo will be very fast after the dragon was stolen. Once they get the initiative, it'll be very difficult for us to turn the tables with the help of the Magic Dragon army. Therefore, in tomorrow's match, we still have to steal the dragon. However, we have to be very careful. Don't get wiped out. Annie's coach, PG's tempo is very fast. They're much smoother than us in dealing with the Magic Dragon army. However, it's okay. Our team's strength is there. Getting the dragon is better than not getting it. Anyway, don't listen to the nonsense in the forums. Against PG, we still have to steal the dragon. Momo's coach, in the future, when you meet PG, don't steal the dragon. Jeez, don't worry, I won't do it again. The next day at 1 p.m., the match between PG and KCC started on time. Taking advantage of the fact that Fong Luofan wasn't in the club, PG's soul of trouble started to stir. Yi Hong, the coaches are commentating today. Why don't we, Jingyu, know? Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I haven't even said what I want to do and you're already saying no. Jingyu, don't give the dragon away. Don't cause trouble. Don't be reckless. Pfft. Don't worry. It's an official match. I won't give the dragon away. I don't want to be scolded by the coach. Hearing this, Jingyu calmed down a little. He was finally willing to listen to what Yi Hong wanted to say. So, what do you want to say? Yi Hong, I want to say, why don't we change tactics? For example, you can use sword burial or something. Jingyu. Yi Hong, I know that you like to use Heart of Ice in official matches to disgust people. However, this is only the group stage. Even if you use Heart of Ice to get a pentacle, people will think that your opponent is too weak. So, don't you think, it would be more fun to use sword burial in the group stage? Jingyu was just about to refuse when Qin Fei beat him to it. Ha, that sounds good. When other teams fight, they will choose sword burial when picking up demons. When it's our turn, because we think that you will only use assassin-type demons, we will choose sword burial at the end. If we had chosen sword burial at the beginning, Yi Hong, the other team's expression would have been quite interesting. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. I can already imagine the other team's expression when they find out that sword burial has been taken. Why do we have to fight until the knockout stage in the offline tournament? Han Lang, if I choose a top laner demon to support me, Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. We'll definitely win this round. Yi Hong, what do you think, little Jingyu? Do you have the desire to cause trouble? No. Do you have the determination to disrupt the other team's plan? Jingyu, == Qin Fei tilted his head to look at Jingyu's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Actually, Yezi is right. Picking demons is also a part of the strategy. If you choose sword burial in this round and use it well, KCC will definitely choose sword burial in the next round. This way, we will have more freedom in picking demons, psychological tactics, it's just like how you used Moonshade Spider to get banned in the first round. After hearing this, Jingyu suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Yihong, so. Jingyu, I'll choose Sword Burial in this round. Yihong had a hard time holding back his laughter. This kid is too easy to trick. However, he had to admit that Qin Fei's words made some sense. At the same time, on the live broadcast screen, Fang Luofan and his partner started their commentary. Yo, hello everyone, I'm commentator Yo. Fang Luofan, I'm Luofan. Welcome to the first match of the afternoon between PG and KCC. Yu, KCC is a team. Every match is very thrilling. They've been flattened by other teams several times, but in the end, they managed to turn the tables by stealing the dragon. They can be said to be a very tenacious team. Fang Luofan, speaking of stealing the dragon, I have to mention the match between PG and Momo yesterday. Those who watched those two matches should have noticed that PG is very experienced in dealing with the Magic Dragon army. For KCC, PG should be the team they don't want to meet the most. Yo, I'm looking forward to how these two teams will turn out. Will KCC turn the tables by stealing the dragon, or will PG turn the tables after losing the dragon? Let's wait and see. Fang Luofan, now, both teams have started banning demons. PG went first and banned Kamal. Yo, KCC banned Moonshade Spider without hesitation. This demon will only be banned when the opponent is PG, and it's a must ban. Jingyu is really a dark horse this season. Whether it's Heart of Ice or Moonshade Spider, it seems that as long as it's an assassin-type demon, he can play it well. Fang Luofan, PG banned Heijiao. Yo, KCC banned Nine-Tailed Fox. Fang Luofan, PG gave the last ban to Sagittarius. Yo, KCC is starting to hesitate. Will they ban Qin Fei's top laner, or will they ban one's Dark Cupid? Oh, they're banned. It's Dark Cupid. Fang Luofan, the opponent is PG, Nine-Tailed Fox and Dark Cupid can't be released. With the addition of Moonshade Spider, the 3 ban slots are full. All the top laners have been released. Yo, oh my god. Qin Fei's Lilith and Satan have been released. Now, let's see which one he'll target. A few seconds later, under everyone's gazes, PG chose the first demon, Zhang Jian. Ha! Chapter 48. At the moment Fang Luofan saw that PG had locked onto Zhang Jian, the corners of his lips twitched. He wished that he could immediately crawl over through the cable and beat up his bastards. You're causing trouble again. Do they not know how to play if they don't cause trouble? From what he knew, Jingyu would never use Sword Burial. Therefore, when he saw Sword Burial, his first thought was that Qin Fei wanted to use it. It was rare for Lilith and Satan to be released, but in the end, he didn't choose any of them and chose Sword Burial. Wasn't he trying to cause trouble? Therefore, when he explained, his tone was full of confusion. PG has locked on Sword Burial. Is he planning to use Sword Burial to go top? They're probably going to use their top demon as support. I don't know if they're trying to copy Ain's double kill strategy. Yo paused for a moment. Isn't Sword Burial more often used as a jungler? Why would your first thought be to go top? Fang Luofan, so far, PG's jungler has not used Sword Burial in the official matches, so I don't think he'll use it. Now that I think about it, that's true. Yo suddenly wanted to know if Jingyu had used Sword Burial in his daily training, but in the end, he didn't ask. On the KCC side, when they saw Lock Burial Sword, their hearts skipped a beat. However, they quickly calmed down. It was fine. None of the top monsters were banned. Even without the version's #1 jungler, they still had many other choices. Finally, they locked on to Satan and Maha. Yo, KCC has locked on to Satan and Maha. Satan can go top or jungler. Before KCC chooses the second top demon, this demon's position is questionable. Maha is the best choice among the remaining archers. We must fight for the center position. Then, Lilith and Azrael were PG locked. Fong Luofan, huh? Yo, huh? Bullet screen. Sword Burial was initially a top laner. Including Sword Burial, PG had chosen 3 top-tier magical beasts in one go. Fong Luofan really wanted to ask through the screen, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Fortunately, as a professional commentator, he quickly calmed down and tried to find a reasonable explanation for the ridiculous PG composition. If that's the case, then Sword Burial should be used as a jungler. It felt so good to slap himself in the face. Lilith will definitely go first. That Grim Reaper will be the support. PG's lineup for this round is a bit overbearing. Yo couldn't help but sigh. Top laner, jungler, support. If it's not a tank, it's a warrior. In the later stages of the game, the damage taken and damage output will be heaven-defying. KCC has selected Peacock Plume and Kwangu. Fong Luofan said, compared to Satan, Kwangu is more suitable to go first, so Satan should be the jungler. Yo, PG has selected Scarlet Fury and Wind of Condensation for the last 2 positions. Fong Luofan, KCC has selected Sarier for the last position. Sarier's ultimate skill is very useful, especially to support Maha, who has high movement speed. Yo, from this perspective, KCC's composition seems more reasonable. As for PG, if it weren't for his image, Fong Luofan would have rolled his eyes on the spot. His bastards had never practiced with PG's composition before. Take Sword Burial for example. Fong Luofan had never seen Jingyu use it before. Whether it was during normal training or solo matches, Jingyu had always prioritized Heart of Ice. He had also practiced Moonshade Spider and Flower Petal of Datura, but due to limited time, he didn't practice much. But Sword Burial? He really hadn't used it even once. Fong Luofan seriously suspected that Yi Hong, the troublemaker, had said something to Jingyu before the match and persuaded him to choose Sword Burial. Fong Luofan knew the truth, but what he didn't know was that Yi Hong hadn't been able to persuade Jingyu at all. In the end, it was Qin Fei who had persuaded Jingyu. After KCC locked onto Sarier, the countdown ended quickly and both sides entered the battlefield. Even though their composition had been adjusted, PG's strategy was still the same. Jingyu, brother Fei, I won't care about the top lane. Qin Fei, you didn't need to care in the first place. Jingyu, Yezi, Nakano tandem. Yi Hong, okay, Yi Hong subconsciously replied. He thought that Jingyu would do the same as the previous matches and kill all the monsters in the jungle before coming over. Unexpectedly, as soon as his Scarlet Fury's second skill refreshed, he heard Jingyu calmly say, I'm ready to go, use my second skill. So fast. Yi Hong cursed, but he still rushed toward Peacock Plume and used his second skill in tandem. After using Bloodbind to crowd control his opponent, he used Bloodlust to drain 1/3 of his opponent's health. Almost at the same time, Sword Burial moved over with his 40-meter-long sword and slashed wildly at Peacock Plume. After the crowd control effect wore off, Peacock Plume only had a sliver of health left. He knew that he couldn't escape even if he blinked, so he decisively used a combo of skills. Unexpectedly, Scarlet Fury perfectly dodged the attack with zigzag movement. Sword Burial directly used a defensive skill to block the attack and immediately counterattacked. First Blood. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Sword Burial slipped away after killing his opponent. He teleported back to his own jungle and started killing monsters at a frightening speed. The audience in front of their screens didn't react for a long time. After a few seconds, they saw Peacock Plume's icon turn dark. Only then did they believe that the first blood had been created. They began to flood the screen with comments. WOC, how long has it been since the match started? Yezi's zigzag movement is too amazing. How can Sword Burial's timing be so good? Can Jingyu read minds? Yo-Yo also had a look of disbelief on his face. Huh? The first blood has been created. What just happened? Fong Luofan was silent for a moment. Then, he had someone replay this scene and calmly explained, look here. After Scarlet Fury reached level 2, he immediately used his crowd control skill. However, before that, Sword Burial had already killed a monster and reached level 2. Then, he rushed to the middle lane. This time, Scarlet Fury's level 2 gank was crucial. Sword Burial seemed to know that Scarlet Fury would definitely be able to get it. He rushed to the middle lane early. It's obvious that the coordination between PGs is very good. Yu, Goldfish's grasp of timing is so good that I have nothing to say. The timing to rush to the middle lane, teleport to Peacock Plume's side, and use block to block damage, this player is too incredible. Every time I replay his scene, I wonder if he can read minds. Fong Luofan, he probably calculated it. Jingyu's calculation ability is very strong. He seems to know exactly when Scarlet Fury will have a second skill and when Peacock Plume will use a skill. Yo, there's also Yezi's zigzag movement, it's also very exciting. Fong Luofan, yeah. PGs has always played very well in the early stages. It's hard to say what will happen in the later stages. However, PG's strategy was to win in the early stages and never drag it out in the later stages. Up until this point in the professional league, PGs had never dragged it out in the later stages. Every match was finished within 30 minutes. There were even some matches that were finished within 20 minutes. For this match, Jingyu planned to finish it in 20 minutes. Do you still remember the pentacle setting? Hearing this, Yihong almost choked on his own saliva. I remember, but this is the group stage, not the preliminaries. Don't be reckless. To think that Yihong would say something like, don't be reckless. Jingyu had mixed feelings. But, in the preliminaries, I used Heart of Ice. For this match, I used Sword Burial. After saying this, he felt that Yihong still didn't understand his point, so Jingyu could only seriously add, my Sword Burial is sneaky. Hearing this, before Yihong could react, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Not only did he not discourage Jingyu, he even encouraged him in a relaxed tone. Yeah, I know, your Sword Burial is sneaky. Hearing Qin Fei's indulgence towards Jingyu, Yihong raised his eyebrows. As expected, love makes people blind. He didn't know that the reason Qin Fei was so certain was because he had used Sword Burial against Jingyu before he joined PG, and the final result was, Qin Fei lost. Even if they didn't fight to the end, Qin Fei was sure that he wouldn't be able to turn the tables. Qin Fei had personally experienced Jingyu's strength. Otherwise, after killing countless junglers and top laners, he wouldn't have treated Jingyu differently. Not only did he sign him without hesitation, but he also didn't treat him fiercely even once. Jingyu was also reckless, but he was reckless because he had complete confidence. Therefore, Qin Fei was never worried. Go, Pentacle and fly. After receiving Qin Fei's encouragement, Jingyu's expression instantly relaxed. He no longer paid attention to Yihong. After clearing the jungle, he immediately rushed towards the opposite jungle with sword burial. No matter what kind of monster it was, no one could play it well the moment they started. At most, it was not bad. Therefore, even if he rarely used sword burial, Jingyu had still practiced hard on this monster. Or rather, as a jungler, it would be abnormal if he didn't practice sword burial, the number one jungler in this patch. He didn't know how Fang Luofan and the live stream viewers would react when they saw him use sword burial. He only knew, since I'm using this patch's number one jungler, then I have to show the might of this patch's number one jungler. If I can't get pentakill with sword burial, then what's the point of playing Heart of Ice? Thinking of this, Jingyu couldn't help but smile. Sword burial is called the number one jungler in this patch for a reason. Now, I'll show you the correct way to play sword burial, here it comes. That coquettish voice. Yi Hong was instantly no longer worried. Okay, let's play. Sometimes it's fun, and always it's fun. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha, there's nothing wrong with that. Han Lang, go, Jingyu. Make them regret not snatching sword burial. Just like that, with the encouragement of his teammates, sword burial directly charged into the enemy's jungle. Almost at the same time, the live stream cut to the enemy's jungle. When he saw sword burial, Yo-Yo's eyes widened in disbelief. Sword burial has turned jungler. Chapter 49. The so-called counter-jungler was to invade the enemy's jungle. Jingyu took advantage of the fact that Peacock Plume had just revived and had yet to return to the tower in the middle lane. He decisively used sword burial to invade the enemy's jungle. Since Jingyu had lost his vision of the middle lane and had never counter-jungled in any of his previous matches, KCC did not expect sword burial to invade their jungle. It was only when they realized that PG's economy, especially sword burials, was soaring at an unimaginable rate that KCC realized that something was wrong. After the sorcerer had collected a wave of minions, he immediately chased after the jungler and rushed toward the jungle. What about Jingyu? Realizing that the two of them were about to arrive, he immediately looted the last monster and had his sword burial circle into the bushes. Just as the monsters chased after sword burial into the bushes, the enemy jungler Satan arrived. He immediately activated his second skill and dashed toward the bushes. The enemy's Peacock Plume chased after Satan. Although he did not see Zhang Jian, the movement of the wild monsters had already betrayed Zhang Jian's position. Peacock Plume did not hesitate and directly used his skill in that direction. However, the moment before he used his skill, sword burial flashed in his direction and appeared right in front of him. He activated his first skill and unleashed a combo of sword skills right at his face. Peacock Plume did not have any ability to protect himself when he was in melee range. He immediately retreated with Flash, but Scarlet Fury caught up with him and used Blood Coil to pin him down. I'm not fighting alone. Jingyu laughed as he had his sword burial chase after Peacock Plume and finished it off with a few attacks. System, sword burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. After killing Peacock Plume, Satan chased after him. Jingyu immediately had his sword burial turn around and block Satan's first skill. Then, he immediately counterattacked. Satan's second skill had just finished its cooldown. It increased his speed and dealt damage to the surrounding enemies. However, after killing Peacock Plume, Sword Burial's teleportation skill was refreshed. With a reverse teleportation, it escaped Satan's attack range. At the same time, Scarlet Fury's first skill was aimed at Satan. Satan knew that he had no chance of winning a 1v2. He hesitated between running and counterattacking, and chose the latter. He decisively changed his target and attacked the fragile Scarlet Fury. Oh, I think I'm underestimated. As Yihong spoke, he once again zigzagged, completely dodging Satan's attack. Immediately after, the second skill was refreshed, Blood Coil. Satan was controlled, and it was too late for him to escape. The combo of Scarlet Wrath would be followed by Bloodthirst after Blood Entanglement, which sucked a lot of Satan's blood in one breath. System, Sword Burial, Double Kill. System, Enemy Satan has been killed. After killing Satan, Sword Burial turned around and left without hesitation. He killed the last monster and leveled up to level 6. Then, he teleported, jumped over the wall, and rushed directly to the bottom lane's tower. Enemy Maha and Sarier were shocked. Before they could react, Sword Burial had already used his ultimate. Sword Burial was behind them, and Luo Yiming's Wind of Condensation was in front of them. Any path of retreat had been completely blocked. System, Sword Burial, Triple Kill. System, Enemy Maha has been killed. After killing Maha, Jingyu immediately had Sword Burial use block. He perfectly tanked a tower attack and ran out of the tower. Sarier used lockdown to speed up his health almost as soon as he ran out of the tower. He almost vomited blood when he saw Yi Shiwen run out of the tower without even looking at him. The ADC was instantly killed, and he was a support. At this moment, he unlocked his health and sped up. His only goal was to stall Zhang Jian so that he could be attacked by the defense tower a few more times. In the end, he ran away without even looking back. It hurt Sarier's pride. Everyone could guess what happened next. Just as Sarier's skill was about to end, Sword Burial teleported into the tower, activated a skill, and took the enemy's head. System, Sword Burial, Quadruple Kill. System, Enemy Sarier has been killed. From one kill to quadruple kill, it took less than half a minute. It was as if he was unstoppable. After killing Sarier, Sword Burial received a tower attack. He had 2/3 of his health left, but his mana was almost depleted. However, Sword Burial had no intention of returning to the city to recover his health. He charged straight into the enemy's jungle and single-handedly took down the enemy's mana. His mana was slowly recovering, and his skills were all off cooldown. The enemy's top laner realized that a storm was coming. Even though he still had a wave of minions, and even though his health was still quite good, he still hid in the tower and clicked return. Because Lilith was very deep in the tower, he could only hide at the back of the tower to prevent Lilith from interrupting his progress bar. However, this position was definitely the best gank spot for Zhang Jian. After Jingyu's buried sword got the mana, he decisively rushed into the top lane defense tower. The moment the enemy's Wild Bones return to town progress bar was about to finish, he used a combo to interrupt him. Almost at the same time, Lilith rushed into the tower and drained Quangu's health like crazy. Quangu finally got out of his stunned state. He blinked and used a powerful skill to escape from the first tower and rushed towards the second tower. Lilith also blinked and used her second skill, Lifesteal, to catch up with Quangu at an even faster speed. Then, she used a combo to stun Quangu again. Coupled with the slow effect from Lilith's equipment, the Quangu couldn't even move an inch. Soon, Sword Burial chased up and took Quangu's head. System, Sword Burial, Pentakill. System, Enemy Quangu has been killed. After killing Quangu, Lilith was the first to leave the tower. Sword Burial blocked a tower attack with a block and moved out of the tower. Both of them only had a sliver of health left. Even the support CC was taken away. It was impossible for them not to return to the city to recover their health. Lilith and Sword Burial clicked return at almost the same time. However, they had achieved their goal, hadn't they? System, Magic Dragon will respawn in 1 minute. It was also a pentakill within 10 minutes of the start of the game. However, the last pentacle with Heart of Ice was basically a suicide mission. The early respawn of the magic dragon was purely an accident. This time, it was Sword Burial who created the situation. Jing Yu's Sword Burial wiped out all the enemy monsters with an unstoppable momentum. For a long time, there wasn't a single comment on the screen. Everyone was shocked speechless by Sword Burial's domineering performance. Yo-Yo couldn't say anything other than scream. Only PG's coach, Fong Luofan, still remembered how to speak. However, his voice had lost its usual calmness and became abnormally agitated. Sword Burial entered the tower. Sword Burial's combo, holy shit. Lilith has caught up. Sword Burial has caught up. Sword Burial's pentacle awe. Even after shouting, he couldn't remember what he had shouted. Could you please replay it? Fortunately, he reacted fast enough. After Sword Burial's pentacle, he immediately asked someone to replay the scene and explain it again. The explanation was clear, but his tone couldn't be as calm as it was at the start of the match. It took Fong Luofan a great deal of effort to explain the entire process of the pentacle. He hadn't felt this kind of excitement in a long time. It was even more exciting than when he had won a match with his own pentacle. PG's side was also completely hyped up. Yi Hong, holy shit, Jingyu, are you even human? Just tell me, are you even human? He had originally wanted to steal a kill to stop Jingyu's pentacle, but in the end, Jingyu didn't give him the chance. Wave after wave. Hanlang, kill 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 kill. Jingyu smiled. Everyone, come and fight the dragon. Don't give them a chance to steal the dragon. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Qin Fei, and the smile on his face instantly became gentle. He said softly, as expected of Brother Fei. Qin Fei smiled without turning his head. You're very good too. If Lilith hadn't chased after Quanggu and stunned him, Sword Burial wouldn't have been able to get the kill. Only Qin Fei would be able to use his big move as a displacement skill and leap from one defense tower to another over a very long distance to chase after the enemy over such a long distance. 1 minute later, the magic dragon respawned, and PG's members attacked like crazy. At this time, KCC's members had basically all revived, and they were ready to attack the magic dragon. Their intention to steal the dragon couldn't be more obvious. PG's dragon had already been stolen twice by Momo, so how could they give KCC another chance? Seeing KCC's movement, Jingyu decisively said, change targets. Azrael, activate the team. Sorcerers and archers, get ready to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Azrael hooked the Quanggu with his scythe, and then Scarlet Fury greeted it with control and magic damage. Wind of Condensation also threw a bunch of wind blades at it. System, Wind of Condensation, 1 kill. System, enemy Quanggu has been killed. After killing the enemy's frontline, wouldn't the enemy's backline be easily destroyed? Under the lead of Lilith and Azrael, PG's members attacked the enemy's backline. The situation at that moment could only be described as heads flying. However, Jingyu still couldn't find any trace of Satan. He frowned and searched the surrounding bushes. Sure enough, he found Satan in the bushes. After being discovered by Sword Burial, Satan didn't hesitate to use Blink to escape, but he was surrounded by PG's other members. At this point, PG made a 0 for 5 trade, and KCC's team was wiped out again. They could safely fight the dragon now. At this time, the magic dragon's health had recovered to full, and PG had to attack it again. However, they didn't have to worry about someone stealing the dragon, nor did they have to search the bushes. They didn't have to feel the displeasure of watching the dragon being stolen after they had finally crippled it. Jingyu couldn't have been more comfortable with this dragon, and the corners of his mouth were constantly smiling. Fong Luo Fan was also very excited as he praised his own group of bastards. Even Yu Yu, who was listening at the side, felt a little embarrassed. She did not want to admit that he was her partner. At the same time, in KCC's training room, almost everyone was cursing Momo. If Momo didn't steal PG's dragon twice, PG wouldn't be so vigilant. He was so close to getting the dragon, but when he realized that we were here, he was willing to give up on the dragon to wipe us out. Exactly. From now on, I'll beat up Momo's team every time I see them. As for the people in the forum, their thoughts were completely different. They only had one question: PG's dragon was stolen twice in a row. Was the seal too loose and unable to be closed? However, there were still rational people who replied, KCC's team is too weak. This team has always been frightening. It looks like A&E is the only one in Group A who can compete with PG. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.